Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Yes, it worked.
Hello. We will start soon, guys. Do come on if you're around, folks. Peter's on. Peter, just give me a moment. I'll start the show. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Hello, everybody. I do hope you are exceedingly well. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We are trying to find out what is going on and what exactly we should be doing whilst we are here in this strange existence altogether. We look at all manner of things, from philosophy to science to literature to current affairs, sociology, criminology, psychology, all manner of things, anecdotal experiences and opinions. And we try to mix and mash them all together into something sensible, something that we can all derive some meaning from, some semblance of sanity in a world that appears insane. Life Abolitionism says D&W is thoroughly triggered. Oh, LA, I love you. LA, you see, this show is dedicated to LA. No doubt about it. It's dedicated to the man we all love, Life Abolitionism. Now, the question that we are going to delve into today is your ancestors suffered. Get over it. Why should anybody else care? Do tell us. Do come on and tell us why we should give a rat's ass about how your ancestors suffered hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, perhaps, maybe even during the last century. Why should any of us give a fuck about your ancestors? They're not here anymore. So why does it matter in modernity? Tell us. Come on and tell us. And I'm not, some of this is obviously rage baiting. Some of it is tongue in cheek. But in all seriousness, this is a topic that is very important because all over the world, people are sobbing into their handkerchiefs because of things that were done to their ancestors. And they blame the historical facts, whether they are facts or not is another matter. But they blame the historical narrative on the current state of affairs in the world. And I want to know, should we care about what happened to your ancestors in particular? It doesn't have to be about race. It could be about religion. It could be just, you had a grandfather who got, mischaracterized or whatever in his local village. It could be anything and everything, all under the umbrella of our ancestors and how they suffered. And should we take that into consideration in the modern day? Untrackable says he loves me now. Life Abolitionism says he doesn't like talking about race. People will unsubscribe from his channel. Well, you're on my channel now, baby. So feel free to come on and talk freely, as long as you don't say anything illegal. It will be great to have you here. Hello to Skyworks. Great to have you here, as always, brother. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We are live across the internet. We're on Facebook. We're on, obviously, the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel where we originated. We're also on Twitch, X, Kick, and we're also live on Danny Shine's channel on YouTube. I got there due to my Machiavellian nature. I somehow landed on his channel, and we are pumping out the Finding Gnosis channel live on his YouTube channel too, to gain subscribers, to steal his followers, and bring them to Gnosis. Brother Marcus says, laughing his fucking ass off. Oh my God, the topic today. And he has like a little smoking emoji and a popcorn emoji. He's along for the ride. He's hopefully he'll participate, you know. Don't just sit on your hands, you know. Come on here and talk, you know. We've all had ancestors that have suffered somehow or another. We can all crib and moan about what they handed us or what the unfairness that happened to them caused us to experience now in modernity. But should we? Peter, you're on the show. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Untrackable, you're on the show. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. And the man himself, Life Abolitionism, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome, sir. We will go to Peter first. Peter, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say, sir?
Well, since we're talking about atrocities in the past and ancestry, I might as well list off my ancestry a little bit. I'm Acadian. The genocide in 1755, the Redcoats forced us on boats, sometimes killed us, did worse to the children. And they even sold some of us off to sultans in Africa. They forced a lot of us in the swamps. This is actually why French people are called frogs, right? Because the English forced us into the swamps back in the New Orleans region. So there's that story.
I
the
thought it was
Acadian
because they ate
expulsion.
frogs' legs.
No,
Okay.
I could see how people might make that mistake. But also, I
Well,
also
the
have
French
some
call the English roast beef.
right.
So I
I
presume it was for the same reason.
I also have some Hebrew ancestry and some Irish ancestry. You know, the Irish suffered a artificial famine. It was made by policy, right? You know, and my ancient ancestors with all that stuff was, you know, Moses and all the other events and everything else. There's and also I have Native American ancestry. So like I got a lot of different groups of ancestry who are pertinent to this topic today. And I would honestly I take the Irish approach. I don't expect a handout from anybody today. Like I don't like blaming people who are right now for the actions
Excuse me,
of
I
like
will say
hundreds
one
of
thing.
years ago.
That's quite racist because not all other people do that either. So I just want you to be careful, guys. Be careful.
No, I understand.
Not all. Like, although people say that about Irish people, not all other people who were oppressed or you know or near holocausted, you know, not all of them act that way either. So go ahead, Peter.
It's true. Some of my more Native American or Hebrew ancestry and basically familial ties to those people groups right now, they do have a lot to say about what happened. That's true. Um, Myself, I take the Irish approach, meaning like I don't harp about it.
Okay,
Like
no
I
pun
don't.
intended. The harp being an instrument
Yeah,
that is notoriously, you know,
Irish.
used as a symbol for Ireland. Untrackable, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say about this subject of ancestors and them having suffered? Is it something we should care about?
Complaining never works.
Is that all you've got to say?
Complaining never works. It doesn't matter whether you were beaten or whether your ancestors or sit here and cry about it. It never makes progress. Good luck to us all.
Untrackable, thank you for saying good luck to us all. We have Life Abolitionism. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. This show is dedicated to you, brother.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
It's mainly dedicated to you because, not. By the way, I understand. Look, you'll get to know my thoughts later on. But I mainly am not picking on LA, but I wrote a few things to him in my posts, in my community post.
Oh, we saw.
Mainly, I wrote one today as well. Mainly because I feel there's huge holes in his arguments, and I do feel as well that it's built upon an unfair, I would say, dehumanizing basis, where it views sub-Saharan Africa as a place that wasn't civilized.
Yes.
Before the Muslims and the Europeans went there and took people away for a life of slavery and maltreatment. Now, LA, that's what I think of your views. But going to this topic, I want to hear about why anybody should give a rat's ass about the fact that anybody's ancestors suffered. Why should we care in modernity, in these times far removed from those historical, periods of horror and maltreatment? Why should we care now?
Well, as I stated in my video, which I'm sure you listened to, the civilized brute does not care. The civilized brute uses his superior intellect to justify all of his atrocities. The civilized brute has no concept of right and wrong beyond what is legal, what is permissible under his social construct. So, of course, you're not going to care. The people who should care.
I'm going to stop you there. What about the natural brute? What do they care about?
Yes.
Because,
well, no. The comparison.
The point is, if you ever found out, that would mean you would have spoken to them, and they would have been. Let's be honest, they would have been civilized to a great degree. So you'll never know. But
no, the comparison is between the civilized brute and a noble savage. I was making a response to Charles Dickens's Noble Savage, that the noble savage is a prodigious nuisance, that the noble savage is violent, is a superstition, and I'm saying that the civilized brute is a superstition. The reality is that civilization produces everything that is critiqued about the noble savage.
Okay, we'll get into that later on, I'm sure. We have Russ is back. Great to have you here, brother. Nice to see you early for a change. Lovely to have you with your thoughts that I'm sure will not be fading into, in any way incoherence, because you are wide awake and you're usually here late at night, but you're never sleepy. Do you ever sleep? I mean,
nah, so basically I do shift work in it. So that particular time, I was actually coming off really late shifts, so I thought, fuck it, why not tune into the show, because I'm going to be awake anyway. So yeah.
Nice. Do you listen when you're at work?
Yeah, no, not when I'm at work, but once I finish work, because I feel like this is this type of conversation or dialogue is too stimulating, and then it might cause me to rebel at work. So I have to stay in my slave mindset at work, just to get through the day.
My choice.
Okay, well,
okay, but yeah.
As usual, Fatima hasn't learned to be civilized. He's butting in, so we still have some civilization to do. We still have some civilization to do there. But Ross, in relation to the question, do you want to give a brief statement on it? Obviously, we'll go in deeper later in the show. But ancestors suffered. Why should other people care about it?
That's a very, very good question. To keep it brief and without getting into it too deep, I would say just on the surface, I'm not sure if the word care is relevant here, because is it really possible that you could really care? I mean, that happened. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about happened all across the world in remote places, and we have no connection to them other than reading historical facts from a book or listening to the words of other people. So I think what's more relevant is, should we be able to learn from it? Because being able to care about it, I'm not sure that anybody really can, because, I mean, do you get what I'm trying to say?
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting take, guys.
I think it's more, because when people say they care, it's like, okay, you're expressing your sentiment, but it's like, what more can you do? But in a short answer, I think we should be able to learn from it and study it and be like, okay, just like anything else that's bad, how do we not repeat this? That's my take on it. Yeah.
Thank you, Ross. Well stated. Brother Marcus, what would you like to say, sir?
I think that we have historical evidence that complaining actually does bring about some social change. For example, Mahatma Gandhi complained. He had some impact. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. complained. They had some impact, I think we would agree on. I think the suffragettes complained. They had some impact. Harvey Milk complained. He had some impact. And in terms of recognizing, acknowledging, and caring about the past, I think we have to understand it's relative, but at the same time, it's going to have trickle down effects upon future generations when it comes to intergenerational issues. And for example, just in Canada, the last residential school system was closed in 1997. That was about 28 years ago. There's still going to be some impact about that. We can't just say that historical wrongs happened and then
tell us about
go
that. Tell us about that for outsiders. What were those school systems? What were they called again?
Residential school systems for Indigenous people.
Oh, for Indigenous people. So they were segregated.
Yes.
Yeah, they were forced in. I know people in Canada who are grown up who are literally came out of that still today. Like,
That's crazy. And did you say it closed? What year was that? Because
1997. The last one.
I thought you said 1997. Are you serious?
Yeah.
There's people. There's people walking around in my city who went through that. Not a joke.
That is insane. But so tell us about.
And in the United States, gay marriage was legalized in 2015.
Yeah, I remember.
Like, this isn't ancient history we're talking about.
No, you're absolutely right. Going back to these schools for Indigenous people in Canada. I mean, what were they sent there? Like, were they forced to go there? Like, did they have a choice? Did the parents send
against
them there
their will? Yeah.
What? Because I know. Look,
it was against their will.
So it was against their will. So it wasn't like, I believe in like the Isle of Man in Ireland and Scotland. There's these Gael schools where they speak Gaelic, and the parents send them there because they want them to be, ingratiated in the culture that they're proud of. But are you telling me that the schools for Indigenous people in Canada were forced upon the children? You had no choice. You had to go to that school.
They had no choice. It was the team up between the government and. Now, I am a Christian, but I will not hide this because it would be a sin for me to do so. The church did have a hand in persecuting Indigenous people. They wanted to break the native out of them. They wanted to beat them and turn them into what they would call a civilized. This is a fact. It is the truth, and it would be a lie to say otherwise.
Wow. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. I can't believe it. 1997. Yeah. I can't actually believe it. That is atrocious.
I read about like the history of. Oh, sorry.
Like I know a young man. I'm not gonna name drop his whole government name, but his name is Matthew. He was put through the foster system because his mother was a survivor of residential schools, I assume. He found her later homeless in a shelter. She didn't even recognize him, but he knew that was her. That was his mom, and she went through the residential system, and she became homeless later. It's a very fucked up situation, man. And I feel for my homie Matthew, and like his name is Matthew because he was raised by whites, right? So he grew up with a lot of hate, and sometimes he even hated me, like arguments with me because I'm more white, right? Even though I have some native Abenaki ancestry and Micmac, he didn't see me as like native. Like he had a very victim mindset, and just seeing how everything was kind of like torn apart from him. He grew up very disgruntled and pissed off at the world, and he voiced a lot of his anger towards me. And you'd be incensed by how extreme some of the bans in Canada are, and rightfully so.
Yeah. So going back to these schools, then, what did they? So they're basically trying to make the Indigenous people become Canadian. Is that what you're saying? To become
westernized?
Westernized? Yeah. Are you serious?
So basically, like like 1800s version Christianity, that kind, like straight indoctrination. Like imagine like Afghanistan, but it's Christian version. Like this happened, right? And they're like forcing all these kids to cut their hair, and this is actually a big atrocity in Native culture for people to cut. Like they make you cut your hair, they make you wear like professional suits, they make you go to like a Catholic boarding school, and like I even know a woman, she was forced into residential schools. And she tried to be like she tried to she still loves Jesus to this day, but she hates the fucking church with every fiber in her body because it was organized. It was absolutely governmental and organized. And like, if I am to follow the Mosaic law, it would be a lie if I tell you the church didn't have a hand into it. So I got to say the truth, bro.
Thank you. We better move on because we want to get everybody to say their introductory remarks and greetings. Fatima, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
My answer, well, as you know, like, I am Hispanic Peruvian, so I have, native and Spaniard blood in me. I have ancestry that's more documented on the Spaniard side of things, and not so much on the indigenous side. But like, for the topic, your answer, should we care? No, because like, I think that their time of suffering has ended. Their suffering was real now, but the Spanish Empire already left the Americas. So like
What about other people? I mean, it's not just about the Spanish or the conquistadors and what happened in South America. Tell us what do you think in general?
What I think in general? Well, I think that if we worry too much about the past, about woe is me, like, we might get stuck into it while ignoring actual modern day current threats that threaten us today. Like, but we can learn from the past. Do not erase the past, but there comes a time where like you might get too carried away with like the type of thing. Like,
what's the threshold though? What's the threshold in your opinion? Because some of these people are still alive that have suffered things like those segregationist schools in Canada, those residential schools for indigenous people. Those people are still alive. Are you telling me that we should only be concerned about people who are still alive and things that have happened in their lifetime? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, only that, because like we can't go back in time, unfortunately. Like, I am not denying this.
Interesting.
Yeah, because
okay,
I'm.
We'll move on. We'll move on. It was just introductory remarks.
Okay,
that's interesting. So just people that are alive, that's enough to be getting on with, says Fatima. Scales. What would you like to say on this subject? The subject of ancestors who have suffered. Perhaps you've had some ancestors who have suffered. Why should anybody else care?
Well, hello, everyone. I would say that absolutely we should care about our ancestors' suffering, because our ancestors' suffering is our suffering still in the present day, because we're really in no different of a situation from our ancestors. We're in the same cycles of that perpetuate needless suffering of war, false belief, and alignment to illusion. So when we come out of these things, then suffering can begin to cease, but we have to acknowledge why we're even in these positions of suffering to begin with. And we do that by acknowledging that our ancestors suffered, and we look to the reasons why they were put into the positions of suffering. It's because they were sold a lie of basically productivity and efficiency at the cost of individual freedom. And as for my personal ancestors, I think the closest who would come to suffering that I know of in my lineage would be Yaquis, who have a strong history of resisting the government in whether it's Mexico or American.
Okay, thanks for that set, Scales. Yes, Brother Marcus, we will let LA talk. Obviously, this conversation was stimulated by some of LA's rhetoric, so we do have to give him an opportunity to speak and take the mic when he wants to. So yeah, guys, if you're not talking today, please mute yourself. Otherwise we get quite disturbing feedback at times. So please do mute yourselves when you're not talking. And please wait for a gap in conversation. I know we all get excited sometimes. And I'm not going to tell you off too harshly, because I know I do it myself sometimes, but let's all try to be mindful of letting people speak before we butt in. Go ahead, LA. The floor is yours. You are a free man.
Okay, so just to finish what I was saying, I believe that the civilized brute is incapable of moral reasoning, because he basically is he has a God complex. He has usurped God. He is the sole arbiter of right and wrong. And so my response to answer your question is no, you're not going to care. The people who should care would be the descendants of the people who should care would be the noble savage and their descendants. They should care because they are procreating and putting their children in his system, subjecting their children to his unjust laws, to his oppression, and they complain about it, but they don't understand their role in it. So I would say, no, you don't owe me reparations. The only thing you owe me is freedom. You don't get to reward yourself by um, my parents procreating and putting me in your system and making me a subject to your system. No, I should have sovereignty. I should have my own land, free from your oppression, free from your laws, free from your extraction. I should have all of that. I should have sovereignty. That's what I want. I don't want reparations.
Okay, LA.
Can I say
Do you
something?
I mean, do you really think that's feasible, LA? Do you think that's part of my problem with you, LA, is you have these what I view as toxic fantasies that aren't achievable. You in many ways. I'm not going to look. I'll grant you the best way I can view you is as a romantic idealist. Okay, that's the best thing I could say about you. You could be a romantic idealist, but the problem is I view your fantasies as toxic. They actually would end up causing an intolerable situation that would be completely contra your original stated aims. Now, LA, we live in that which confines us. We are in the modern day. Why can't you just pull your socks up, my laddie, and join in, muck in, and try to make the system better rather than trying to run away from it?
Because it's not my system, it's your system. I did not choose it. Get your foot off my neck. Stop oppressing me. Stop subjecting me to your laws. Stop subjecting me to harassment from the police. Stop imposing your occupational licensing, which prevents me from earning a livelihood. And then maybe I can have a fighting chance. But you don't get to impose all of these rules. And I have to play by your rules, not mine. And then you say, oh, well, you just couldn't achieve. You just couldn't overcome. No. I can't pull myself up by my bootstraps because you have cut my bootstraps off.
LA, the commenters here are asking you to define the civilized brute and the noble savage.
You have to listen to my video. It's on my. I'm not going to say you should do it right now, but I talk about.
Yeah, but can you give a brief description for the purposes of this conversation?
Well, as I was trying to say, Charles Dickens created he had a writing called the Noble Savage. He referred to Noble Savage as a prodigious nuisance. He's violent. Basically, there would be chaos under. Like he was responding to. Well, I guess what's his name? Which I believe his name was James Stryden. It was a playwright of the Noble Savage, and then sort of. Rousseau referred to the savage, but he never used the term noble savage. But a lot of people ascribe the noble savage to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau romanticized the primitive man as being superior to the civilized man. The civilized man basically has been degenerated by his own civilization. And Rousseau would say that the savage is pre-moral, has no concept of right and wrong, has not been indoctrinated, has not been corrupted by society.
I think your infatuation and obsession with, let's be honest, white Anglo-Saxon ideas.
I did not say white. Why do you?
Well, first of all, you're taking objection to Charles Dickensian view on matters, right? Now, a lot of your views are built in opposition to white Anglo-Saxon. What you view as oppression and imposition, but I feel that you in your right or objection to what has happened and is still happening, you negate the fact that we are all human, and this idea that Charles Dickens put out of there somehow being animalistic human out there who is subpar in terms of their nature, and who is subpar in terms of their output. I mean, that's a very archaic way of looking. You are by default attaching yourself to a racist ideology and accepting it. Because you're arguing his argument for him, that there is this subpar human out there who you are.
I'm inverting his argument and using it against him. I'm saying that his argument is fallacious.
By default, you're accepting what he states, that there are people out there who are acting in a manner, who live in a way that we shouldn't accept as a civilized being. You're saying me as somebody who considers myself to try and be a civilized being, out in the world there are people who I should not accept, I should not tolerate.
No, I agree with Rousseau. I reject Dickens. I'm saying that the savage is actually superior to the civilized man. I mean, I've already talked about it on your channel, so I don't know if you guys want me to go over it, but the civilized man does not know.
You're still accepting this dynamic, this two-tiered system of the
because everybody wants to look at the primitive man and have these. Is
it not perhaps too overly simplistic? Is it not perhaps an erroneous way of looking at things? You've accepted that framework. I'm saying that framework is too simplistic and erroneous. That things are much grayer than that. That it isn't about two different types of people walking the earth. It's about people walking the earth based on their cultural input that has shaped them, and it's not about them either being Western or not. It's just that people are who they are because of their birth situation. So some people have, sub-Saharan African culture. Some people have, Western culture of some degree. Some people have Eastern culture, as their influence. But you for some reason are attaching more importance to Western ideals.
Well, didn't Kenny come on here and make all of these critiques about how black people were uncivilized, how we have low IQs? And so let me finish. I'm not going to reject his argument. I'm going to use his argument against him. I'm going to say that we are uncivilized.
Because on the one hand, you call yourself an anarchist, right? And you say, I reject your way of being, I reject your rules, I don't have to see the world like you do. But then on the other hand, you utilize the framework of someone like Dickens to make a stab at that very framework. You are submitting to the superiority of their description of reality. You don't have to describe reality the way an Anglo-Saxon white man explains it.
That's the way they describe it. This is their narratives. They say that they're superior, the savage is beneath them. So I'm going to use their argument.
You don't have to accept that. You don't have to accept that as even a
No. The reason why is because it's unexamined. Everybody just assumes that they're right. They always assume that civilization is superior to a primitive way of life, and it's not even questioned. And so, who have you ever heard actually articulate the counterposition that a primitive way of life may actually be superior? You don't hear that. Nobody says that.
You hear it from results.
Actually, no. There are people who believe that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
are you familiar with the traveling?
No. What I'm saying is that they will invade all these countries.
There are all these Romani people, Scottish travelers, Irish travelers, gypsies, who are constantly telling us their way of life is better than so-called civility.
But not only that,
they want to live outside the rules.
Yeah, but not only that, I mean, look, even within the urban places that we live, there's a big movement. I don't know if you guys watch YouTube, of this whole off-grid movement. That's literally, when people say they want to escape the matrix or live off-grid, they're kind of moving towards that state of being outside of civilization in a hybrid sort of way. You know what I mean?
But
So
that's my point though. It has nothing to do with race. Even white people don't like living under civilization. They're miserable under it.
yeah,
They're
can I?
depressed too.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you that, but can I also say, DNW? I will give LA that point. When you talk about civilization, I don't know if you were just, for argument's sake, you were just saying white Anglo-Saxon, but I mean, there has been many civilized societies other than Europeans across human history. You know that, right? I mean,
Yes.
the Mayans, the Incas. I mean, they had civilization. It wasn't just the Europeans. I mean, that's yeah. So
I don't know the name, but Nigeria, the richest man in the world, I think that's
Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa, he's from Mali.
From Mali,
It was the Mali.
But guess what? But guess what? To shed some light on that, that man, he's not he's not as the role model for the black community that some people like to spout, because that man actually made a lot of his wealth trading slaves to the Arabs. And you can research that shit. Anybody, I challenge everybody on this panel.
I believe that. I believe that. But,
yes.
I'm not saying civilization always leads to good outcomes. I know that all civilization has good and bad in it.
Yeah, all of them do. Every single one of them do.
I was never making the claim that civilization in Africa was better than civilization in Europe. I was just saying it existed.
Yes.
Because LA claims that it never existed before.
No, that's wrong.
No. I'm not anti-civilization, but anyway, I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to shift the paradigm, because the paradigm is that white Anglo-Saxon, because we do know the Moors did teach the Europeans to bathe more than once a week or something like that.
Did.
So,
That's a historical fallacy.
You're correct about that. But let me ask DNW a question.
No, the Moors did not teach bathing.
Do you think property rights existed in Africa prior to colonization?
Yes, they did. They did.
DNW,
the Romans were bathing before the Moors were a tribe.
Can DNW please answer my question?
I don't. I would be completely speaking from an ignorant state. I don't know. I mean,
right, but that's what I'm talking about. That's what when I talk about civilization, I'm talking about property rights. Property rights did not exist in Africa prior to colonization.
Are you sure?
There were stone buildings.
How do you verify that?
Yeah, how do you verify that?
There were stone buildings.
Because property rights is a Western construct.
Are you sure about that? Because
yes, I am. I am sure about
that. That's a bit shady.
Well, what if you stole something from a tribal king? You think you're going to get away scot-free if you stole something?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that the state basically monopolizes all property, and then you have to either buy it or lease it in order to exist. So now it's the worker soft coercion, where you can't exist because all property is monopolized, and the state excludes people through force. So property is theft, and it's illegitimate. So that's when I talk about civilization, I'm really talking about property rights.
I think you're making a categorical error to apply property rights to pre-European Africa, because like they probably had like another form that functioned something similar to that.
No. Because at the heart of property rights is the notion that the state owns all property. It's not, you don't actually own it. You just have a right to exclude people from the property that the state allows you to quote unquote own, but you don't actually own it. The state actually owns it.
But LA,
can I explain
they had
something?
this stuff in Mesopotamia.
Hold up. I've been quiet for a while. I'd like to say something.
Tribes had territories.
Yes,
LA.
Tribes had territories.
It's not a state. It's not a state.
Yes, it's a type of state.
It's not a state. No, it's not. No, it's not.
They had city-states in Mesopotamia where everything was overseen by ledgers run by a bureaucrat class, and everything was basically owned by the king because everything was under the king's protection.
Yes.
So it's not a Western concept, but Western ideology.
Thank you.
Mutual cooperation between the king
Thank you.
Guys, I also need to bring up something quick.
I've accused LA of being a self-loathing black man who wants to bring down the entire black race with his lunacy.
No,
and I stand by that.
If black people listen to me, they would actually be sovereign. They would be happy. They would be prosperous. They would prevent the extraction. But they. Well, you haven't read.
Why can't you just admit that? Yes, life may be shit, right? But black people can bubble to the top of society and thrive even in this system that you don't like?
No, because your system is
You know,
rigged.
There are black
abolitionists.
billionaires.
Can I bring something up, guys? I've been thinking about this for quite a while.
What's up?
So two things, right? The fallacy of inversion. You know how Satanists put the cross upside down and they laugh? Well, that's just Peter's cross now. It still goes back
It's
to
St.
God.
Peter's cross,
But
right?
yeah, it is St. Peter's cross, right? So people, they don't understand that the fallacy of inversion, sometimes you're accidentally agreeing with something. So that's one thing, right? The second thing I want to talk about, you brought up property rights. Okay. So the USSR, when they decided to abolish property rights of the individual, under the very Marxist notions you came up with, they genocided them. They put them in gulags. They took everything from them. It was the state that took it from them. The very notions that you have against property rights, that the state, you hate the state, right? That's the fucking irony about so much. No, let me finish.
I'm agreeing with you. You're correct.
When it comes to modern black Marxism, they have a massive fallacy thinking they can implement anti-state notions, but then they want to use the state to fuck over people they hate.
Yeah.
Right. The whole point is that they did take away property rights and return all power to the people. That was the greatest threat. Now, because they were a threat, they forced all those people to starve so that the state could gain control all over again.
It was so bad in Ukraine when they starved them that over 30 million people, okay, that's not a joke, about 30 to 33 million Ukrainians completely starved. They have posters on the wall saying, "Don't eat your babies." That's not a joke. That's what happened.
No,
and this is literally at the same time. Let me finish.
It was more than
this
that.
is literally when this is not. Yeah, it was more than that. Probably, it was up to like maybe even 60 million. And here's the thing: the German, the funny mustache man. This was actually one of his things he was talking about. Like, yo, there's a fucking Holocaust happening against Christians because of these Marxists and who controls them. But that's not the point. My point is people have their gripe, right? When people like ancestral suffering, right? Like, remember how I said I don't harp about my ancestry problems? It's not that I don't care about it, right? I do care about it. I care about what happened to the natives. I care about what happened to the Acadians. I care what happened to the Irish. Like the Irish, the Celts, they were genocided by Rome from day one. The Celts used to have northern Italy all the way to Scotland and even Turkey. The book Galatians is a Celtic tribe in Turkey, right? Modern day Turkey, right next to Lebanon. Like this, they're not there anymore. So like the Celtic diaspora of people, they're not around anymore. Right, so like I care about that, and what about all the pagan heathens? Like on my Viking ancestry side, a lot of them, Olaf. Yes, he was a very devout Christian, but he did it by the sword, right? Like it's a reoccurring pattern where cultures, like you said, right? I have something of an agreement with you, abolitionists, when it comes to civilization. Have you ever heard of the Phoenician account by Sanctorion? It's one of the oldest accounts of mythology, and even family and bloodlines branches. It involves the Levant, Egypt, and Greece, and the Phoenician account. So it's called the Phoenician account. Do you want to know who built the first city? The very being called Chronos Saturn in the city of Byblos, the very city you call the Bible for a reason. Not a joke. The city of Byblos is where Chronos built his first city, right? It was considered the first city in the Phoenician account because Phoenicia was around the Lebanon region. Byblos is in the Lebanon region, right? So that was their account of their mythology. They even have the Greek mythology, the Egyptian mythology, all interwoven into their Phoenician account. You should all look up into that piece of literature, please. It's very interesting stuff. It's older than Plato. And I found it extremely curious to me how Saturn, Chronos, built the first city.
This is not complicated.
In that account.
Bro, you're going off on a fucking tangent, man. Stick to the topic, bro.
I am sticking to the topic.
At the end of the day,
LA.
Los Angeles, chill out.
Are you not get LA? You could be confused of getting a bit anal about laws that have been written down and not accepting that these sub-Saharan African cultures would have had their own morals and values and expectations that may not have necessarily been written down in law books. At least
you're not being anal enough. You're not being anal enough.
They may not have been written down in law books, but they were by de facto the same thing. They were an expectation, a way of allowing property to be.
It's not the same. It's not the same concept.
No, guys. Guys, no.
Western
No,
ideas
I'm
of property rights
No,
are
let
different
let
than
Marcus speak.
pre-colonial
Marcus
rights.
has not said anything.
Okay.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, you're using the same words, but they're different concepts philosophically and legally. When you talk about property rights, what it was pre-colonialism is different than after. You're using the same terms, but they meant two different things.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, but D&W they did have laws and expectations and norms and pre-colonial
Yeah,
stuff.
but
in
what I'm
Africa.
saying, de facto,
And by the way,
They were just orally.
serving the same purpose. They may be serving the same purpose. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
they weren't. They weren't. You got to be
They may
okay.
have.
You're
I
saying
don't
he
know.
needs to be
I don't
less
know.
anal. They're not serving the same purpose. D&W. Steel
They
man
may
his
have given
position
people
before you
rightful-
criticize it.
They may have been given people the right to privacy in their own home, the right to enjoy their home for the time that they live there. There may have been expectations on them paying dues for living there. There may have been societal expectations on how they behaved, or else they might have been turfed out by the tribe. They had their own system. That's all I'm saying. They had their own system.
But that is the reason why.
In many ways,
it's not one-to-one though.
But that is the reason why chattel slavery in the West is demonstrably different from other forms of slavery in other societies. It was by far the most.
It was another version of
because of their construction of property rights. That you are property, the state protects your property. That did not exist. I mean, of course, slavery existed.
I don't believe that didn't exist, but I believe the king would have said, "You can live here as long as you follow me, behave like I want you to behave. If you don't, you will be turfed out." I believe that was the same in Africa pre-colonization.
Did you listen to my video, Dean? Did you even listen to what I said? You understand how well constructed it was, where you have religious institutions, you have this indoctrination, and every institution that you would turn to would say you are property, and you're harming your master by wanting to be free.
Human nature calls these things, not colonization. Is what I'm trying to say.
May I say something also? Like, the reason I went on my tangent and somebody just decided to slap it aside, I was bringing up how who was considered in the Phoenician account, the first city builder, was very genocidal. Okay, cities, when they're built and they fight each other, they can be very, very genocidal against each other. Some city-states back in history, be it Mesopotamia, the Phoenician Basin, the Levant, Greece, anywhere, these cities, so you could argue civilization did have some negatives, but on the other hand, DMW is absolutely right. Tribes had their tributation system even before. Like, you don't even need to bring up Western colonialism.
That's what I'm getting
right?
at. And it served the same. De facto, it served the same purpose. It's just that the state version was
like, why should the war chief protect you if you don't pay the taxes?
Exactly.
Reparations.
The colonial version he's crying about was just an amplified version of what was already there. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly, it was amplified.
The difference is that you choose to associate with your tribe. You do not choose to associate with the state. The state is compulsory.
The war chief and the tribe and the elders is the state, no matter how small it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not the thing.
LA, you can run away from your tribe, but you won't get far.
Yes, exactly.
You can run away from your tribe.
Colonial Africa.
You won't get far, brother. That spear will come for your derriere. You will be put in the cauldron, and the witch doctor will serve you for breakfast.
And I don't think that the tribe. I don't think the tribe had a monopoly on violence. You could actually fight the tribe. The state has a monopoly on violence.
Whoever had the monopoly on violence was the warlord, my guy.
No, because you had the same spears that he had.
LA, you can also fight the system, which I'm compelling you to try and do.
How? How do you fight the system when they determine the rules? They determine the winners and losers. You got to go through their. You have to go through their. You have to go through their corrupt court system in order to get any type of redress, and they will deny it because they all have immunity.
Nobody said it was going. LA. Nobody said it was going to be easy.
No, yeah.
Okay, you know what I'm talking. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
But LA, with the anti-natalism thing, you can look what the hikikomori guys, the grass eaters, are doing in Japan, and I think South Korea as well.
But that's what I'm saying.
Wait, no, they are. Not only are they changing the system, they're fucking destroying it. Because guess what? If the population starts to go down, everybody loses their minds in the government. I'm telling you that much because now they're like, fuck.
Right.
How do we
You're
now? Yeah, so there is a way to challenge it, but it's just we need to all sit down and talk about that.
You're right.
What are we really?
That's why you're right. That's why I blame black people for procreating. They're primarily responsible
Bro.
for putting their
LA,
children in the system.
Oh my god, why are you always?
That's not
LA,
what
the
we-
situation is extremely complex, and you're hyper focusing on an overly simplistic solution.
Yeah, he is.
Right.
Yeah. But
I
LA,
condemn all black people who procreate. They should not procreate. They should not reward this oppressive system with more slaves.
Well, I
Abolitionists,
don't
can I
think
explain
any-
something to you?
I don't
You don't
necessarily
speak for
agree with
black
that.
people. You don't speak.
I
You
don't-
are not. You don't speak.
I
Yeah,
speak
I
for
don't-
myself, and they have no right to complain when they procreate. They
don't have-
support the
they don't
system.
have- They don't have to listen to you. They won't
They
listen
support
to you.
it.
You
They
provide
support
zero
it.
solutions. You provide zero solutions.
They support the system through their procreation, and then they complain about it. You have no right to complain when you subjected your children to this
Abolitionists.
oppression.
Let me bring something up to you, okay? Regardless of whatever books or philosophers you read, here is the one truth you need to understand. And please don't interrupt me. From tribal, feudal, civilizational, it is a Game of Thrones. It is a game of intrigue for whoever has the monopoly on violence. He gets to establish the law. This is the truth. It is a game of intrigue, and no, it's not just mythology. Okay, this is fact. To this day, people play the game.
Amen.
No,
and I would
because-
say instead of looking for overly simplistic answers that, as I said, are just romantic idealism that won't work, that are toxic fantasy, maybe you should be looking at power and asking yourself how we can pull them down, make them accountable, rather than trying to provide mere fantasies to the oppressed and the people suffering under that power.
You stop participating in the systems of power that they want you to participate in.
Yeah,
Peter,
you find ways.
I agree. I can agree with that.
Find ways to sabotage the system that works. That's all.
I disagree. I disagree. And the reason why you can't win that way is because democracy is majoritarian. They are the majority. So it's rigged from the outset. They're always going to win.
Dude,
Find the
even
loopholes.
outside democracy,
Find the
guys. Look at this, guys. In the situation of feudal Japan, right? In the Sengoku Jidai, the age of warring states, the peasants were getting constantly harassed and destroyed, and they had a lot of problems. It was classism, right? The samurai class was ruling over them. That's the situation. The Iko Iki, a Buddhist Shinto warrior monk faith of overland Buddhism. I think I might be wrong on the title of that, but they had a specific kind of Buddhism. They were like Pure Land Buddhism. Thank you. They had an argument that they wanted to protect the lower class from the warrior class, right? But the warrior class didn't play by their rules. They didn't play by being nice in the temple. So guess what the Iko Iki had to do? They had to learn how to fight, and they had to fight back. There is no other way. When it's not about playing the rules by their game, when the game is the way it is and it's force, there's force, you need to know what you're doing.
Okay, can you tell me how you fight the state? How do you fight the state?
Well, you weaken the state.
The Iko Iki had to fight the shogunate by actually gathering their temples and being warrior monks. They had no choice.
That's not what I asked. That is not what I asked.
No, let me just give my 2 cents on this.
I've been trying to get in a word. Okay, Peter Ragnarok mentioned earlier that
Ross was about to speak. Please, come on, Scales. For fuck's sake. Go on, Ross. And then I want to say
I've
something.
been trying to speak for like the past 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay, let him go. Set skills. Go ahead.
Peter Ragnarok brought up a point earlier about in the Phoenician account, cities were built by Saturn, and Saturn is the god of agriculture. Cities are
His name was Kronos, city of Byblos.
They're designed to farm human beings to conform them to the way of the gods. This is what in Mesopotamia human beings were made for. They're made to be slaves. Now, whether or not the gods were real is irrelevant because this is how the ruling class who runs the cities views human beings. They think that they should be obedient workers who should conform to the standard that they set, and they don't have that natural right to impose such an obligation on people. That's what LA's talking about. You had, before they had cities which centralized coercion and violence, you could run away.
Can I say
the other thing is, Brother Marcus brings up this point here. He wants to make the distinction. He says, in political science and anthropology, the distinction between the state and tribal governance centers on how power is organized and where it comes from, while both forms of political organization, while both forms are political organization, they operate on different fundamental logic. Yeah. Well, obviously, some are local, and sometimes the power comes from outside the tribe itself. But LA, whilst that's true, it doesn't negate the problem of the imposition. LA, you seem to have this fantasy where you talk about life being an imposition, and you didn't choose to be civilized. Well, the tribespeople no more chose to be tribespeople or to be under the rules and whims of the tribespeople. At least I would say, in a system where there is centralized power, that comes from the outside, it gives people a chance to move around and if they don't like where they are, they can go somewhere else. If you are in a tribe, as I said, I imagine it could be a much more difficult task to leave the tribe. And also, there is a greater danger of being completely indoctrinated, completely at the whims of power. Whereas at least when the power is coming from outside, it's not in your face. It's not brainwashing you directly. It's coming through various mediums, of course, but it's not in your home.
Yeah, going back to what I was saying before, can I just say, first of all, set scales. I like that. I agree with what you're saying in the sense that whether you believe in it literally about the gods and the reason for beings being created, but funnily enough, that's just like an allegory for what's taking place in today's world. You know what I mean? Like the governments of the world, or the elites and all the people at the top, upper echelon, they only see procreation as a means of utility. They don't give a shit about your kids and your offspring. They just want more tax producing people. That's all they want. Tax producers to get into the system and keep the system going. Now, to answer the question, I wouldn't recommend. I don't know if what Ragnarok was saying was we have to fight back, or he was just giving an example, but that type of stuff doesn't work.
It's an example when you have no choice, like no democratic option, no representation, and your people are getting killed, right? Because the Iko-Iki were very concerned about the samurai killing peasants.
But what I'm saying is, in our situation, you can fight back with other means that are not so aggressive and so violent through non-compliance. And that's why I am an anti-natalist right now, because I don't see, like, a lot of people are like, oh no, but this and that. But the more people you keep producing, the more they have leverage, because all of the labor markets are going to get fucking saturated. There's less jobs. Then there's this whole thing about infighting between people within civilization, or they're taking all our jobs and this and that. So right now, increasing the numbers of humanity is not what we should be doing. So that's why I believe anti-natalism is it's a stepping stone to where we need to go, because you need to deprive these motherfuckers of the of so-called slaves to go and toil away in the civilization, LA. So it's like, look what's happening in Japan. Like, the government's trying to do all these things and it's not working. And that's what you need to do, is we need to bring the leverage back down to us. You know what I mean? But yeah.
One thing I would mention super quick: the reason any movement such as yours, antinatalism, can proliferate non-violently is because of the notion of Western free speech, right? Governments who are against free speech are actually very stupid, because it ensures that the people don't actually become violent, right? Because if the Iko-Iki, if the samurai, they weren't just cutting them down, right? And the Iko-Iki could have free speech and argue against the state, they would just be a political movement. But because the state chose violence and decided to violate rights, then, reaction, action. And so long as people have that free speech, you can proliferate any idea you want, right? And you're not threatening to, like, commit a mass atrocity. Like me, I have threatened to want to stop people who do atrocious things like baby eating and stuff like that. I may come off as an extremist, but I'm actually a free speech advocate all the fucking way. Say what you will. But if we lose free speech, there's only the Iko-Iki way.
Yeah,
that's true, and hopefully it doesn't really come down to that, because at the end of the day, LA has a point where the state can enact the most amount of violence. I mean, I know you guys have the Second Amendment if you're in the US, and
I am.
But let's be honest, nobody's fucking competing against Apache gunships with 30mm
Ross,
cannons. And
Ross,
No, they're not.
Ross, Brixton, Catford, Lewisham, or Tottenham. I'm trying to work out where you live. I'm only joking because you said before you live in a black area, so I'm trying to work out. But
no, don't be doing that, DMW. Don't be.
All right.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, sorry, I'm Fatima. Go ahead, because you were going to say something. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But like,
Let me just ask a question. Why is it that when I talk about civilization, everybody always assumes that I'm talking about race?
because
I
you
mean, we
bring
were
it
just
up.
talking. No, I didn't bring it up. No, this is the response to the video that I made. This whole live stream is a response, and I never said anything about race. We were just talking the other day about the Irish, and somebody was saying that I haven't researched it, but somebody was telling me that the Irish had an anarchist society prior to the British colonizing them. So I don't know that. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I never said anything about race. The only reason why you're assuming that it's about race is because of your own guilt. You know that this is your system. You support it. You know that. So you automatically assume because I'm black, because you're white, I'm talking about race. I never said anything about race.
Not white.
No, you did. You've often said.
No, Kenny is the one who brought up race. Kenny is the one who said we have low IQs and we're not civilized.
Yeah, and I fucking wrecked him in his white nationalist rhetoric. He got wrecked.
He was wrong for that, but LA, you keep on.
We've already established. He was race baiting, and you managed to.
And being a moron.
That it's not true. You said you have a higher IQ than him. Using that test, but may I suggest? I know you might not like this, but I believe both of you might have a low IQ for because you both paid to have that very substandard and questionable.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to use. No, this is his valid. This is a construct. These IQ tests were created to prove racial superiority. So I'm going to use his argument against him. I don't believe that IQ tests are valid, but he does. So I'm going to weaponize it and throw it right in his face. I'm a black man. I'm a savage, and yet my IQ is higher than yours.
Wait.
Why are you equating black with savage? Wait, why did you just
a savage and you're black? What?
Wait, LA, why did you just equate those two terms? That's the problem I have. You just said I'm black.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He said that we're uncivilized. So arguendo, I'm going to agree with him and still say that I'm smarter than you. So what is your excuse?
They weren't uncivilized entirely. LA, we've been trying
to say that's what he said, though. I'm using his argument against him, assuming that he's right.
Hey. Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yeah,
I'm smarter than you. My IQ is higher than yours.
Wait, let him speak. Go ahead.
The IQ test that I done 4 years ago, that was a period when I was addicted to porn. So I was losing a lot of semen. And in semen there's nutrients that go to nourishing the brain. But what I've been doing since Christmas time actually is a discipline called semen retention.
Oh my god!
Where you don't ejaculate. And the point of
This is probably why LA's IQ is so high, because he's a bottom and he's full of semen.
you don't ejaculate.
I use condoms, so that's not true.
Good. Just let me finish. I'm not finished yet. When you don't ejaculate semen, the nutrients that your body produces to otherwise produce and release sperm instead goes to...
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Your brain.
Really are low IQ.
The fucking science shows that if you don't ejaculate, then you can...
Because I read the IQ test.
Toxins build up in your prostate if you don't ejaculate. Go look at the science, my friend.
Yes.
Stop reading ancient Chinese bullshit, okay? Stop reading that. I'm not being racist, bro.
Outside of all that, can I say something real quick?
Guys, can I just say, D-Prophet, come on. LA is here. You want to ask him about his book. He's on the show. LA says, why should I care? He says, this is the cry of the listless millennial who deeply fears his own responsibility to the universe. So he's saying we should
The universe
care.
doesn't care about you.
We should be
I didn't see that
responsible.
coming.
Yeah. The universe doesn't give a fuck about anyone.
One thing I need to say.
If you want my view on it, look,
listen to me.
I think we should study
Restart the
history.
IQ test, and I'm sharing it now. If can you get up DMW? This is the more recent
sec.
IQ test that I sat. Because the other one was
Oh my
done
God.
4 years ago.
What the fuck, man?
We're down 10 points from yesterday.
This is the big.
We're down 10 points from yesterday. He must have jacked off.
Oh my god, this is the funniest show.
This is the funniest shit ever.
This is the fucking funniest show ever. I swear to God,
He's
bro.
beating you by 2 points.
By 2 fucking points.
You know the funny thing here, LA, you might have dug your own grave there because you may well have been the person who stimulated his brain to become 2 points better.
All right, then I guess I need to take another IQ test.
I gotta say this, right? So, like, regardless of our ancestral sufferings, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Oh shit!
Regardless of whatever system we come from, so like back to segue to the original convo. Regardless of what system we come from, right? Like, so like in Ireland, abolitionist, it was a clan system who elects the High King, right? And I have connections to Munster, Ireland, even though I'm like Irish Canadian. So like Southern Ireland, yeah, it's the seat of the High Kings in the olden days.
Oh yeah.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. When it comes down to it, so the Irish Kerns, right? Kern, they were spear chuckers, very proficient at it. Romans, spear chuckers. Zulus, spear chuckers. No matter where you come from a spear chucker, homie.
Bushman.
It doesn't matter what system. We're all from the spear chucker. Once we made the spear, it was over. Like we maxed out the tech tree, and like in the main reason, some people ask this question, right? So like a Japanese psychologist asked, why are Europeans so creative compared to other people? He found out it's the abstract language. Like different languages make us think differently, right? This is back to the notion of words, how they influence reality. Japanese is very strict in thinking and wording when it comes to English. Exactly, like kanji is very strict, but when it comes to Sanskrit,
English in particular, we don't have this whole worry about feminization and masculinization of objects.
No, we don't.
So,
so we have different patterns of thinking.
There could be a lot of truth that it takes up less brain power for the kind of linguistic processing, and therefore they're thinking about other things. Not that they're smarter, but the language.
Well, DMW, look at German. German language has a word for like you know, a cat sad in the rain. They have a word for that emotion described that way. Like it's very abstract thinking outside the box linguistics. It comes from Sanskrit, right? Because like Sanskrit and Latin and Phoenician are like the main 3 roots of most languages.
It could work both ways. It could work both ways. Having a simple language could allow for. Hold on, for fuck's sake, Jesus Christ, man! Hold on. Haven't you been civilized? I'm going to send a legion of civilizers to you. What was I going to say? It could work both ways. So it could be that if the language is simple, it allows for parts of the brain that would be utilized by a more complex language to work on other matters. But it could also mean that the brain, perhaps, that is used in a more complex language, or those parts of the brain that are used in a more complex language, become useful in other areas of thought or life. And so complex language creates more neural pathways and uses more science. So we don't know.
And by the way, if you look at knowledge and history, it's all been passed down, by the way, because a lot of people in Europeans would attribute it to the Greeks and the Romans. But who did the Romans? The Romans fought many battles with the Greeks, and they took a lot of the battle military knowledge of the Greeks. They defeated and incorporated it. And even I think I was reading a few months back that Pythagoras' theorem is not from a Greek man, my friend. It's actually found on an ancient Sumerian stone tablet. So I rest my case.
So there is a connection. So from Sumer to the Phoenicians, and from the Greeks fought the Phoenicians, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
So the Phoenicians are part of the
were
puzzle there.
imparting. Yeah, the Phoenicians were the bridge between the Middle East and
And Europe.
Egypt and Europe right after the collapse of the Bronze Age.
Bronze Age,
So
because of the
the Greeks were the ones who called them the Phoenicians, but they actually called themselves the Canaanites. And I
Yep.
think that right when the Bronze Age collapsed, I think a lot of these elites integrated themselves into the Canaanite culture because they had
Oh, they
nowhere
did.
else to go. And they pretty much became a maritime empire that
Yep.
they brought.
You ever heard of Venice?
Venice, yeah, beautiful
The
city.
Venetians, they're technically an offshoot of the Phoenician elite.
Yes, they are.
That's not a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think they're so good at
So
being
the black nobility that runs most politics and basically what people will call the New World Order, even above the Illuminati, that's them. They believe they come from ancient Nimrodian bloodlines through the Canaanite Phoenicians. They believe that.
That's not true anymore. It's not the blacks. I understand
No,
in the past it was the
whether
Moors.
it's true or not, abolitionists, whether it's true or not, that is what they believe.
They just called
Okay,
themselves.
I'm talking about in the past where the Moors were actually dictating everything. It's not the Moors anymore. It's another
The
group.
Moors were not dictating everything. I need to explain that to you. The Vandals crushed them very easily in the Dark Age, I will say.
Right, but they were ruling things before they were crushed.
The Medicis, the
That's not true.
Orsinis, the Borgias, these Italian families. These are
A lot of them are Persian, Sumerian.
The black nobility.
I love Persians.
I like Persian
We
history
know
too.
that.
Hold on. You're saying the Italian power families in Italy are descended from black nobility. Is that what you're saying?
They're all Persian. No, so they're
Persian.
not called black nobility for being African. That's a fallacy.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Okay,
And
they're Persian. You're saying they're Persian or in origin.
Yeah.
Yeah, they literally believe they come from Nimrod. They believe they come from the ancient Canaanite elite. They believe that.
Yes.
Why do you think they do cannibalism and Moloch worship? That's why those cults are pervasive right now.
Well, hold on. I'm talking about these Italians. Tell me more about why.
Well, D&W, if I can, D&W, did you know that Italy was like one of the founding homes of like the modern day financial system? They had like two houses of families, right? Like the Medici, Ezra Pound,
the Florentine,
the Florentine, Ezra Pound wrote about that. He wrote in the poem Usura. Ezra Pound, a very great poet. Yes, he wrote about the Medici family, how they like tried to destroy Europe, and they had other things going on. If you know me, you know what I'm gonna say. So I'm just gonna.
Another thing, also, guys, about Rome, when it comes to these notions, they see Rome as the hiding place of Saturn. Right, they actually believe that, right? To go into hiding, the Vatica, like Vatica is also an ancient deity of like divining, like figuring out the future. So people don't understand. The elites work on astrology and cultural aspects. Most people think it's just bullshit. But my point here is, Italy used to be just a bunch of city states. Like if you played like Ezio, you played Assassin's Creed, you would know that. Yeah, and one of the biggest. Italy. I made a joke to one of my, it was a bit of an insulting joke. I told them Italian women are very good for German boys because in the Dark Age, basically most of Italy, in northern Italy, is German. They're not Italian in naming, right? Lombard comes from the Longbeards, and they have an ancient culture from Germany. And they're called the Longbeards because Odin was like, whoever shows up first on the battlefield, I shall bless them and make sure they win. They showed up, they had long beards. And Odin called them, who are these long beards? And then Frigga, his wife, or Freya, as in the Norse term, was like, you named them, now you must support them, right? And then in the Roman Dark Age, in the Germanic mass migration, they literally took over all of northern Italy, right? And this is why southern Italy is a bit darker complexion as compared to northern Italy. It's the difference between a tomato European.
The Sicilians are.
I heard that the southern also had influence from the Arabs.
Yes.
The Arabs took over Sicily for a time, and the Moors, people overflex their reach. They were literally a satrapy under the caliphate. They were barely a power. They were literally just pirates, and people claiming that they taught Europeans how to bathe, bullshit. Even before Rome, ancient Germanic heathens had bathing rituals all the time. Rome bathed. It's like bathing houses is a whole fucking thing, bro. Like it's such a fallacy to me. It's a Hotep take.
That's not true.
That's not true. So why did that Arab guy? What was that Arab guy who he wrote his account, and you can historically check it. When he spoke about the Nordic people, he said they're the most disgusting of God's creations. Like, go and read the
And that's the
historical
reason
account.
why.
He
Yeah.
That's the
hated the
reason
Nordic
why.
people because we kept winning in battles against them. Of course,
No,
he's gonna
that's
have
the
a
reason
fucking
why
knock on his ass.
Bro, let me say one
That's the reason
thing.
why.
I'm
There were
sorry,
millions.
Ragnarok, but you have a very Eurocentric view of history because you said you have Native American blood, and all
I'm
you
not
fucking talk
American.
about is European. You said you
What do
have
you mean
Native
U.S.
American.
centric?
Hey, let me ask you this
I
question
said,
then. If what
oh
you're
my
saying is
God.
true, why did millions of them die from the Black Plague? Because of their poor hygiene. Because they did not know how to purify water. They were drinking
They
water
found out the
that was
Black
that was
Plague went
contaminated
across
by
the
They
rat
used to,
entire
feces.
Middle
bro.
East.
They
It
were
went across
sleeping with
Africa. It
farm.
went across
They were
Europe.
sleeping
It
with
came from
farm
China.
animals.
It came from Mongolians, the Black Pig, because
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were
yeah. The Black Plague literally came through Mongolians raiding towards the west, and it started in
No,
China.
it's because they were drinking water that was contaminated with rat
and
feces,
It's not.
and they
It
were
is.
sleeping with farm animals, and because they
unsanitary.
We
had bad
have virus
hygiene.
studies on this shit, bro.
Yeah,
actually,
well,
the plague was carried on the fleas of the rats, actually. It's because
The Mongolians,
rat.
yeah.
Yes.
Guess what?
yeah.
The rat is from
So
China.
Okay,
the
but who
Mongols
taught
did
them?
trade with the
Okay,
No, but
Muslims, right? The
wait.
Muslim golden. Let me say this, okay? This is how the trade link worked. Okay, so the
but who
Mongolians had
brought
trade
them
with
out
the
the
Muslim
Black Plague?
Empire.
Who brought
The
them out
Muslim
of it?
Empire had
D&W.
trade with
D&W.
Venice,
Who brought
and
them
from
out of it?
Venice it spread
One
across
at a time.
Europe.
One
Okay.
at a time. I'm going to let LA ask the question. Sorry, LA ask the question. And guys, one at a time. Come on, LA ask the question, and
This
then
is a shit
Ragnar,
singing
if you want to
contest.
reply, go ahead.
Who brought them out of the Black Plague? Who taught them about math and science and hygiene and how to purify water and about the rats and about not sleeping with their farm animals?
LA, you're going to the Arabs now. The Andalusian library and all that. Yeah, we know all about the great libraries of the Muslims.
Yes,
in
Islamic
southern
Golden
Spain,
Age.
illuminating Europe again, bringing them out of the Dark Ages. But then there's the argument that the Arabs got all that information off the ancient Greeks.
Yeah.
So
It's true. The Byzantine Empire they crushed.
So basically,
Right? The Turks took over the Byzantines.
the Arabs
Wait.
carried forth the light of the
Okay.
ancient Greeks. But not to say they didn't have their own information as well, like the numbering and the mathematics that they
Algebra.
had.
Algebra.
But a lot of the philosophy and science they carried from the ancient Greeks. So to say that it's any, all I'm trying to show is to say it's any one people is a mistake. It's just
That's what I was saying. Sorry, that's what I was saying to
It's
Mr.
a
Ragnar,
fallacy.
because I said he's got a Eurocentric view because he always relates things to like the European or European ancestry. You said earlier on, if I'm not mistaken, that you have Micmac or something, so Native American blood in you. Is that correct?
And Jewish.
Okay, Jewish as
I'm
well.
of
So
the,
Semitic.
I'm
Yeah.
of the tribe of Judah, by the way.
Okay, so you've got Semitic and thing blood, but I haven't really heard you talk about those
I'm
cultures.
Semitic, Native
Not that you have
American, and
to.
also Japhethian.
Not that you have to, but to be
Japhethian
fair,
meaning whites.
yeah. So not that you have to, but to be fair, whenever I hear you talk, you always relate things back to the Germanics and all this. But let's be honest, like the Nordic civilization was quite interesting, but there has been, like we've just been discussing, a lot of the information and all these things it was passed down. It's like, for example, what do the scientists of today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and that, they all go back to like Albert Einstein's work, and you know, like
Well,
everything
have
is
you
constantly
studied the
being
culture of
upgraded, mate.
hygiene? Have you studied the culture of hygiene of Germanics? Have you?
No, but I can tell
The
you, I'm going
Vikings
by.
were brushing their teeth and bathing themselves, while the English, who were Christianized, by the way, didn't. So
Yeah,
yes,
no.
there was a
So
time
whites-
where
okay,
some
so-
whites
okay,
literally
And
did
then-
not bathe,
okay.
but the Vikings and the Germanic tribes, the heathens, specifically Asachurar, they had bathing rituals all the fucking time. They were actually
So where
considered
were-
some of the most hygienic. We have accounts of English
Okay.
women being swooned by Vikings who were cleaner than the Englishmen.
Yeah, they were.
Okay,
like-
so why did a third party Arab guy who's just an observer write that they are the most filthiest of all God's creatures? And he's an independent third party observer. Bear that in mind.
No, he's not. He's not necessarily independent. He has a bias towards his people, and we have to keep that into account.
What do you
The
mean towards his
Vikings were
people?
raiding
So-
along the Andalusian coast.
Ross, one thing I will say about any of these archaic accounts, I know that the Romans didn't talk too kindly about the
Northern Germanics.
the
Gauls.
Celts in the north and beyond the
Yeah, because they built Hadrian's Wall. Yeah.
Yeah, but part of it would be that they're reporting back to their emperor. They're reporting back to centralized government, And obviously, they're going to dehumanize those they can't defeat. They're going to say, "Oh, they're savages, they're barbarians. They're, we don't want them anyway. So, we can't defeat them. But hey, we don't want them anyway because they're such horrible people.
Yeah,
but
that's
here's the thing,
we might as well. Yeah, you get my point.
Yeah, but here's
the archaeological account today, my friend.
1 second, my friend. I'm not finished. Hold on.
Yeah.
Here's a small rebuttal to that D&W, because in the same historical account, that Arab independent observer guy, he did say that they were very tall and like very good looking, but he just mentioned on the issue of hygiene that they are the worst of God's creatures, and he went into detail. He said when they wash themselves, the first one spits in the bowl and does all that. Then he passes it to the next one who washes his face, who also spits in the bowl. So he didn't say that. He didn't say they're a bunch of dysgenic, disgusting-looking heathen creeps. He just, that's what I'm saying. So on the issue of hygiene, he did call them out to say they were vile, but he did say they were tall and good looking in the same account.
He didn't understand the bowl thing. It was a sense. So do you know why Vikings actually spit in the bowl one after the other? And
he didn't understand it, but you do, yeah? Like he was there. Tell me about it.
No, it had more to do with ritualism than hygiene on that aspect. But the other bathing rituals, basically, it was a tradition to bathe at least once a week amongst all heathens. That's not a joke. It was the thing. But here's another thing, right? DMW brings up a pertinent point. When we look at historical accounts, the biases, archaeology found out to this day, right? On our archaeological history, we found out that the Gauls had roads more efficient and older than Rome. But Rome probably wouldn't report that, right? So we need to be careful about that.
And if you want an example of how bad it can get, you have LA, someone who descended from people who their oppressors called savages, people who were uncivilized, and he believes that.
He believes
the
that.
Thing is, the tribal African systems, I actually spent a modicum of time trying to understand their ancient ways. They had whole systems of trails. You know how Native Americans also had systems with animals, buffalo hunting, stuff like that. Dude, they were very nature attuned. And like the Zulu, they conquered, they're not from South Africa, bro. They conquered their way down south.
They're from Central Africa.
Monstrously. Yeah. They were like the Black Vikings of the day. Yeah, and they came down and conquered everybody. They're like, you're under our system now. They have a political system. If people want to
you got to give them serious props for beating the Red Coats.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Didn't the Zulus beat some European armies? The Zulus.
The Zulus were so fucking smart. They had ways, bro.
Shaka Zulu, right? That's his name, Shaka Zulu.
Yeah,
right?
they were. They still are.
But didn't the Apache and the Comanche kill the most amount of Europeans as well, though?
Yes, the Comanche were actually the most feared because they would literally, unfortunately, they would gang rape every single woman and man and literally skin them alive and cook them over coals. They were the most brutal, bro.
Yeah,
they went all the way. They were psychological terror on the extreme. You think these Talibans are scared, bro? I'm gonna go call the Comanche and make him scare them.
Bro, are they like the Mexican? Are they like the what the Mexican cartel does today? Are you saying some type of?
Bro, the Mexican cartel is like on a scale of 1 to 10, terror tactics in specific warfare, psychological terror tactics, like Dracula and stuff like that. They're 10-10. The cartel would be 3 out of 10. They're so extreme. They were the most terrifying Native American tribe in the land.
Apache, yes, they would skin your head.
The Comanche were the ones who were. Even the Apache feared the Comanche, bro. So my people, Abenaki and Micmac, they were more peaceful, sedentary, but they would hunt. They would be very warlike, but they were part of the more northeastern tribes, and there was less war there because of the confederations of the Haudenosaunee, the Algonquin, and all the other groups, right? But those confederations would fight each other very, very, very ruthlessly. When natives went to war, nothing survived.
Yeah, exactly.
DW, I just want to make a small interject quickly, and it's a bit funny. It'll give everyone a bit of a laugh. Yeah, there's something I've noticed. Yeah, I feel like you and LA is like Batman and the Joker. Like I feel like LA is your shadow, and you should explore your shadow, like Carl. because you know what it is, yeah. It's just funny, man. Like your interactions and that. I just see it as like Batman and the Joker. Like it's like an
Kinda,
unstoppable force. Me
Um,
staying movable object, and
yeah.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
no. I think there's a lot of truth in that because LA it's AN, and I've seen like don't forget I'm the type of person right that can twist perspectives around and see where other people are coming from, and in a way that's really annoying for me because I can see truth in what people say from their perspective. Do you understand? And
yeah,
so in many ways I see that everybody can be right.
Everyone.
And that's really problematic when you could do that as an individual because it kind of makes you paralyzed, because it's like you overanalyze. You can have empathy for their position, and as I say, I can see. Although, look, I don't completely, deride everything LA says. There is a grain of truth in what he is trying to do, and that is he is trying to overcome problems. Okay, we're on the same page. We're fine. We
Objective
want the
facts.
same thing, but he just sees it in a different manner in how to move towards the same objective desire, which is wanting to end suffering. So
Yeah.
we're two faces of the same coin, basically.
It's just that LA is much more the anarcho of the primitivist side, and like he kind of downplays.
That's racist. That's racist.
How is it
Hey,
racist? Why do you assume that there's
why
something
can't
negative
a
about being
white
primitive?
man be seen as the savage? We're the genocidal
that's true.
conquerors. You're supposed to be racist to me.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
No, I am.
Because
I'm making a
like you
critique against.
mentioned, the Celts were also tribes that were literally
Oh,
genocided
they
as
were
well.
headhunters.
Yeah, so,
They were headhunters,
yeah,
just like the samurai. The Celts would literally collect the heads of their enemies
Okay,
after battle.
yeah.
no, what I'm trying to do is I'm pathologizing civilization the same way they pathologize
They were also
primitive
fantastic.
culture.
They're also fantastic poets and
Oh yeah,
philosophers.
bards, isn't it?
And
Doesn't Ireland have that tradition of bards? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Both samurai and
the
the
land
Celtic
of they
tradition.
used to call it the land of saints and scholars. Apparently,
Nice.
Where?
Yeah.
Ireland?
Well, that's the thing. Every warrior culture has their poets, right? Because it's
Yes,
it's
they do.
sagifying. Have you noticed if you put something in a song, a story, it
You
can be
remember it.
remembered easy.
Yeah, of course.
You remember it. So, like when
Sons
it
and
comes to the
sagas.
Celts, exactly, the sagas, the
Well,
the Vikings, and all that, they all wrote sagas as much as they were warrior class brutal.
Yeah, the Song of Roland is also like an epic poem, but it was all epic poems that we have now, like Beowulf, the Song of Roland. They were all
Exactly.
transmitted
Beowulf.
orally. Yes.
anyway, guys, I want to open up the show to anybody else who wants to come on. Pamela, Doniel. Brother Marcus was here already. He left. He's eating popcorn, watching now.
Yeah, he is. The shit
And,
flinging contest.
Daniela, do come on, darling. We've never had Daniela on the show. She's a long-time listener, but she's never popped on to say hello. At least pop
Oh, really?
on once.
Well, what's
We need some more females in here. Come on, man. Look. Come on. Come on.
Safe brother, do come on, mate. That goes for anybody watching. The link is below the video in the description to come on and join us.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just going to be like a bar brawl atmosphere. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
DMW, can I expand on this show is about like ancestral suffering and why should we care? Something came to mind, right? Like back to the art, let's expand on the archaeological and historical biases that different people have on different cultures, right? So I saw a video of a Chinese man who came to England, visited the museum, saw all the artifacts from British occupied China, cried, feeling so happy, knowing that his culture was preserved because the state under Mao was deculturalizing, right? So all those China, so like British museum culture arguably actually preserved Indian, Chinese, and a lot of other cultures' histories. Like they tried sending some stuff back to India, like historical artifacts, right? They always get lost to the black market. It's pathetic. It's almost like the British are like, no, don't touch the history. It's like, have you ever heard of Warhammer 40K? Britain is like Trazen the Infinite, and he wants his fucking museum untouched. You know, like if you know, you know.
That is true. I mean, sometimes there have been, let's just say ideologies that have got into power that have tried to eradicate a country's history, the host country's history. And yeah, in some ways, although it wasn't necessarily good, they were, there was a burglary where another state came in and stole their art and literature and cultural items of culture.
Old Indiana Jones.
Yeah, scrolls, etc.
But the reason we know about the Germans is the Roman accounts.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like the reason we know about Gauls and Germans and a lot of that, the Romans were diligent in learning, and like they believed in syncretism. They believed the Roman gods had different names in different places, and they would compare each other's deities. Right? They always believed in that. Like they saw Yahweh as Jupiter.
I want to go back to something interesting, and that is how far. Fatima said we should only care about people who live now and who've gone through suffering in this life. That's where that's our starting point. That should always be the starting point. When we've dealt with that, we perhaps can look at historical problems. But we won't. The funny thing is, we won't have to look at historical problems if we deal with the here and now.
Exactly.
There's a lot of truth in that.
There's
a lot of truth in that.
Exactly. Worry about the now, worry about the now, and then maybe in the future you can have an even more prosperous future if you worry about the now instead of just crying and worrying about the past.
In many ways, looking at the past, right, it does segregate us, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I am somebody who wants us all to come together personally. I want us all to come together. Now, that may... LA will accuse me of romantic idealism.
He would.
I would accuse you of extracting.
Yeah.
I want to say that the past is the key to understanding why we are suffering now. It's because we're basically stuck in a continuous feedback loop of trauma and suffering, guided by illusions that keep us in this state of slavery. Because that's what civilization is built upon. It's built upon slavery, which before in the past we did not have slavery.
What?
Right, but why do we exist? Why do we exist
under recorded history?
At the end of the day, we exist under their constructs because of slavery. I'm here now because of slavery. So you can say that the past is irrelevant, but the only reason that I interjected to your system is because of slavery.
No, you interjected
also,
because
I need to mention when it comes to like the historical record, right? The oldest battle we know about with accurate detail is the Battle of Kadesh, right? If you're going to do military studies, you need to study that. But that's a culture of Egypt. They had slaves.
Yes.
Everybody knows that. So you can't say slavery was never around.
Key term.
Did nobody listen to my video?
Thousands of years.
Sorry, guys. I want him to tell us about the Battle of Kadesh.
So yeah, the Battle of Kadesh, Ramses was on a campaign against people who were against the Canaanites and the Hittites, and he won. Like he definitively won and conquered the region of the Levant. And he didn't go all the way up to north to the Hittites, but he drove them back. So that's the crux of the situation, and he made sure that the Levant wasn't really a threat anymore for a while. But in the future, it did become a threat. The Levant is a very volatile region, but the Battle of Kadesh itself, learning that battle is the beginning. Like if you want to be a armchair military theorist, you start at Battle of Kadesh. That's your elementary school if you're trying to understand military theory, right? And then you make your way all the way to Karl von Schloss and others, like Sun Tzu. Once you start understanding, because if you look at war, the history of battles shift history on a cataclysmic level, right? Look at the Battle of Tours in France, 732 AD. If Charles Martel the Hammer did not beat back the Muslim Empire, France would have been Muslim in the Dark Age, right?
Okay, here's the point I'm trying to make.
Set Scales. All right, let's say Set Scales speak, and nobody speak after him, because then I want to hand it to Brother Marcus, because he's come back on. So Set Scales, then Brother Marcus. Nobody else talks. Go ahead.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is the Battle of Kadesh happened in 1274 BC, they say. So that is about 3,000 years ago, is the oldest recorded battle that they know of.
Okay, Brother Marcus.
There's a time before that, though. I'm saying that battle and war and states was not the norm. That was the time when people were free because they were not subjected to a centralized authority. And remembering that past before recorded history is the key to ending suffering and slavery.
Not sure about that.
All right,
Okay,
well,
Brother Marcus is here, guys. Brother Marcus, go ahead, mate, if you want to say something.
No, I'm hanging out. That's all.
Okay, my friend. Right, guys. Is there, like, by the way, I'm not saying we should not analyze history. We definitely shouldn't drop history, right? We need to analyze what happened. And I believe that, it is, guys, maybe we're being naive. I mean, fixing today, is it not unquestionably linked to what happened in the past?
Of course.
Of course it is.
Yes.
Of course it is.
Canada wouldn't be the way it is if the English didn't conquer the French and the natives that were here before them.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
think
in terms of causation. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Simon.
Of course, yeah, but like I think that those stories are backgrounds, and that there are more dire problems at stake than just like, oh, like, you know, my like colonialism, you know, like I think that there's bigger issues that exist along with that, and like I would want to prioritize even the bigger global issues that kind of engulf us now, you know. That's what I'm trying to say, you know, because I do think that threats exist within like a different priority. I think there are some threats that need to be addressed right away, and others can wait, if you know what I mean, right? You know,
high priority issues, they come from a long history, right?
Some are recent, like AI and nuclear weapons, you know, like those are relatively.
But if you look at the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, that conflict is based on civilization. They want to impose civilization on the Palestinians. They're called children of the dark. They're called savages, because they have not accepted the Western way of life. So if you accept civilization, then you have to accept what is happening to the Palestinians. I mean, they basically believe that there is only one way to exist, and it has to be under their constructs, under their civilization. Otherwise, you don't have any right to self-determination. And so I'm just saying that we should.
I'm going to say something.
Guys, let me say one thing, because I haven't spoken in some time. Hold on, guys.
Yeah,
you know what? That's an interesting fucking point, because to be fair, D&W, you did. I would like to move forward and look back at just as a term of reference, and so that we don't commit these atrocities again, right? But LA just brought up an interesting point. Like, why do Jewish people need an ancient? Why do they need to restore? And again, sorry, let me just put a disclaimer, because I'm not an anti-Semite. Okay, I was defending the Jewish community. These things. Yeah, but anyway, back to the point. Why do they feel like they need their ancient, keyword, guys, ancient homeland from thousands of years ago restored? If we shouldn't really be focusing on what happened to your ancestors. So that is a really good point, actually, because
their argument will be, and I've heard the argument so many times, that they are in danger right now all over the world, and they need
bullshit.
So are the Tibetans, though. So why do they get special treatment? Again, see, I don't want people to say I'm being anti-Semitic, but
sorry.
I'm just saying.
So are the what? Sorry.
So are the Tibetans. The Dalai Lama is still in exile, right? He can't go back to Tibet properly with China. There.
He's in Epstein files.
Most people would hope that the Tibetans will go back to Tibet one day.
But
I would argue that the trajectory that we're on, China's going to annex Taiwan, is going to annex Tibet, and
it's
so
already
I would say no.
Already a part of China.
If I may add this, given that I'm a Jew, I'm not a Zionist, okay? It's actually a violation of Judaism to go back to the homeland before the Messiah comes.
Yes.
So Zionism is literally antithetical to Judaism. So let me explain something. I'm from the tribe of Judah, but I am not a Zionist. If the Messiah shows up, I'm a fucking Zionist right away. Not a joke. I will go. That's not a joke. But here's the thing. Here's something people need to understand. People love to play. I'm going to play the advocate in the middle, not to either side. Palestinians actively want to commit genocide and push their own system. This is not a question of victim and oppressor. Yes, it looks that way, but hear me out. You need to understand the ecclesiastical core of the Quran. They believe in exterminating everybody who's Jewish. You need to know that.
No,
And
that's
if you
not.
deny
That's
that, you're
not in the
lying.
Quran. No, it's not. The Quran
It
says
is.
we
It is.
must respect the people of
I'll
the
call
book.
you a
I am
liar if you say it's not
Wait,
in
wait,
there, bro.
actually, wait.
not a Muslim.
Can I just? Yeah, but here's the thing. So how come in Muslim Andalus, you had Jews living under the caliphate?
Yes, that.
Some
So that doesn't make
caliphates
sense.
were
Wait,
progressive,
no, that
but there are most Islamic caliphates were extermination type style.
I
Right?
wouldn't say that. No,
no, you
that's
have to give
No, it's the
evidence for
truth.
that. I'm sorry, man,
No,
but
no,
you
no, no,
have to
no,
give
no,
me
no, no.
evidence.
I'm
Because I gave you
gonna quote a
evidence.
Jew I don't even like,
That's a
bro.
lie. That's a lie.
I believe in the Quran. It even says something like, "If you are not sure about something,
Go ask the Christians and the Jews, the people of the book.
exactly,
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
people
no,
of-
Yeah,
sorry.
but then you have
You
Muslims
have
to
to
this
give a
day
reference.
crucifying Christians, bro. Like that's not that I don't take that
Bro,
argument
you
really
just made
serious.
a model false equivalent. Did you really just drop that? You have
yes,
to give a reference for what you said. Come on, dude. Come on. Be fair
come on.
now.
No,
I
We're
gave you
talking
a
about Muslims claiming to be tolerant and progressive, but they do want to exterminate them and
No, they
take out
But
as
bro,
mosques.
Muslims. Wait, hold on. Let me
But
take that.
the Israelis are
But
actually
Muslims are.
exterminating. What are you talking about? You're
But
talking about
Muslims.
Assyria.
Wait,
Dude,
There's
wait,
no
wait,
you
way.
guys.
guys
Let me
are
speak.
constantly looking
I
at this as
promise.
good guy or bad guy. Both sides
No,
want to
the
kill each other. That's what I'm trying to say.
Israelis are actually doing it. That's the difference. They're
Let me
actually
respond to him,
carrying
guys.
out a
Please.
genocide.
Here's the thing. It's
Guys,
a
let me respond to him and I'll be quiet. I promise. Let me respond to him. I'll be quiet.
okay.
Bro, I did. If we're gonna have that discourse, Ragnarok, yeah. Look, I gave you an historical example. It's verifiable. You can look it up, yeah, in the Muslim Andalus, yeah. But if you're gonna make claims like that, or where the Muslims are tolerant, and the second thing is, you can't say Muslims because Muslims are not Islam. Muslims is not a monolith. Black people are not a monolith. By the way, I'm
You're
mixed.
telling me
I'm
the
African.
Ummah is not a
I agree.
monolith?
Best thing that said all day.
No,
Best thing that Ross has said. The best
no.
thing that said all day.
Wait,
LA
can
needs
I
to
just
listen.
continue? Thank you. Thank you.
LA, open your ears. Listen to Ross.
Yeah, so like this is the problem that we have, right? Because even people will do it with the Jews, and like you rightly conflated. You said there's a difference between Zionism and just following the Jewish faith, which I agree because not all Jews agree. So Judaism is not a monolith because there's so many nuances. Muslims and Islam is not a monolith. White, black people is not a monolith, for God's sake. So when you make those
No, I
statements,
understand the Sunni Shia
yeah.
divide with Abu Bakr and Ali. I absolutely understand that, but
Well,
I
it's
also
more nuanced
understand
than
that
that.
many different caliphates in the past have persecuted the Jews. You can't tell me they didn't.
Not all the time, dude. Inside the Ottoman
Give me an
Empire,
example. I never said they didn't. I said give me a historical, verifiable example. That's all I asked for.
if I can speak, inside the
Yeah,
Ottoman
go ahead.
Empire, sure, you had to pay the jizya tax, but you were still granted. If you were part of the people of the book of the Quran, Jews and Christians,
I'm aware of the jizya
you had to
tax.
pay tax. You had to pay tax, but you could still practice your religion, speak your language, speak your culture. You can do whatever you want. That was the standard law of most Islamic caliphates, empires that existed in the Ottomans and Andalusia, inside the Persians, the Safavids, the Mughals. Most Islamic entities historically gave rights to the people of the book, which included Jews, Christians, and even some Zoroastrians if you were in Persia.
You may say that on one hand, but I'm from the Aramaic
you're
people,
biased
and the
as hell.
reason Aramaic language is barely spoken to this day is Islamic policy pushing Arabic language. Yes, they paid jizya. The Christian Aramics of Bethlehem paid jizya for thousands of years. They still barely have a community. So you can't tell me that.
I reject what you're saying. I think you're biased as hell because you're talking about Jews being oppressed. If we were to talk about Jews oppressing Gentiles, everybody would accuse us of being anti-Semitic.
Well, they are
It goes
anyway.
the other way around too. They were oppressing Gentiles, and we're not allowed to talk about that.
No, we're not.
Didn't they kill the Canaanites? The ancient Israelites had to kill the Canaanites,
Yes, they
right?
did.
According to the Bible.
Yes, the notorious cannibals who burn children to the fire. Of course we killed them. Of course we fucking killed them.
They kill babies and drank their blood. Of course they. I mean, come on, you're absolutely ridiculous.
Ross, New Cross, Streatham, Croydon. I'm trying to think of more places. I'm joking.
DMW, are you trying to dox me, bro? Honestly.
I just love
Um,
how there's this pathologizing of Muslims, but we're not allowed to do the same thing about them. When you talk about killing babies and drinking their blood and what happened on Epstein Island, when you talk about the predatory lending, no, you're not allowed to talk about it because that's anti-Semitic. But you get to make all
No, no,
these
we can
sweeping
talk about that. You can go ahead and talk about
generalizations
that all
about
you want. I
Muslims.
talk about that all the fucking time. As a
Okay, but
fucking real
it's
Jew, I'm
dismissed.
supposed to expose motherfuckers like Epstein who worship Baal and sacrifice children. It's a commandment, bro. There is no good guy in this Zionist Muslim war. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no good guy. Like, come
No,
I can
on,
agree with
man.
that. I'll agree
no,
with
but
you.
you're
I'll
trying to
agree with
paint
that.
the
I'll
Jews.
agree with that.
You're trying to paint the Jews as the victims, and everybody else are these,
No. I told
aggressors.
you both sides are doing atrocities. Muslims are blowing people up for decades, terrorizing people, crucifying Christians, killing Jews, literally stabbing anybody they can with fucking knives and an antifada all the fucking time. You can't tell me, oh, the little fucker who had a knife trying to stab anybody who seems to be Jewish is the oppressed. No, dude, this is a war. Stop painting good versus evil here. They're both trying to kill each other. Both have rhetoric of genocide. Both have rhetoric of wanting to take over the whole fucking region. Okay, both have ecclesiastical theology of wanting to fucking exterminate each other. You cannot tell me that
Who's
there is a
actually
good guy
doing
in
it?
this situation.
Who's actually doing it, though? You can talk about rhetoric all day long, but who's actually trying to wipe out an entire race of people?
Okay. If the Jews were not getting armed by the United States of fucking America, the Muslims would be tearing them apart right now. You know that.
Okay, you're talking about a hypothetical. I'm saying who's actually doing it. It's not the Muslims. It's the Israelis.
No. There's Muslims literally raping their way across fucking Europe right now. That's a problem.
Are they committing a genocide against Jews?
They want to. They preach it.
Okay, that's not, you. Again, you're not answering my question. Answer the question. Are they actually committing a genocide against Jews?
Oh, they want to. That's the fact.
Okay, see, the fact that you refuse to answer proves my point.
No, I am telling you,
that it's only happening one way.
Terrorists are
They don't
seeking that.
They don't necessarily want to commit a genocide. They may want to make them revert to Islam.
Also, that is
their
horrible
Muslims
statement.
are ecclesiastically commanded to spread the Shahada. That is a fact. Okay.
But why did you just make that statement? Oh, by the way, I'm very religious.
What you're
You
trying
just
to
said
do
they're
is
raping their way across Europe. Like, come on, bro. You have some very
They are. No. There's evidence of grooming gangs all across fucking Europe, and you will not bury that.
You're trying to
You will
create
not
a
bury that
false-
under some sort of more
You're
racism
trying to
bullshit.
create a false equivalency. It is not equivalent. There is only one side that is committing genocide. You're talking about a theoretical thing to say, oh, well, they want to do it. They're not actually doing it.
Okay, if I can interject, one of the leaders of the groups that's in Lebanon, I don't think I can say their name. They start with an H because I don't want to get this account in trouble. I think you know who I'm talking about. Smart enough, right? They start.
We know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So the former leader who was killed and martyred by the IDF, but rest in peace to Narsala. Narsala said that people misunderstand him. He wants a Lebanon state where Christians, Jews, Shias, and Sunnis all coexist peacefully. The reason why he's violent is because the IDF leave him no choice but to be violent. So all of these radical groups, like we call them in the West, like Hamas and Hezbollah, they're acting reactively. If freaking everything went better, they would not exist. But no, they have to exist because the fucking bigger Betty, IDF, Israel, is attacking them brutally. They're murdering. It's 9/11 every day in Lebanon. They literally fucking blow up homes.
You're not wrong.
Families in them in Lebanon.
You're not wrong, and I'm going to give that to you, right? Like the Bible tells me, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." I would be lying if I said the IDF is not encroaching on Lebanon. That would be a lie if I said otherwise, right? So I understand that policy he has. Some groups like some groups like ISIL, Al Qaeda, and all these other groups, some of them specifically have policy to genocide or jizya the people of the book. That is their policy. I understand the militia in Lebanon has that policy, and they want to be more pluralistic.
They are.
Like, and I understand the IDF is capable of terrorism against Muslims as well. Like, I'm not taking a stance for or against here.
What do you mean capable? They literally blow up fucking schools of children, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm aware. I'm not, dude.
So,
Why are you constantly framing this as if I'm on this side or that side? Both sides are doing fucked
because
up
you
shit,
may,
bro.
first of all, I'm a-religious, so I haven't got really a dog in the fight. But for the sake of principle, yeah, the problem I have with some of your rhetoric is you literally make like almost like the right wing people do. You make these sweeping generations. Oh, the
Yeah,
Muslims, as if all Muslims are on the same fucking bandwidth. They're like, that's it. We're gonna go to Europe and we're gonna form grooming gangs and we're gonna take over. Do you really
Well,
like
a lot
when
of
you
them are
say
doing
that,
that.
bro? So
the
a
reason
lot of
why there's
fucking
Muslims, the reason
you
why
can
there's
say that about every group. You can say, oh, a lot of white people are fucking have committed a lot of
Indians.
like have committed a lot of hostile racist violence against ethnic minorities. What does that even mean? You can't group everybody together as a monolith, bro. It's
No, you
fucking
can't.
stupid.
Mate. What about Rotherham, right? Over 1 million girls
So that's
over the
local
span of
to
15
yeah.
years.
So who was doing
Local.
it? Who
A
was doing it?
million little children, girls getting raped by brown men from foreign lands who invaded by
Oh
boat.
no,
Fuck you.
he just raised his ugly head, bro. He just exposed himself as a fucking racist. So why are you going to skin color? You just
Oh, you know
started with
what?
religion. Now you're moving to skin color.
You want the truth? You want the truth?
You
It's
want
not
the
that I'm a
truth. You're a
racist.
fucking.
No. If you go around, you could be anybody you want. You could be any fucking religion you want. If you start fucking
is it?
raping kids and terrorizing people and blowing them up, I'm gonna kill you. That's the way I look at it.
So yeah, how many people are doing that? How many people are doing that?
I don't like extreme radicalism of either fucking way, but there's groups of people who are doing these things. Okay, grooming gangs are a fucking problem. You literally have
So they need to be-
fucking village Muslims
So-
thinking they can rape white people because they're infidels. That's their theology. They speak it, they preach it.
So
Yes, it
this
is.
is why I
Don't
said,
fucking tell me that.
hang on, Fatima.
No, don't
This is why
make
I
me
said-
cite Vlad the fucking third Tepesh, okay?
So this is why I said you have a very Eurocentric view of the world, and you just expose yourself even
Of
more.
course, Muslims
Because
have been trying to
funnily
genocide
enough,
Europe
if
since
you-
the fucking Crusades, bro.
Oh my
and the
god.
are we gonna go there? So what about the fucking Crusaders themselves? Come on, bruv, are you really gonna go there?
Bro, the
So you're
crusade was a
literally taking us out.
reaction to genocide and invasion.
Bullshit.
Spain was
Bullshit.
invaded. Sicily was invaded. Greece was invaded before a crusade ever showed up on your fucking doorstep.
So what business do the English or the Europeans and the French have fucking going and fighting wars in the Middle East at that time? They're not even from the region. Just because your religion comes from there, what the fuck were they going over there and fighting with the Muslims? Your whole rhetoric is just full of bullshit. It makes no sense, my friend. And secondly, if you want to bring up sexual offense statistics, let me tell you something interesting. Southeast Asia,
Bring up fallacy.
No, it's not a fallacy. You don't want to hear your own demographic. And I told it to the other fucking white nationalist, Kenyan and his friends, ethno-nationalists. Yeah, it's middle-aged white men that all go to Southeast Asia and have literally are the biggest pedophiles. Go look up the fucking statistics, my friend. Yeah. So if you want to talk about sexual offenses,
tourist problem,
Thailand.
that's a problem.
Interesting how he said Southeast tourist problem and not white middle-aged man problem, because you're fucking biased here on race. Fuck you. You're a cunt, bro. You're a fucking you're a covert ethno-nationalist.
No. I am a white Jewish native man. Do you understand?
Well, you can't be those because the fucking
Jewish
right
native
wing,
man, okay?
the right wing, they don't want Jews in Europe as well, bruv. So you got a problem as well. So shut the fuck up about all this racist shit as well, because your Jewish
The
ass is gonna get
independents
sent.
don't want Islamic
They're
mass
gonna
migration, bro.
massacre. Yeah,
It's
and they don't want Jews in Europe as
Islamic
well.
colonialism is a fucking
Yeah.
problem, and you know it.
How can you be Christian and Jewish at the same time?
Exactly. What a fucking
I'm a
paradox. It was
Catholic
the
Hebrew,
Jews.
thank you very much.
Oh, here we go. Obfuscation 101. Look, he's changing the pejorative tense, bro. Fucking hell.
I told you, I am a Catholic Hebrew. Get it through your fucking head.
What? That makes no sense.
Oh, you think a Jew can't accept our Lord and Savior? What's wrong
No,
with you?
either you. No. The problem is that if you're a Christian, then you already accept the Old Testament. But Judaism is a rejection of the New Testament, so you can't be Christian and Jewish at the same time.
Yeah, you dumb fuck. It was the Jews
Dude,
who
you're
literally
telling me
got
that I
Caesar
can't
to
be
crucify
Catholic
Christ.
and Jewish at the same time?
No, you
That is
cannot.
the fucking weirdest shit ever, bro.
Okay, I'm
It's an
gonna.
oxymoron. It's a fucking oxymoron.
No. The Messiah,
No, he's
the
right.
Lord of Lords, is literally
he's
Jewish.
He's saying, like, just as there could be secular Jews, there can also
That's what I'm
be Jews. There can also be Jews who believe Jewishness is an ethnicity, and therefore you can be a Christian Jew. That's
That's what I'm saying. DNW.
So
Like
you could consider me a Jew who follows the Messiah. That's why I call myself a Catholic Hebrew.
Okay, but you must only be Catholic, not Hebrew, because an ethnic Jew can be a Christian, but an ethnic Jew cannot
I'm
be a Christian.
telling you right now, I'm Aramaic.
You cannot be spiritually Jewish, and you cannot be spiritually Judaic and also be spiritually Christian. No, that makes no sense at all.
What?
Yeah.
I come to fulfill the law of Moses. Somebody said that.
But
how Christian are you?
But you must supersede the Jewish Judaic law in order for that to even
Who
work.
said that? No. Jesus Christ said, I come to fulfill the law, not fucking hang it. Fuck what Paul said.
Okay.
Paul said hang the fucking law. Jesus said he will fulfill the law. So technically, even the Catholics who are afraid of Judaizing Christianity, they don't even know their own Messiah. Because the Messiah comes to fulfill the commandments of Moses. The Ten Commandments, he is the law of Moses. So you telling me that Catholicism has no connection to Judaism, you're fucking stupid. Every single Catholic priest in the fucking world will tell you you're a fool.
I'm literally talking about the actual doctrine that most Christian churches follow, from Orthodox, Catholics, and Protestants. The freaking Christian law has superseded the Judaic law. The Judaic law.
What is the Christian law?
Right. Well, according to Ann Coulter,
is the Christian law based off the Jewish Messiah?
Coulter, a Christian is a perfected Jew. It's a Jew who accepts the New Testament. So you would just call yourself a Christian. You would not call yourself Jewish.
Catholic Hebrew, not even that too.
No. I am technically of the tribe of Judah. Okay, that's a fact.
Okay, but here's the thing: you can be that ethnically, but you cannot be spiritually both Christian and Jewish. Or
dude, let me explain something. The Pharisees, right? They literally killed the guy. They called him a heretic. They didn't accept him.
Okay, the Pharisees commanded the Romans to kill him. Yeah, I know the story. I know the story. The story.
Yeah. We don't need to go into the minutia, but you understand.
Yeah, but a lot of the Jews are the ones who petitioned for him to be killed.
The Messiah, right?
The Romans didn't want to crucify Jesus, you fucking moron. It was the Jews at the time who called him a heretic.
Yes.
What are you talking about? You don't even know your own history, you dumb cunt. If you go to Israel, they all hate Christians. If you go to Israel, they all hate Christians, you dumb fuck. Why do you think they hate Christians? Because they call Christ the false Messiah.
You don't understand.
The Jews say Christ is the false Messiah. That's why Christians get persecuted in Israel. So go fuck yourself. What are you talking about? Honestly,
you're trying to divorce the law of Moses from Christianity when Jesus literally said he is the law of Moses. So you're not.
So why did the Jews reject him? Why did they say he's committing fucking heresy? Why did they call him a blasphemer? Go on, Mr. fucking Aramaic. Tell us why.
The prophets are never accepted by their own people.
Oh my god, here we go, bro.
LA, your friend has arrived, fellow black man.
Yeah! US
LA, come on, brother. Put this man into a place of reason. Bring him into civilization.
I can't believe we're talking about Jewishness already.
Yeah, can we get rid of this fucking? Let's go back to the main point, guys.
To Joe Cool here, guys. Come on, give him a chance. Go ahead, Joe Cool. By the way, Joe Cool's got the best laugh on the internet.
Yeah, he does.
Thank you. He does, isn't it? He does. I'm not gonna lie, he does.
Joe Cool, how you doing, man? God bless you.
I'm doing well. It's good to see you again too. I do remember you too.
Hell yeah.
And I don't think I told y'all this, but I was teased for this laugh as a kid relentlessly. So every time someone as an adult says that, it still makes me feel good. So thank you guys. No way you could have known, the good that does.
Hell yeah. We love you, Joe Cool.
Thank you for that. Two things. One, on what you were talking about, the Jews, they really don't like Jesus. If that's what the conversation was going.
Thank you.
In the Talmud, Jesus is burning in a fucking tar of shit
for eternity. For eternity, yeah.
And in the fucking
Quran,
Quran,
I don't give a shit what a rabbi wrote, bro. I give a shit what the prophet said.
Oh my god, I'm not talking. Let me finish. In the Quran, Jesus is second only to Muhammad. In fact, Jesus' name is fucking the most
second.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I
Go
don't know if
back
they
to
even.
No, no, no,
Joe
no.
Cool, please. Everybody, let Joe Cool speak. Shut up, everybody
It's
except
it's.
Joe Cool. Thank you.
I thank you, but it's okay. I don't even know if even the Muslims believe that. They can't
They
admit
do.
that he's higher than the prophet. I know they're not, and they can't admit it.
Like
But when
And they don't admit he's the son of God either.
yes, but
that's their
they
belief.
do admit that his position and all the great things he's done, and I think they have. He's gonna come back and do more shit. So they admire the fuck out of him. I think the only thing holding them back from that is the prophet, or I don't know, customs or something. And L.A. if we can. Did I hear you say black people should not procreate? And does it apply
Yeah.
to other races as well, or is it just
No, no,
black people?
nobody should procreate. But I'm talking specifically about them complaining about white supremacy. They talk about how they're oppressed, yet they put their children in the system. How can you say you're oppressed when you reward the very system that you're complaining about?
As an
Well,
anti-natalist, I can agree with that generally, not just to black people, but to everyone. But yeah, go ahead, sir.
yes, I was going to say the same. I don't
Same
know.
here.
I think that is the fate of every person. This is, in my opinion, this is hell, and it's not supposed to be great. It's a lesson of hard knocks to learn,
Amen to that, and I agree
and
with you.
thank you. And it's supposed to burn off the I forgot what it's called, and the tear from the weed or whatever, the chaff. It's supposed to burn part of you off. So it's got to be gritty. It's not supposed to be fun.
Whatever
That's
you think it's supposed to be, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to look at this from a religious perspective. The fact is, it is like that. Get over it, LA. Thank you, Joe Cool. Go, keep going.
you're quite welcome. No. I
Why,
just
why do I have to get over it? Why do I have to get over it? I don't have to get, like, you can get over it. This is your system.
For reasons of personal development and sanity. I just
Who
want to
said
let
that I
Joe
want
Cool,
to?
I'm muting you for a second, LA. You can talk after Joe Cool. By the way, we will hand the mic to LA directly after Joe Cool, so nobody else talk. Joe Cool, then LA.
all right. LA, since I got the floor, and I might as well take a second. LA, I'm with DWV. I don't fucking DNV, DNW. I'm gonna get your name up. DNW. I'm sorry. I gotta go to DMV tomorrow and get a sticker, so I'm probably a little confused. I just got my message and all that. LA, you're no different from everybody else, man. Everybody got a shit hand. You're no wiser than the rest of us. Everybody know that these niggas, control us, control the masses. The people are dumbed down, and we got a thumb, if not a boot, on top of us. So you're not unique in any one of those regards. And every one of us has to do whatever he can and the best that he can. I'm gonna go religious. I know God damn it, DMW said, you don't have to go there, but I'm gonna go there. That every one of us has a duty to be the best man he can and be the best of the other. That's the reasons you were put down here, man, to see if you're gonna fail or not, to see if that guy who, when you were over there, you were saying, yes, I can make a difference in this land. I can do the best. I'm skilled at this. Put me in, coach. And you get over here and you be like, oh my God, it's fucked up. I want to go home. No, they don't respect that, and no one over here is gonna respect that, man. At some point, as long as you over here, motherfucker, run shit. Put your foot down, right? Take control. All right.
I disagree with that. I would say that I am demonstrably different. They support the system. I do not. Everything that I would want to do, they will deploy force against me to prevent me from doing it. This is their system. It is not mine. I don't procreate. I don't support democracy. I don't think that I have any stake in this game. I don't think that this system benefits me. They do believe that it benefits them, which is why they support it. So it serves their interest. It does not serve mine. I don't remember everything that you said, but
It's okay. It's okay.
I would say that I'm so different from everybody else on the panel just because I'm against everything. Well, besides Raw, I don't support anything that it's majoritarian. You say I can just take power. It's majoritarian. If they have the numbers on their side, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to vote. I'm supposed to vote myself out of oppression when they outnumber me.
No, don't bring up silly things like voting. That wouldn't work. Certainly not on a large level. But there are things you can do to take power. Right? For one, I don't know if you know me, man, or I told you my story. But I filmed the police. And it took a few years, but I took power. They don't boss me around and shit like that. I'd be in other states and the police. Went to, where was I at? Fucking Colorado, Tucson, Arizona. It was in Tucson. I was in the court, and I come out and police were outside the courtroom. Hey, you're Joe Cool. I just want to shake your hand. I've been waiting to meet you for 2 years. I just got pulled over in Texas. They was like smoking a blunt. They was like, yeah, we searching your car, motherfucker. I ain't even gonna lie to you. They ran my name and came up to the car. Hey, Joe Cool, how you doing? No, we're not gonna search your car. That's power in different states. I can't tell you in Chicago the shit I get away with. You can take your power. There's ways and options. That's just one route, one man. There are many ways that will work. I wouldn't suggest anything the system suggests to you would work. That's a gaslight. Why would they provide the route to take them down? It's not logical. But there are many ways, man. Just use your head for those type of things.
I have a question though, because I don't understand the First Amendment auditors. They literally kill people in broad daylight on camera and get away with it. So I'm not sure why people think recording them is going to change them. They don't care. The law does not apply to them. They can do whatever they want.
I'll agree with you too on that. Yeah, like the law of America is fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's arbitrary. It depends on the state power. But LA, you have to realize that like the only way to beat the state is to not go bush. You have to actively go against it while working within the state. That's what we're trying to tell you, LA.
Stop procreating.
Okay, I'm an AN too. So like
okay, thank you. We're gonna go to Kenny, who's been waiting patiently in the wings. Kenny, you are live on the Fighting Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say, sir?
Oh my God.
You muted, pimp.
You're muted, Kenny.
Here we are. I'd like to show a YouTube clip if that's all right. If it's only 5 minutes long.
It's gonna be inflammatory. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Come on, we were talking. Can you just make your argument?
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Here we go. Islamophobia.
Oh, more ethno-nationalism. So you are a fucking ethno-nationalist, bro. Why are you lying?
England belongs to the English.
Here we go.
And I
Go back to
proclaim
Scotland,
the name
Kenny.
of Jesus Christ over the United Kingdom and every
She's
Christian
from
nation
Colombia.
across
What's
the
she
world.
doing?
Go back to Colombia, bitch. Go back to Colombia.
Jesus Christ. England, they took your guns, they took your swords, and they raped your women. You have nothing else to lose, but there's still hope. You are still the majority. So you either fight for this nation or you let all of these rapists, Muslims, and corrupt politicians take over.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm 26 years old. I put my life on the line to fight against Islam, Democrats, and illegals. And I need you to fight as well to protect. I'm protecting the American way of life. I need you to protect the British way of life right here in England.
It is fucking protected, you dumb bitch. What's not protected about the British way of life?
Thank you for being here today. But I need you to stop following orders because you know you're being told to look the other way while your country is being raped into submission.
Cállate, concha su madre.
Tell him. Kenny, so you are a covert white ethno-nationalist. Why did you lie to me last time?
Kenny, why did you want to show that video?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Because he's a covert white nationalist, that's why.
And
he ain't got the balls to admit.
Hold on. If England belongs to English, what's a Scotsman doing here?
My question, yeah.
No, let Kenny speak. Come on, he's... Go ahead, Kenny.
England does belong to the English. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, she said...
Oh, God, another one.
Kenny,
another person that believes in national sovereignty? Ooh, no!
Yeah, but what constitutes English, motherfucker? Because by the sounds of it, where are you from? America? Are you a Native American? Are you Native American? Are you Native American?
He can't answer any questions. All he can do is
So
troll and then
take your
run.
white ass back to Europe, bitch, because you're another covert white nationalist. Fuck all of them, bruv. I'm sick and tired of these motherfuckers coming on here, bruv.
How do you attract these people, man? You're a good guy, DNW. How do you attract these ingrates?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, DNW, but he's literally
No,
playing
listen,
ethno-nationalist, racist-ass rhetoric, and I'm supposed to sit here and be like, it's okay. How? How does that make sense?
Oh, guys, I just hold on. I just came on here. Hold on.
You can defeat them quite easily.
I just came on here and said that.
Yeah,
I
but
just came on
DNW,
here.
it's not relevant to the topic. Why is he playing a fucking right-wing propaganda video? Why?
Well, I don't know why he played. I've asked Kenny why he's played that video, and he's just remaining silent.
But why does it? Okay, sorry.
Hold on.
And he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. What a coward.
I'm gonna say
Wait a
something.
second.
Stop getting.
Wait a second.
Hold on. The truth is, sorry, Ross. I meant to. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute you, Ross. I'm trying to unmute you. I was trying to mute Vital because he was talking. The truth is, Kenny came on there, played that, didn't say anything, and he didn't really do his so-called cause any good. Didn't make any sense. What he did, it was an act of silliness. You know, if he had stated why he played that video, why he wanted that video played, made an argument, maybe we could have listened. But you know, he didn't make any argument. So that should stand as an example of the silliness of the situation, and we should allow that. We should allow people to speak. We should allow people to say what they got to say, and we shouldn't be afraid. We shouldn't be afraid of challenging people. You know.
But there comes a point where, like, it gets too much trolling. Like, we shouldn't tolerate just like retarded trolling all the
it's
fucking
gone.
time.
He's not here now. He's not here.
I know, but
But that's the point. He gets to troll and then run, and then we can't defend it because he's not here.
You're here, and you get to make the statements on what he's done, and he's not here to reply. So you have complete
God
in this situation.
Fucking moronic, dude.
Are we making this argument here that like nations don't have sovereignty and that like anybody can come and go as they please anywhere?
It's more nuanced than that. And we're not even talking about that. We're talking about should your ancestors suffer? Should we care? Yes or no? That's all we're talking about originally.
Actually, we were also talking about LA's book as well. Vital, you commented that you wanted to debate him on his book. Well, he's here now.
Well, he refuses to give me a copy of it, and I'm not going to spend $10 on it. So I can only debate him on the ideas he brings here.
Well, I don't know that I can. I mean, I'm not going to give you the PDF. I don't want that floating around so anybody can just pass it. But I did make on Amazon. I can only make it available for free for 5 days during a 90-day period.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
I don't even know. Even if I had it, I don't even know where to send it.
Well, the point is the main point is Vital. He believes that some people. Oh, that's Ross. It's echoing. I have to mute you, Ross. Sorry, mate. He believes people were civilized without their consent.
Hold on, somebody sighed and I didn't hear that. So they were civilized without what?
Without their consent, it was imposed upon them. And
well, that's really interesting. That's a really interesting theory.
It is. But he said because of that, his main argument is because of that, we should have a system of unregulated, access to euthanasia for anybody, all right, no matter who they are.
I didn't say that. That's not how I would frame it.
So go ahead, LA. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, those are two separate arguments. The anti-natives argument and the pro. Those are separate from.
Well, you can make both of them. Give them what you feel.
The argument is that democracy itself is illegitimate. It's illegitimate specifically because you did not choose where you were born. You did not consent to it in any way. And then the whole slavery thing is just a separate argument. It's just another piece to it that you were brought here by force, and now you're subjected to. Now there's an echo.
Subjected to what? A
to
9 to 5
unjust
in
laws
Gotham?
that you predict to systemic oppression, to capitalism.
Russ, we have to mute you, Russ, because you're echoing. You're
Yeah, I didn't understand any of what he just said.
Okay, as a result of slavery, you're subjected to a system that your ancestors did not. You didn't consent to it, and your ancestors did not consent to it. So now you're under democracy, under capitalism, and you're like this is your way of existing. You're subjected to unjust laws, to extraction, to
Yeah,
a number of injustices that are completely non-consensual.
sure. I get that. What's the obsession with consent here?
Right. I know that nobody cares about consent. Everybody believes in force. That's something I just recently learned.
Well, no, I mean, like, does everything in your reality need to be okayed by you?
Yes, if it's not consensual, then it's illegitimate.
Are you a god?
I'm an anarchist. No. No, they're the guys because they're the ones who think that they have the right to impose their will through force. So I wouldn't say that I'm God. They think that they're God.
So, okay, so what of the other trillions of entities that are alive and being conscious in the universe? What of us? Like, do we have to consent to your everyday fucking needs and wants?
I'm not imposing my will on them. They're imposing their will on me.
Yes, you are. You wrote a book. You're imposing. You want me to take 10 books from your book? You're imposing your will on me. You just imposed your will on me, dog.
Tell me specifically where's the force? Did I hold a gun to anybody's head? Did I have a gun? Did I have a state?
Listen to me. I want to read your book. You have the power to give me that information, but because you want $10 from me, you're withholding that information.
No, that's not true. By the way, I don't even have a copyright on my book. There's a free license on it. So if anybody has the book, they are free to give you a copy. I'm not using the state to force you to do anything.
But you're using your free will to force me to beg those people for a book when I just want a journalistic copy.
Wait. You're making a lot of assumptions. I just told you I don't even have your contact. Even if I were to, I don't even know where to send it.
That's a poor argument anyway. You're not forcing him by not giving him a thing. That can't equate to force.
Right. That's like saying if a woman doesn't have sex with you, that she's forcing you to be.
It is, though, because I want the thing, and I didn't consent to him charging $10. I didn't consent to him charging $10 for that information.
I want your money and your house and your cars. If you don't give it to me, then you're forcing me to go without those things.
I mean, that's what you're saying. I mean, you're putting a gun to my head.
No. You know it doesn't make any sense.
I'm being a little
D-Prophet, it sounds like you've got your D-Prophet. It sounds like you've got your head in a fish tank. Can you please try and sort out your audio, brother?
Yeah. Also, sorry, guys, I'm in the car now, so I'm driving in the car, so that's why I messed up my audio. But that D-Prophet guy, I want to ask him something. You said England belongs to the English. What do you mean by that? No, because if they're going to come on here, then they're not free from being confronted. What do you mean by
I'm
that?
happy to answer any question. Do I still sound like I'm in a fishbowl?
Yes, you do. Get better.
Yeah, you still do, yeah.
What about now?
It's better now. It's better now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's because
Much smaller fishbowl. Much better.
I still
okay. So what was the question? What was the question I was being demanded to answer?
to send this book. If you want the book for free, where am I?
D-Prophet, you sound like you're drowning again.
Yeah, drowning
sort it
in
out,
freaking blood.
Okay, so first of all, is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It took you long enough. It took you long enough.
Yeah, so do you want to ask, I want to ask you a question. I was just driving, so my mic got messed up. When you said England belongs to the English, what do you mean by that? I just want to know.
You know, the descendants of like the Normans and Anglo-Saxons who fought for that island for 1,000 years and then developed the culture there, like that's their place in the world.
So what about the people who have also fought for this country, but they're not ethnically from this place, but they were born here and they've done just maybe not as long as time, but they've served the country in many ways. So what about those people?
It's a really sticky situation. I don't know if I have the answer for that.
What about the people they took it from? It's not theirs.
They didn't take England
you
from
see,
anybody. They didn't take England from anybody. What are you talking about?
I thought you said
Yes,
they
they
went
did.
over there and took it
What
by
are you talking
battles and
about?
took it.
So what? Who was Queen Boudica and all them people before? What are you talking about? They didn't take it from no one. The English people are made up of different races, like the Romans, the Saxons. What are you talking
No, they're
about,
made
bro?
up. Excuse me. Let me stop you there. Hold on. They're made up of different ethnicities. They form one race.
So you can say that about fucking what's it called? Pretty much any other continent in the world, Africa, everything. So what's your
Correct.
point?
So like I also think that it would be incorrect for tens or hundreds of millions of like white people from Wichita, Kansas to start pouring into like Senegal and changing the culture there. I think that that's kind
But
of
in a way they did. And the funny thing is, yeah, I don't like to go down this line of reasoning because I consider myself British. But the problem I have with this covert white nationalism bullshit is basically, it's funny because it was the same people who their ancestors.
Who taught you to say that? Where'd you learn those
What do you mean?
phrases? What do you mean learn those phrases?
What do you mean? Where did I learn it? I put them together myself. Are you talking about the language?
No, I'm talking about the philosophy, this stuff about covert white nationalism. Like, where did those ideas come from?
From you?
Well, it came from where every idea comes from, my friend. Exchange of information. That's where it comes from, yeah? But anyway,
when white people went into India and started to colonize there, was that right and proper?
Well, let me make my point because I'm going to address exactly what you're talking about. This is the hypocrisy and the bullshit of the white nationalists specifically, because funnily enough, they will complain about all these things that the demographics are changing, replacement theory. Yeah, you probably know what I'm talking about. How many fucking cultures did the white Anglo-Saxons replace? Huh? The New Zealand Maori. You've lost it. So
and one could say that.
Hold on. Finish my point.
I'm trying to answer your question. You asked me a question.
Don't fucking interrupt me, bro. Don't fucking interrupt me. I'll let you speak after, yeah? So the problem I have with these... No, but I haven't finished making my point. You can make your point after. Have some fucking decorum, yeah?
Okay,
you love the English. You love the English so much. Follow their culture, motherfucker. Have some decorum, yeah? So anyway, but what I'm trying to say is, the same people who complain about this, their ancestors had the opportunity to keep England as white as the white picket fences, but they chose to go abroad, and it was specifically the white Anglo-Saxons here, yeah, I'm being specific about a demographic, that have replaced so many fucking cultures across the world, and then they turn around because the country's 20% ethnic minority, black, Asian, whatever, we're losing our culture. Motherfucker, how many cultures to your guys bullshit? And now, you just, to answer your question, was it right that they went to India? No, but guess what? The damage is done. And the funny thing is, yeah, the British ruled over India for 400 years. 400 years. How long have Indians and Pakistan? Indians are the biggest ethnic minority in England. How long have the Indians been they're still subjugated to British law, so you can't call it an equivalent, because a lot of these white guys like to say reverse colonialism. Bullshit. Everybody's subject to the British law. We ain't got a problem with that. But they've only been here for a few generations, yeah? And you guys start crying like little bitches. Oh, we're losing our identity. How many fucking identities did the white Anglo-Saxon replace? Go on, make your point.
Are you through? Okay. So you're correct. I think
of course
that,
I'm correct.
You're correct, but not for the reason that you think.
What?
The course of history, as we take it as like with a broad approach, you see this cycle repeat over and over again, where you have a group of people who form a very powerful, potent, expansive empire, and then go and fuck it up by like growing too large, involving too many other groups, and then eventually, inevitably, those other groups come in and kind of swamp the main group. It happens in almost every civilization, back to fucking Mesopotamia, pretty much. So what white people are experiencing right now is that exact same phenomenon. We got so big and so expansive, and we went to so many different places, and then we didn't like ethno-homogenize our homelands, and now it's like all coming back on us. Now, is this wrong? Is this right? I don't know, but it is the course of history, and it is happening. But I think that you sound like really angry about it, and you're projecting this like white nationalist, ethno-nationalist like shit on me. I'm really confused about that. But I do think that it is right and just for a group of people to say, this is our place and this is where we exist. The Chinese do it. The Jews do it. The Egyptians do it. Like fucking thousands of groups of people around the world have places that they're allowed to consider their homeland. But when it comes to Caucasian people of every stripe, we're not allowed to do that anymore. And it is some sort of like ethnic reparations that we're being forced to pay for our like quote unquote bad behavior over the last few hundred years, when tangibly we haven't done anything different than any other group or empire that's existed in history. In fact, we were the ones who ended slavery as a thing. But
slavery
I do think
You know what?
kind of I'm not finished.
Prophet, you know what? I'm going to I'm heading to Wichita, Kansas to change the culture there. That's for sure.
To that,
so can I wrap up without being interrupted by like fucking room temperature IQ people who just want to be bright? Okay, so
yeah, let him talk. Go ahead.
I don't think you owe me anything. The only thing
Okay. Do you need to make another point?
No, go ahead. LA, let him finish. Go on, let him finish his point.
Okay, so throughout history, you're going to have groups. They're going to establish territory. They're going to create culture there, and then they're going to be sad when other groups come in and like dominate the place and change it. It's like totally natural. I understand why people are like so pissed off at white people that this is going on. Like, what?
You're supposed to be pissed off when they come in.
I just want to remind you that that Tulsa Doom was not white, and he went and fucked up a lot of white tribes.
Tulsa who? Tulsa King?
You clearly have not seen Conan the Barbarian.
I saw Conan. I didn't catch the Tulsa Doom record.
I don't know what he saw. And you know what? Listen, Conan's on one of my must-watch lists. I cannot believe I'm 41 fucking years old and never taken in.
I used to read the comic book, bro.
Are you serious, dude? See, I thought you were gonna I thought you were gonna like laugh and make a joke about that because you must have seen that movie, but
I could have.
You have not seen it.
Right up my alley. One of my best friends. It's one of the movies, talks about it all the time.
That's cool.
Failed, dude.
I can't believe you have not fucking seen that movie. That's one of the most like nerdy fantasy movies ever.
I know. What an asshole I am.
What was you guys? You said that you know that when most of these people, you said it's natural, yes, for people to move in, take over a place and dominate. It is natural, I'll give you that. But a motherfucker should be mad when it happens, depending on how it happens. If it's just a motherfuckers moving in and they're just like, you know, they're not harming no one, then they should get a piece of land the same way you did. If they come in and drop bombs and kill everyone and take it over, you're supposed to be mad. Those are evil fucks.
Well, the problem that we have with modern immigration is that we've never experienced like transit and infrastructure like we do now, right? So before in history,
they could only come over at certain speeds and shit.
Yeah, and if a group of people who crossed the American border every single day in that number marched over a border 200 years ago, that would be considered a fucking invasion. But we have so much infrastructure and such ease of travel now. Like people can move so quick. Like you can be across the United States in 3 days. So it changes
people who
the
cross.
whole. I'm not done speaking. I need like 3 more sentences. It changes the whole paradigm of the movement of human beings around the globe, and it happens so quickly now that like you can replace an entire group of people in a couple generations just by walking in. And genetics play into that and everything too. So humans have never really experienced such a large number of us moving at such speeds across such wide gaps of land. And it really changes the game.
I just wanted to add to what you were saying. Enough people cross one crosswalk in Tokyo in a given day to be considered an invasion. Just to cross one side crosswalk in Tokyo, you get thousands upon thousands of people in one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
I think it's just ridiculous that
England is 20% ethnic minority, So how can this rhetoric about invasion be the case? And secondly,
I'll explain it to you very simply. It's very simple.
it's because you have a double standard. It's okay for whites to do it, but it's okay. It's not okay for non.
Listen, hold on. I'll explain it.
Why are you talking about European? You should be quiet.
I'll explain it if you just be quiet. The reason that it amounts to an invasion is because that 20% of people is outbreeding the home group in vast swaths. So I'm not talking about this as a negative. I'm trying to explain the mathematics of it to you. So when one group of people, hold on, oh my, shut up. When one group of people who has a genetic gene set that's recessive doesn't breed, and then another group of people that has a dominant gene set moves into that group and starts breeding a lot, the numbers shift in like 3 generations. Like, do you really need that? Do you need me to bust out a calculator and
Okay, so what?
Yeah, but one of the things you're forgetting,
the Native Americans died from the fucking diseases the Europeans brought over. So that's what I'm saying. You guys have a double standard. It's okay for fucking Europeans to do it, but
no
when
one is saying that. You're projecting those words into my mouth. You're saying that. I didn't say anything about that.
Why don't you have what I'm talking about? Why is there only a problem when the tables are when the shoe is on the other foot? Why is that a problem now?
It's not. I explained earlier that it's always a problem. I was explaining how this is a problem.
My point is this: I don't have a problem with white people. Yeah, I don't have a problem, but I'm saying, why is it? Yeah, this is a trope. This is a problem that always seems to resurface. Like I thought in World War II, we could have put a stop to this whole shit, but whenever it just seems.
I explained history to you.
I can answer your question. Should I call the Europeans coming over to America an invasion?
No, this same cycle has been repeating all throughout history. I just said that.
No,
also,
should I call it an invasion? Yes or no?
We're not just talking about
all
white
the
people.
Europeans that came over here and took, because white people cover so many people. I'm curious, is America white? Is it an invasion when Europeans come over here?
So whiteness in America is defined very strictly, and actually I didn't do it, academics did. And I would say up until about
I wasn't asking about definition. I was asking you, do you consider it an invasion in the terms you was talking about Europe being invaded and all of that? If white people come over here from Europe, or just Europeans, period, if they come to America, are the Americans to say it's an invasion if they come here and start selling in big numbers?
Well, it was in America's founding documents that Europeans of good character. I mean, what's the laughing? What's the laughing? I'm answering
the
question.
laughing is that because when the Irish came over here, they was shit on, spitted on. They wouldn't give them a job. They said their genes were worthless. When when Italians came over here, they was spit on, getting off the
be
boat.
Quiet and let me talk. If you ask me a question, you have to let me respond. Like, shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
I was responding to somebody else asked me a question.
All right.
What's the problem with
it is explicitly written in America's founding documents in our immigration policy. I think it was 1790 that European or white men of good character were considered to be allowed to just immigrate. So no, in America's founding document says, shut up for 2 seconds.
Or
God, you're
I'll
my
interrupt
wife.
you and ask you what document is that? Why we're here?
Okay.
Which one?
Hold on. Hold on. I'll go ahead and Google that for you. Okay.
Okay.
Hold it up, mother.
If you didn't know it, you could have said you didn't know it.
1790. Let's just go ahead and educate you because you didn't. The Naturalization Act of 1790. Okay. Now that you've heard the words, maybe you can go type that in and read about it yourself so that you can understand the history that you're arguing with me about.
Well, no,
So you guys don't understand history. None of you do.
You said founding documents. I didn't know that nationally. I thought you were going to say Constitution or something like that.
Yeah, that's because you know nothing about history and you think there's 3
Are
founding
you
documents.
Sure? Are you
Have you
sure
ever heard about the Federalist Papers? Like, do you know anything about what you're talking about?
Angry right now.
Who's getting angry now, Mr. Ethno-Nationalist? Seems like you're getting fucking triggered, aren't you? When you're being called out on your bullshit, you don't like it. Anyway, go ahead. Go on.
Yeah, continue.
I just hope that, I mean, can't we all agree that it's silly to try and send away all these people to take all of their, like, hot ethnic women with them?
Oh, what the?
Here, I'll go one further. This may be controversial. No one's said this. No one owns any piece of land. No one does. Under God, nature, whatever. That guy, excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Okay, no, yeah,
I,
you're
I
right.
want to explain the reason why they see it as being different is because when white people go to another country, they're bringing civilization, which they see as good. But when these other people come, they're bringing their primitive cultures, which they think is bad. They're bringing their religions, their
No,
traditions, and they
hold on.
think that it's a net positive to have white immigrants or settlers. But if you're primitive, this is why this whole conversation is so relevant. They think that civilization is a good thing. And if you're not civilized, then you basically don't have a right to exist. You don't have a right to immigrate. You should basically just go off yourself because you don't even have a right to live on your own land. You don't even have a right to live in Africa and South America, anywhere. Everything should be captured by the civilized man.
Okay, let me just say one thing to Vitalize a Fox. This is my closing thing before I leave. You're right. I do get triggered by this, and I'll tell you why. It's because, like I previously stated, and we're talking about England here, yeah? My family served in the military. I've served in the military. We've done many good things to this country. The country's done good things for us. But why is it that because we're not white, that this conversation is always going to come up? And trust me, my friend, yeah, you will never understand what it means. Maybe if white people do become the minority that your race so fears, and when they do get bullied and do go through this, maybe one fucking day your great grandson might understand how I feel when he's outnumbered and he may do the same things as another man and be patriotic, but because he's not the right quote unquote skin color, he's gonna have to go through this bullshit. So yeah, have a good day, everyone. Take care.
Okay.
Yeah. How come it
Again,
can't just
again,
be
hold on. Everybody be quiet. I need to respond to that. Once again, a man who knows nothing about history. White people have already been through that hundreds of times throughout history. We don't need to go through that again because his grandparents came here on the fucking Windrush. Like, nobody gives a shit, dude. If I move to China and live there with my kids for 10 years, am I Chinese? Are my kids Chinese? If I have a child who's born there, is he
That's not true.
genetically Chinese?
If you went to China, you would be worshipped. They would see you as the.
Answer my question.
You would get all the women you want because they would. Let me stop.
Answer my
I'm going to China.
question.
I'm going to China.
What is your question? What is your question?
I just fucking asked it. If I moved to China with my kids and then had a kid there, is my kid Chinese?
You don't have to be Chinese. The problem is that white is universal. So anywhere you go, you're basically going to be.
Where did you learn that? Where did you learn
You're
that?
going to be the creme de la creme.
Who taught you how to say that? That's bullshit. You are regurgitating a bullshit bullet point that's not true.
You don't understand. There's studies.
You're telling me if you go to a little fucking village in the middle of Mongolia, whiteness is pervasive? Fucking retard. Who taught you how to say that stupid
shut up
shit?
and let me finish. There's studies that show that white men are more desirable than other, even because you have a social status that you get naturally. That when you go to, not naturally, but it's innate. When you go to these other countries, they see white men as being desirable. They think that you're successful. They think that you have money, and a lot of them will want to marry you just because you're white.
What does that have to do with anything? You don't
have to.
Listen to me. Answer my question right now, or I'm going to fuck off of this podcast.
There wouldn't be these communities in America that are like all secluded, like ethnic communities. If that was the case, all the women in the ethnic community branching out, trying to like only be with white guys, and then those communities would collapse. They wouldn't be the way they are. There wouldn't be little Havana or little or Chinatown or whatever it is,
outside of America.
This panel answer my question.
Well, I went to Jamaica, and it's not like it wasn't like I wasn't being chased down the street. I had a friend tell me, "Oh, if you go to Jamaica, you're gonna be like women are gonna chase you down the street," and I'm like, "It's not like it can't be like that anymore, dude, because we have the internet now. Women can get all the attention they want without leaving, without needing. They don't need to chase me."
I did answer your question.
There, and no one was fucking interested. So it's not even like.
Question. I answered your question. You don't have to be Chinese because you're universal.
Oh,
you can go anywhere.
That's not an answer to my question. It's a yes or no question.
You don't have to be Chinese. Okay, then answer your question. Yes, you are. You are
I'd say by definition,
because you're
you are
universal.
not
If my answer
Chinese.
can't be answered in
By
good faith.
You know, I'm
definition,
answering your
he's
question. You
not
are
going to answer
Chinese.
that question.
You
He's
are
not answering.
Chinese because you are universal. You can go anywhere and be wherever you land. You are Chinese. You are South American. You are African.
No. That is such bullshit. That's a fallacy. You're making up a special category just for white people. Like,
Just to win an argument.
You're universal. You're basically God. You're natural no matter where you go.
So you're saying that the white man is God? What the fuck are
The way that you have constructed this whole like globalist system, yes, everyone wants to be with you because you're considered powerful, all powerful.
Breath, you guys are calling the white man God, and then
only one man speaking right now. Who the fuck is you guys?
What the fuck?
I'm talking about the way that they worship, like the Western. They worship the Western.
You don't have an
way of
answer to my
life.
question. Be quiet. The answer is no.
Bro, you have
children
no-
would not be
no,
fucking Chinese.
How you going to ask me a question and then
I
tell
would
me
not
what
be
my
Chinese
answer is?
and my children would not be
answer is my
Chinese. That's
answer.
the fucking answer.
You ask me. Don't ask me the question if you're going to tell me what my answer is. My answer is that you are
Your answer's
Chinese.
wrong.
Bro,
Your answer doesn't have anything to do with
You
anything.
are Chinese. You are African. You are South American. You're everything.
That is
You dominate the entire world.
Fucking life.
I have
That's
more
the
lineage to
shit.
America's born here.
life.
I'm fucking more American than you, and I fucking hate it here.
All right, you guys can't actually hold an adult conversation.
He's just talking to one dude.
You want to ask questions and then tell people what their answer is.
If I move with my white wife to China and we have children there, are my children Chinese?
You're
The answer is no.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because if that's the case, then Elon Musk is not South African.
South African isn't an ethnicity; it's a fucking nationality.
And neither is Chinese. Chinese is an ethnicity. I mean, it's a nationality. Well, it's both.
A cultural identity, and it's a group of DNA.
It's both. It's an ethnicity.
If you swab somebody and take a DNA test, you can
More
find out
than
like,
one
what fucking
ethnic group.
village
There's
they're in.
56 others ethnic group in
Like, you guys,
China.
no, you're not ready to have an adult conversation about this.
So then Elon Musk to stop calling himself South African because he's not from South Africa. His
There is a
immigrant.
process in
It's
China.
actually like this is worse than talking to my 6-year-old because my 6-year-old actually.
Shut up.
All right, since y'all just exchanging insults, you can let other people get in on the conversation since y'all just exchanging insults at this damn point.
Bro,
Mystery Singer with hold on, guys, Mystery Singer's back. Now he's got what I believe is the Confederate flag, which is I don't know why he's got that. He has nothing to do with this flag. You're not from the deep south.
Yes, you
Your
would be
people had nothing to do with that flag. You are practicing cultural misappropriation.
Yes,
What
he
the hell
is.
are you
He's
doing?
a retard.
You're
He's bringing the
BMW.
conversation back to
No.
like the level that it should be at, which is a fucking
That's
fart.
where you're wrong. Vital. Yes, your team would be Chinese because guess what? Are you trying to tell me that the only definition out there is the homogeneous, ethno-homogeneous one? With the world is a changing place. So just because most of China is ethnically homogeneous, who's to say in the future if China takes over that you won't have loads of people going there and spending generations and they can become quote unquote Chinese because they adopt the culture.
I have a
If I can explain something to you, there is a
fucking nationalist pussy. You're gonna become a minority. Suck my dick.
Shay, right?
Do you see what I'm talking about here? Do you see what I'm talking about the level of conversation that we're having? Like, this person, first of all, isn't even mature enough to stay around for my answer, which is correct. Like, I haven't even said it. It's already correct. Second of all, he goes and pulls this shit. You're going to be a minority. You're going to be a minority. Suck my dick. Proving my point that it's all just a power struggle.
Here, let me answer
He doesn't
your
give a
question,
fuck
then.
about Britain. He gives a fuck about his people. And the answer is, if you were to swab the cheek of my white children as we lived in China and did a DNA test, you would not find any fucking Chinese DNA in their identity.
Hey,
Thus and
moron.
so, my
Moron.
Chinese children would not be Chinese, dumbasses. That's
Moron.
the fucking answer. And
Moron.
also the second part of my question, because this guy's so fucking retarded, he doesn't understand the world. China is not a homogenous civilization.
I was gonna
It's
say
full
that
of
to you.
dozens and dozens and dozens of ethnicities.
Yes,
retard.
You're the retard.
Okay, we have
Piece of
No,
shit.
no, none of you have given me any solid answers. You're just calling me names and
We
regurgitating
haven't been
TikTok
talking.
shit.
You just been yelling at dude back and forth. I got plenty of answers for you. Here, we'll go back and start with the when I said founding documents and you gave me the immigration shit. When I said founding documents, I'm talking about founding of the nation, not fucking later on doing immigration and all of that shit.
I just want to make a. I'm
It
sorry.
was within the first 15 years of the country. Do you understand what foundational means? This is what I'm talking about. You guys have like a fucking
No, you're the one who's doing everything that
None
you're
of you
talking about.
actually can converse on this level because you don't really understand things.
Stop, because it's not Chinese. Is not even a
founding document. Means one of the documents that was foundational in the laws of this country.
You're the one who's
Published in
wrong. You're the one who's
1790.
you don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
just talking
After
over
the
each other
Declaration of
again.
Independence, which
Yeah,
means it's
yeah.
a foundational document. Like, why do I need to fucking explain this shit to you guys? That's why I'm angry, because you're like,
you're smarter. You're smarter.
all
than
of your gotchas are just bullshit.
You're
Like,
smarter
it's
than
stupid
all of the
bullshit.
dumb ethnic people. All the dumb ethnic people should not even. We're not on your level because you're superior
Listen,
to us.
hey, listen, I gotta go. It was nice talking to you. I
Yeah.
hope next time you guys can come with a little bit of research.
Just shut up. Just go.
Fuck up.
This
Yeah,
has
yeah,
been one
yeah,
of the
yeah.
worst panels I've ever been on because of
Just
the
go.
Yeah. It's not a fucking airport. You don't have to announce your departure, bro.
Thank you.
And so, we once again.
But you'll continue to do so anyway. As long as you're gonna do that shit. No, not every fucking document written in the 1700s was a founding document, nigga. If I was talking about Declaration of Independence,
that's
all
you
of
know
that
about
bullshit, you could have anything
You know
along
about
those
three
lines. Not
foundations documents.
hey,
All
nigga,
you
I
know.
thought you was leaving. Fuck is you still talking for?
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
And as far as fucking China and all of that shit, there's many definitions for that shit.
Yes.
Any motherfucker born over here is an American under the definition that we have over here. Guess what? Trump could change that. The fucking Congress could change that tomorrow, and that definition wouldn't hold. So right now, Chinese definition, if you
Go ahead and read a little bit. Hey, listen, my brother,
Hey.
go ahead and read a little bit, and when I come back, we'll talk again. All right, have a good day, guys. Bye.
all right, hey. Spit that
Okay,
cum out
guys,
your mouth
just
next
one
time so we
second,
can hear
one
you
Hey,
clearly.
hey, read a book.
Kenny says,
Gurgle, gurgle,
Kukaduma says
motherfucker.
Kenny makes no sense to him. He's so unhinged. Well,
Yeah,
Kenny,
he's just a
you're
troll.
coming with that flag behind you that has nothing to do with you as an individual.
Yeah, he's a retard.
Well, what are you
I'm
doing?
going to explain to you why it does.
You're a
Shut up.
Scotsman. What the fuck? You
Are
have
you
to do
gonna
with the
shut the
American.
fuck up?
How much
Listen
blood
to me.
do you
There's
have?
no
You have
fucking
this
human
belly
fucking
fat.
here. Zero. You have no fucking brain
Shut up,
cells.
you
should be
fucking
ashamed of
mangina
yourself.
cunt.
You should
You'll
be ashamed
never
of
be a
yourself.
woman.
You
You'll
should
never be a
ashamed of
woman.
yourself. You
You'll
should
never
be
be a
ashamed
woman.
of
You're a
yourself.
You
cunt.
would never be
You're
Jewish.
You'll
You
never
would
be a
never
You'll never
southerner
be a
in the
woman.
Confederacy. You'll never be a southerner in the Confederacy. You'll never be
You'll never
American.
be a woman. That's the
You
Scot.
still live-
That's the
still live in
Confederate flag,
Scotland.
and that
You still live in
saltire
Scotland.
is
You're
an
gonna get
old
raped by a
the
packy. You're gonna
Scottish
get
You would
raped.
never be
of the
intelligent.
southern states. You're a mangina
You're gonna get raped
buttercup.
by a
Shut
packy,
up,
and I'm
shut
gonna
up.
laugh
No,
at
no,
it.
no, come on.
Scottish immigrants to the
Both
southern
of you
states.
shut up. Both of you shut up for a second, right? And you don't need to bring that into it, Kenny. Kenny, what are you talking about? What is this flag about?
This is the Confederate flag, and the saltire on the flag was for the Scottish immigrants who immigrated to the southern states of America. It's Scottish history and heritage that immigrated into America. That's what it represents.
Right. This is exactly what I was talking about. The
That's what the
civilized.
saltire is for.
No concept of right and wrong. No
Anyway, I want to sing
accountability.
a song.
He does
sing a
not
song.
sorry for anything. He's proud of his heritage of slavery, and that's
He
why
doesn't
that's why he has that flag behind him. That flag
He
is
doesn't
about
stand for
slavery and nothing else.
I'm going to
He
sing a
doesn't
song.
stand.
Okay.
He doesn't
No,
stand
don't
for
No,
please
tell
don't
us
sing.
why
Don't
what the
sing.
flag means. Why did
You
they choose
fought
that
all
flag?
the way, Johnny Rib, Johnny Rib. You fought all the way, Johnny Rib. So you were marching with Robert E. Lee. You held your head high, tried to win the victory. You fought for your folks, 'cause you didn't die in vain. Even though you lost, they speak highly of your name, 'cause you fought all the way, Johnny Rib, Johnny Rib. You fought all the way, Johnny Rib.
Go suck
I
it.
heard your teeth chatter
Damn
from
it. All right.
cold
Fuck you.
outside. Saw the bullets open up the wounds in your side. I saw the young boys as they began to fall. You had tears in your eyes 'cause you couldn't help at all. But you fought all the way, Johnny Rip, Johnny Rip. You fought all the way, Johnny Rip. I saw General Lee raise a saber in his hand. Heard the cannon roar as you made your last stand. You marched in the battle with the gray and the red. When the cannon smoke cleared it 2 days to count the dead. You fought all the way, Johnny Rip, Johnny Rip. You fought all the way, Johnny Rip. When Honest Abe heard the news about your fall, the folks thought he'd call the great victory ball. But he asked the band to play the song Dixie for you, Johnny Rip, and all that you believe, 'cause you fought all the way, Johnny Rip, Johnny Rip. You fought all the way, Johnny Rip. You fought all the way, Johnny Rip, Johnny Rip. You fought all the way, Johnny Rip. I'm so proud of my Scottish heritage and how they built America. Thank you.
It wasn't just
God
them.
bless the United States of America.
It wasn't just them.
I'm Israel High and Javid Shah, free Iran.
It wasn't just them, faggot. Now go hang yourself.
I don't condone any hatred, racism, or asking people to off themselves. That is not.
Oh, that clown stopped singing.
Now we have Joe Cool. I'm going to give Joe Cool the mic. Go ahead, Joe Cool. Say what.
Who's left, man? Because I tuned out when that clown. LA, you still up here when that dude started singing?
I'm still here. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think what you're saying was completely wrong. Race, there's only 3 races, which are, 3 basic races: Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid. Chinese is not a race. It is an ethnicity and a nationality. Although he would not be considered Chinese ethnically, he could be Chinese national as a nationality. The same way Elon Musk is considered a South African, even though he has no South African DNA. So
nationality is where we should have went with him. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to explain that, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise because he's trying to patronize everybody and act like he's so superior and smarter than everybody. So, yes, he would be considered Chinese, and they can go anywhere and be wherever they are. So they can be African, they can be Asian, they can be whatever. The universal man, the civilized man, can go anywhere and be whatever he wants to be because he determines what is. He determines reality. He determines. I mean. Let me stop. I don't need to make
I understand your point. I have little issues with it. Here and there, ain't even worth bringing up, I guess. I do understand your point. There was a time in Roman history where Roman could go across the known world unmolested because everybody feared if they touched him, what would happen? I think you're kind of just saying that. You run shit, you're God to everybody. I think that's all you were saying.
The United States, you were not. I mean, this is not your original land, but now you determine who is or who isn't American.
Yes.
So that was what I was trying to make, but he couldn't shut up.
And we should also take it to these are the problems when you label a thing with intelligent people. Race is just a descriptor. He's an Asian, he's an African, or he's a tall black man. Short, fat, white guy. It's just a descriptor. We shouldn't be attaching all these things to it. When you attach this guy's better or he's smarter and all of that stuff to the race shit, that's when it becomes dangerous. Every motherfucker who hears that message suddenly. It's fine if I tell you, hey, you see my friend that just went around the corner of LA? Who you talking about? Tall black dude. I'm not attaching anything to him other than a descriptor. That's fair. Oh, he's an African. Just saying he comes from Africa. I'm not attaching nothing to it. But for you to say that Americans are better, oh my God, you're suddenly in trouble because America is every different race, 800 languages spoken in New York alone.
Yes,
So
850 languages. Yes, 800.
yeah.
Chinese, Hebrew, Russian, Ukrainian, Aramaic, Arabic, so many Spanish, Igbo, you know, like Zulu, Xhosa. Yeah, there's so many.
That's in New York. So you want to say what an American is and try to label it, you know, good luck.
Yeah.
And the same
Okay,
thing.
guys.
Go ahead.
Guys, can we do a little power share? Share the stream somewhere in the next few minutes.
I just shared that motherfucker, yeah.
Good man, good man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Bring
Yeah, I shared it on my
here.
story on Instagram. Yeah.
Good man, good man. Yeah, anybody watching, just give the stream a share. Bring in new voices so we can learn more, compare and contrast ideas more. Now we have two regulars who've just come onto the stream. Cougar Duma, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
Well, I guess I just have to say what I usually say when we have these kind of heated discussions about race.
I'm an architect. I think that's
like
what
always.
you say. I'm an architect or a biologist. I forget what it is. That's normally what you said. Well, I'm a biologist, and I believe. All right, maybe not. That's not what you're gonna say. All right.
Why don't you just go fuck yourself?
Can't even Whoa. Cougar, calm down. You just came in. Like,
Yeah, I know, and I'm immediately attacked and my character
That's not
assassinated because I'm a
exactly how you
biologist.
say that.
Why don't you go fuck yourself, you apostate motherfucker?
oh shit. D&W, man, what's going on?
No, I mean, they're both grown
It's
men.
fine.
They're
It's
both grown men.
absolutely
I don't have to
fine.
get involved.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
I love this though, man. This is what I live. Man, I live for drama.
Go ahead, Cougar Jimmer. What do you want to say other than defend your professional integrity? Go ahead.
Well, that's always a good place to start, since that's all most of us ever have. Apart from that, what I wanted to say was, you people arguing over which race is the better race or who's more closer to God or whatever, is there's just no basis for this. This is all made up. You're making all this shit up, and it's fine, I guess, except now we're bombing fuck out of Iran because of their skin color or their religion or because of the Crusades or something that happened 1,200 years ago. I don't even remember anymore. And you know, there's real repercussions. There's real. I mean, we grew up a school full of little girls. There's real problems when we can't just realize that we're not that different. We have different cultures, different languages, different religions, and you know, ideally we would be celebrating these things. Look, we give dogs of different breeding more props for being different and having hairstyles and having hair colors and having size and different behaviors, and working dogs and poodles and lap dogs. We give them more credit for their uniqueness.
Yes.
And we don't throw shade at people because they got a fucking dog that has hair different than my dog. Okay, we don't give people shade. We say, hey, that's a nice dog. They say, oh, I love my dog. I love my breed of dogs. All I ever own are pitties. I own pit bulls. I own pitties, okay? And so we don't give people shit over their choice of fucking dog. We don't. And yet here we are, as usual, every goddamn day, doing the same thing.
What?
Picking on each other because our hair is different, or our skin is different, or our culture is different, or our language is different, or our religion is different. It just makes no sense. We treat our dogs better with more praise for their differences than we do to each other. That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm cooking some, so I got to cut out for a minute. And all that was well said, Cougar. And I think that if we look at it in those terms, and this would help us, it's not an illegal invading immigrant or whatever title you put on them. It's a person. Right, that's coming over. If you strip off all of that, it's a person. Now, judge him on that. If he does something bad or he's done shit bad, then yes. Otherwise, it's a person. You can't, break down every motherfucker about that race and shit. All right, I'll be back, guys.
Thank you for that. We've got Witchy Bishy. Great to have you back, Witchy Bishy. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say, darling?
So I'm just sick and tired of hearing about African or Black American slavery. My people were enslaved from the 7th century until the 19th century. That is 12,000 years my people were enslaved. And they didn't sell each other into slavery the way Africans did, they were forced into slavery. The word slave comes from my people, the Slavic people.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, they were enslaved by the Ottomans. Yeah.
And
well,
they
like
stayed enslaved for 12 freaking centuries. 12, not centuries, 12 millenniums.
yeah, I know. I know. Yeah,
12,000 years.
I
The
know.
African Americans only got 300 of it, and we set them free.
Yeah. I think Africans more than just African Americans were enslaved because of the Arabs, which started in like the 9th century. So yeah.
But American chattel slavery, those slaves, the slave drivers that sold those slaves into slavery were Black Africans also.
I
My
know,
people
yes.
were taken by the Black Africans in Egypt and made
Yeah.
into slaves.
I know, yeah. You don't need to repeat it over and over again. I understand
I'm
that.
sorry. I hear it over and over again about American chattel slavery when it was a very short-lived thing and people knew it was wrong and did something about it.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah. Well, originally this conversation was about like LA, because I agree with DNW that Africans European pre-colonialism actually did have a semblance of culture. It was decentralized culture, but it decentralized structure, but it essentially functioned as a structure, as you would see like either in China, Rome, the Mayans, whoever, even the Polynesians at that time. Okay, so I'm not going to play this game of Africans were completely primitive before European contact. No, that is not true. No, however, like I did say earlier that like we should worry about the now, because I think the problems of current are superseding the problems of back then because of like nuclear breakdown and AI and like new ideologies, old ideologies being more extreme thanks to the internet and all that shit. I think we need to worry about the problems of now, so maybe we can have some floorboarding in the future. It's always good to read about the past, but we shouldn't be captured by the ghosts of the past.
I'm not so sure about this, 1,200 years of slavery for the Slavic people.
It was a long time, but it couldn't be that long, what the like. I know the Ottomans were pretty brutal. They literally they kidnapped people from like Iceland and shit to sell in like North Africa, the Barbary trade, right? That was Ottomans, but Ottomans were not indiscriminate. Ottomans they went after blacks, Arabs, Greeks. I think there was even some Persians inside their ranks because the Ottomans and Persians hated each other for a very long time, and they still kind of do. Yeah, so yeah, everyone enslaved each other. Everyone had a type of culture. Yeah,
I think the other thing I guess I get frustrated about being white. I mean, look at me. Oops, that's facing the wrong way. That ain't gonna help. Let me fix that. There we go. Look at me. I'm white. I have blue eyes that turn green. They change colors. I have light hair. I have freckles. I'm as white as they come. And I just get tired of people saying white people have no culture. Like
according to some people, you're not white because you're Jewish.
Wow. People will sit there and say that white people have no culture, but yet they group all Black Americans together as Black Americans, but white Americans, they separate us out into Germans, freaking Irish, French, and all these other things, and then try to tell me I have no culture when those places are built around cultures.
Right. I think there's a difference though, because I think they do recognize a German culture and Italian culture, English, but blacks, we were sort of brought here from different parts of Africa. And so we sort of became, a monolith. We basically have one culture. We had to create an American culture for black people that did not exist in Africa. So I think it's a little different from white because you came from different parts of the world, but you still have some kind of lineage that you can actually trace.
I don't. My people came over on Ellis Island, and as far as I can look back, all I can get is from my DNA, a generic region I come from. They cut ties with their culture to come be Americans. And that's what I think people coming here need to do now. If you're going to come be a part of the American culture, then be an American and cut ties with the old world. Quit bringing it here. My people came here and they learned the language. They learned skills that were needed here. Most of my cousins in Chicago are in the police force in Illinois.
Interesting.
You know, they took an initiative to become part of the society instead of bringing their society that they're running from with them.
I mean, look, I have a lot of sympathy for what she's just said there. She's saying,
But what does it mean to be American? I don't know what an American
no matter
is.
what you think yourself in terms of your ethnicity or your heritage, forget about it. You're American now. Forget about it. You are American now.
I don't know what an American is. I don't know what it
You
is.
guys have a lot of immigrants too.
Listen to her. She's explaining. Go ahead, Witchy.
I said, or British. You guys have a lot of immigrants too there in the UK. Let's just be realistic. We are a part of a global economy now. And this is why I believe in one race, one world, no borders. Because these borders we're fighting over are ridiculous. We all use the same kind of money. It's all digital currency now. We speak the same language, even if we don't, because our phone will translate it for us. We all eat multicultural foods. Nobody sticks to only their ethnicity for food anymore. It's all mixed, and that's globally, not just in the US.
But they're the ones who are complaining about it because they see the declining birth rate. They see their countries being flooded with immigrants, and they're concerned that they're going to be replaced. They don't want themselves to be the minority. So,
but they're not wrong. They're not wrong, LA. They are being replaced. I'm a white woman who's had 5 brown children.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, we will come back to that. But if race doesn't matter, then why do they care that their countries are being flooded with immigrants? They do care.
Because they're bringing in a culture of hatred. You should see the way that they treat people. If you go in, like there's some Asian boutiques and stores here, and if I walk in to the Arabian market that says halal meats on the sign and I want to get halal meats and I'm not wearing a hijab, they look at me like I'm out of place in their store.
Oh, really? Because I met some Arab women who don't wear hijab, and they work with women who do wear hijab, and like the Muslim men that work in like the fucking dentist I'm in, they don't complain about it, and they see me as like an alternative lifestyle person, you know, like, and they don't have a problem with me. So, and they still do like the operations with me as at my dentist. So I don't know.
I mean, they still do their job, but the other patrons in the store give you looks. They make you feel like you're in the wrong place. If you drive down a block in Albuquerque, you'll see more Mexican and Palestinian flags than you will see American flags.
Good.
I think all of those flags need to go. We just need to become one globe, one people, and stop all the bullshit.
But Tim, just out of curiosity, how do you dress? Have you like transitioned in the way you dress, or is this?
No. What I mean by that is that I just put on some foundation. I paint my nails sometimes. Like I just no. I still use like androgynous clothing, but like you can tell that like I tend to keep myself more well groomed than the average male. So like they do have. I do make it a bit obvious. I do try to signal out. But like as I said, when I go to my dentist who lives like right across from me. If I walk there, he really doesn't care. He still says hello, mashallah to me. He says, you know, he calls, you know, he's cool. He's from Sudan, you know.
So do you consider yourself a woman, or do you consider yourself non-binary?
Woman, but like a woman can like dress as like as any clothing, whether very feminine or very androgynous, right? It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to answer the chat if that's okay. Nobody minds. I just want to say it says a white woman with 5 brown kids. What the? So I'm from New Mexico. The majority of people here are Spanish mixed with Native American. That is like the vast majority of people here. And where I grew up, most of the people around me were brown, considering themselves Latino or Chicano. but they're basically Native Americans. They all have Pueblo Indian mixed in with them. And my late husband was Hispanic, brown, and our children are brown.
Yeah, I never would have guessed that, but that's interesting.
Oh yeah, me hablo español muy bueno. My last name is a Spanish last name because I was married to a Spanish man, but the culture here is like a mix between Spanish and Native American. So I don't know much about white culture. I didn't grow up in. And I may be Jewish by birth, like my ancestors were Jewish, like heritage, not religion.
They
But
were
I'm
Jewish,
not
really
but-
Jews.
Right, but I'm not a Hebrew. I don't follow the Hebrew culture. I don't know much about Judaism.
But didn't you also say that they came from like Russia or something?
Well, it used to be the USSR, the area that they come from, and they left after the USSR or before the USSR fell apart when Hitler was killing all the Jews across Europe. My people booked it out of Europe to the United States. So we weren't even here for chattel slavery.
Okay, we have a newbie here, guys, or a regular, but he's new for today's conversation at least. That's Robin. Robin, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say, sir? Go ahead.
Hi. I'd like to talk about my own family and how we too have we've suffered oppression over the centuries.
Can you speak closer to your microphone, please, Robin? You're doing this thing where you're like walking across the fucking room while you're talking to us. Talk closer to your microphone.
Is this better?
No, it's worse.
Oh, I don't know why my microphone's it. Well, I'll just reset the microphone.
Right. Okay, guys, while we're waiting for Robin to get with the program, has anyone else got to say something?
Oh, hey, Robin. What's up?
I did want to ask Fatima.
What?
Robin, now you're echoing. You're really ballsing this up. You're really fucking the show up. It's all your fault.
No, I did want to ask Fatima.
What's
I
up?
understand you're in transition.
Yeah, what's up?
Were you raised in Islam, in the Muslim heritage, or Hindi, or you sound Middle Eastern or Asian to me, so.
You know what's? I'll explain it to you. You know what's really funny is that like ever since I changed my name to Fatima, people assume I'm like a Muslim. When like that name is not only associated with like Arabic culture, it's also associated with Portuguese culture. There was a saint of Portugal called Fatima as well.
Yeah, Our Lady of Fatima. It's a Catholic saint.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
know all about Fatima.
Exactly.
Named
Yeah.
after
But
her.
yeah.
That's my middle name from my Catholic.
Yeah, of course.
Confirmation. So I
Yeah.
know the name.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah, but
your voice to me sounds Middle Eastern or like East Indian.
well,
that sort of thing.
I am an ethnic minority. I am Hispanic Peruvian, but as you know, in Spain there was conquest by the Moors there, and so like I do have direct Spanish heritage. In fact, I still have family there in Spain. Some of them migrated from Peru to Spain, but I do still have some lingering family that never left Spain, specifically the Basque region. So yeah, I could have some like Near Eastern DNA in me because my grandmother has curly hair, and like one of our names is like from like a Arabic word from way back.
The Basque are very unusual people. Actually, they actually have very unique DNA. That is, I believe it's the oldest Homo sapien DNA in Europe.
Yeah, it is in Europe. Yes, the Basque region.
It's very distinct, actually.
Yeah.
From the rest of Western Europe for the most
Yes,
part.
it is. That's absolutely. In fact, my last name, I won't say it here. I'm not going to dox myself, but my last name is of Basque origin. It's not Hispanic. It's not like from Catalonia. It's from the Basque region. So to answer your question, no, I am a Hispanic
There is a
Peruvian.
theory that they left Africa, I don't know, tens of thousands of years before the next Indo-European
migration into Europe. There is a theory that they left much earlier than what we believe to be the case at present with the Indo-Europeans. You know,
of course, yeah, absolutely.
My late husband has a Z in his name, and what I learned about Spanish names from Spain that have a Z is that they were probably mixed when the Moors came because they changed the spelling of a lot of the names.
Yeah, they did.
Jay says, didn't we all leave Africa? We did, but there's a
Yeah.
theory that the Basque people left a little bit earlier, or at
Way
least
early.
made the migration from Syria a little bit earlier than everybody else. I mean, I don't know.
They
I've
did,
heard
yeah.
that. Yeah.
But wishy-bishy, I wasn't raised a Muslim, obviously. I was raised Catholic. I was raised Roman Catholic. Now I'm just like a simple, like, non-religious person, but like I do have a lot of affinity towards like a lot of like Orient and like non-Western culture, like, you know, Islamic and Chinese and what else, African and like some Siberian culture, because like I see them as truly authentic, in the words of Heidegger, you know, like German philosopher Martin Heidegger. They're like living their being in their own terms without the encroachment or even resisting the encroachment of like Western values and civilization. They have their own eternal form of life logic for civilization, so that's why I deeply resonate with them.
Did anyone ever say you're too sentimental? You're too sentimental about all these other cultures, and you should just concentrate on being American.
So
No,
you're against civilization.
I am. Let me correct it. I'm not against civilization. I am against certain civilization. I would prefer one that I think meets like good values and meets like a certain criteria. That's all.
Right, but that was my point. That if they choose to civilize themselves, that's one thing. It should not be imposed on them.
I agree with you on that point, but you did say you were a anarcho-primitivist, which I do not like.
No, for me, I would like to have a free society where we could just live in a state of nature. But I'm not saying that if you want to be civilized, then fine. But I should be free to be primitive. I should have a right to exist independent of the state without having to pay taxes, without having to obey laws that I did not consent to.
Because usually anarcho-primitivist or like green anarchists or like neo-Bluedites, they usually advocate for like an international anarcho-primitivist world where they want to dismantle all of civilization regardless of where it comes from, either from America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Southeast Asia, Russia. I thought you were that, honestly. Like I thought you wanted to.
I think that's ideal, but I'm not going to impose my will on anybody else.
Wait, D&W, can you share that? Can you share that comment by Daniela saying, "Am I a eugenicist?" No, I'm not. I think I am not a eugenicist. Like I think that all people, regardless of culture, should exist on their own terms, and no one should be encroaching on them. No one should be imperializing them. No one should, like, you know, be extracting from them. Yeah, I agree with you, LA, but like I could never meet eye to eye with you on certain things, on just certain aspects, like the anarcho-primitivist. I personally don't see anarchism as very valuable and very pragmatic in my form of life and like philosophy, but if it works out for you, I don't mind. It's just that
if I want to have my own culture, my own little village, free from the state, do you think I should be entitled to that if everybody else agrees to it?
Could you repeat that? You were kind of breaking up. I'm sorry, it's my laptop.
Well, if a group of people decided they wanted to break away from the state or whatever and just have their own little island or whatever, free from, should we have a right to exist that way, to be primitive without being forced to be civilized, without having to pay taxes and obey?
Well, ideally, yeah, you can do that. But as I said, I'm a realist in a way that the state that you're going to exist in is probably not going to allow that. What I'm not endorsing that. I am giving you a descriptive what if, and this descriptive what if is going to happen. Like, I would love for you to go out in the land and enjoy yourself, LA. I would love for you to be free.
Here in the U.S., we allow for that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No,
The Amish live in their own communities and they don't play.
The Amish have phones, have flip phones. That's
the Amish still have to pay taxes to the state. Still have to obey the state law.
Nope.
No, they don't. They get religious exemption.
No, for certain things like putting their children in public school, they still have to pay taxes.
Yeah, they do. A lot of them do now. Yeah,
and they don't pay taxes. They don't.
They do pay taxes.
The only tax the Amish still pay, and and it's only if they privately own their land and the church doesn't own their land is property tax. But generally, they have the church own their land so that they're not. So
It's
that
still
they're
a tax,
exempt from the
though.
property tax
It's
too.
still a tax, though. Property tax is still a tax. A tax is
But
a
most of them have the church own their property so that they are exempt from taxes even on their property.
I would still
I
argue
don't know
that.
about that.
I would still argue that it's still not fully self-sufficient. They still live
All you
within
have
the
to do,
state of
LA, is make it a
Pennsylvania.
church. And don't buy a bunch of guns, because if you buy a bunch of guns, they'll caress you.
I don't think that's true, because they were talking about how they were dying out. They didn't have it. A lot of their children don't want to be a part of their culture, and they're going out into the world to get regular jobs. And
Right, but that's their children's choice. They're not forced into it.
no, the point that I was trying to make is that they don't have any children to pass their property down because they don't want to maintain the land. So some of them have been forced to sell their land because their children don't want to live that way.
Well, like you said, it's their children's choice. If you
Right,
made
but the point,
your little free village and the kids there want to leave, are you going to force them to stay?
No, the point is that they would not be able to sell the land if they didn't own it. So that basically means that they own their land and they were trying to pass down to their children, and therefore the church does not own it because they're trying to pass it down to their children.
Do you recognize that a lot of people own things that somebody else owns on paper in this society? So they sell it through the church. That's all.
I'm just
the
saying,
church
like,
knows
I
it's
don't,
their
I don't
land, but
have
under
a
the
detail.
government's eyes, it's the church's land.
I don't have a detailed like knowledge of what goes on. I'm just saying, just from my information, they have been forced to sell their land because their children don't want to live that way. So I believe the parents actually own it.
Yes, they do. That doesn't mean it's in their name legally. Okay.
I don't know. So I'm not even going to pretend to be the authority on this. I would have to look that up.
I'm just saying, this is something I've looked into because I was really interested in this village that's going on in Arizona right now that's all white. They don't let anybody in who's not white or Christian. And they're doing it. They're building a whole village on private property. They've got stores. They're working on putting together an entire town that is going to be all white and Christian. And if you're not white or Christian, you can't buy in.
Oh, I heard about that. I heard about that. That was where is that? Pennsylvania or
No,
where
this
is
one's
that?
in Arizona. There's one in
Oh,
Pennsylvania
okay.
that's doing pretty well. This is a new one starting up in Arizona. And I think there's another one in Nevada. But there's
Oh
places where
shit.
people do that in the United States. The United States makes room for that. The only
Yeah,
thing
well,
would
so
be
it's
to do
like
is the property tax, and that's just so that you can say this is my property and keep other people off of it.
see the thing is if there was other groups that were organized enough to like get their shit together, you know that all you need is 150 people to become a municipality or township. That's all. You can be an unincorporated township with as long as you have at least 150 people. And you know, think about all the groups that could get together and do something like that. But people, I don't know, people don't want to like uproot themselves, and they're too attached to their comfort zone, you know.
Well, they also don't want to work together. We, especially the Western culture, we have pushed this individualist society that, like, we tell kids they need to go away to college and they need to move away from home. Culturally, in most cultures, you'd have multiple generations living in one home together, supporting one another, and they'd know their neighbors. Like where I live, I know all of my neighbors, but if I lived in the city and when I lived in the city, I didn't know any of my neighbors. Like we didn't want to work together that way. There wasn't that cohesiveness. You don't find that in
I live in a suburb, and I don't know my fucking neighbors.
I would like to look. I would like to live off the grid, but if I were to go into a smaller city, I don't think I would be able to find work. So it's too risky.
You can't
Yeah,
live
I
off
mean,
the
I
grid if you
agree
work
with you
for
on that.
somebody
LA,
else.
there's less work in rural areas than there is in the city, and it's intentional the way that we're being pushed into people farms. Those people are completely reliant on the system. If the food truck doesn't make it today, people don't eat. If the water system fails, those people don't have water. And they've got you all in these, like me and my buddy Nude Guru like to call them people farms, the cities.
Plus, you can't live off the grid if you don't work for yourself.
Yeah, which is hard to do.
Living off the grid means that you're self-employed.
Yeah, it does, which is not a lot of people's options, actually. So I think it's just more pragmatic to just exist within a civilization for me. But I'm going to choose a civilization that I want, or like whatever country I want. Yeah, and it's not going to be here. I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's just how I am. If you look at my profile picture, that should scream enough.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with going where you want to be, and there's nothing wrong with the idea of being off the grid, but you don't have to be off the grid to make an effort to know your neighbors, to make an effort to work together as a group with your community. That doesn't require you being off the grid. It requires you being off the juice of you can do it on your own. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Your neighbor's problem isn't yours. Walk past the homeless guy and don't look him in the eye. This juice that we're fed through the media of, if you can't do it all by yourself, you're not good enough.
Fatima, I can't see your picture. Who is that?
Oh, that's the foreign speaker for Iran. Yeah, with like the Iranian flag behind them.
Can I double back to your community that you said were going self-sufficient with? It was that they have to be white and Christian, or white or Christian?
And.
Well, that's kind of reasonable.
Well, I don't think you can have racial covenants. I don't think that the state would enforce that. But I don't know. I would like to have my own commune of like anarchists and anti-natalists. But I mean, I don't know who actually Against Life 1000 was talking about doing that, but I don't know who. I don't think anti-natalists even get along. Like there's so much infighting.
That would be weird to have a community of just anti-natalists, because you guys would die out, and who's going to replace you?
Well, you would just
it
proselytize
wouldn't carry
people.
on for very long because everybody who's there isn't reproducing.
No, you would just proselytize people and bring the people, like recruit them to join the group.
Oh, converting to
There's enough of you
anti-natalism.
guys.
It's a religion.
Enough of you guys to do that. Not to be offensive. I'm not like saying, oh, you're irrelevant because of the smallness of the group, but I just don't think there's enough anti-natalists out there to continuously replenish a society built around anti-natalism.
They could replenish themselves by people that are born into the society and hate it, and then hear about the anti-natalists and then move in with them. So they wouldn't have any children, but they could keep replacing their community with dissatisfied people.
And they can adopt.
Sonic.
No, they can't adopt. That would be dangerous because
No, anti-natal. It has nothing to do with adoption. As long as you don't procreate, don't create a new life. But if a human being already exists, there's nothing said that you can't adopt.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Slab City in America, LA?
What's that?
City?
It's called Slab City.
Slab City.
Oh, the anarchists, the anarchy.
It sounds perfect for LA.
Yeah.
Wait. What are you saying? This
it's made up of.
You're breaking up.
LA Slab City is basically. Slab City is basically a village of anarchists. They live in anarchy, and it's pretty amazing what they do there, but it's also a scary as hell place to live.
Where is it?
California.
It's right near the border of California and Nevada.
Yeah, California.
All right. Well, I mean, California is expensive as hell because of the taxes, but I'm going to look into it.
Well, it wouldn't be expensive there. There's no property ownership.
Plus, they're anarchists. They don't pay taxes.
Yeah, there's no financial system set up there where you got to have money to get in. You just show up with a tent or a RV or whatever
Yeah,
you want to live on,
wait.
and you park and you live.
Wait, I think we just solved LA's problems with Slab City, right? Like, there's a place that's free from the state, right? Slab City.
It's not. No, it's still a part of the state. They just. I mean, I
How?
don't. If it's in California, then it's a part of the state.
Yeah, but it's kind of decriminalized. They're like, as long as you guys are there, you can be who you want to be, live how you want to live. We won't interfere. It's the best
it up.
deal you're going to get in America.
Look it up, Slab City. It's a real place that you can go to. LA, like, we're not trying to
Yeah, but
demean you.
It's pretty scary as fuck. Let me just throw that out there. There's a lot of violence.
No,
and
no,
that's
it wouldn't scare LA. And I've been worried about you since we chatted the last time. I was thinking, yeah, man, LA's right. We need to find a place for him. We need to get him a place where he can feel happy and, you know, one of the community. So Slab City it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there is no downsides to this, and I don't know what wishy bishy means by scary. Like what? Like what? The weather, the people. I don't know
the
what.
the violence, Fatima.
The violence.
Well,
LA can just put like a fire on. It's just rain.
I do have a fire on.
Okay,
I mean, that is how anarchy works. Is that if you don't have a civilization that lays down laws and takes the initiative, what's it called, takes the monopoly on violence, then people enact violence on one another, and there's no state to enact
Yeah,
violence.
there's
to stop them.
exactly exact
Yes,
anarchism.
but it's very, very rarely fatal. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
if violence breaks out, nobody's going to call the police. Nobody's going to risk their own safety. Obviously, that would be silly. But it very, very rarely ends up in a fatality.
The name of the place, I'm reading the comments, the audience, is called Slab, like a slab of wood or whatever. Slab City, that's what it's called. Yeah, look it up. It's a real legit place. Yeah, I can't believe we haven't thought of that. All these months of talking with LA, and like none of us ever thought to bring that up. Wow.
I mean, that's fine. I'm going to look into it, but I would actually like to take over an entire state.
Oh well, this is what I'm talking about. LA is that is such.
I already said I'm going to build a terranium and put LA in it. let him survive in his own little ecosystem, and we can just.
You see, I've got a leg up, LA. I lived off grid for 7 years in a place in Spain called Tabernas. It's where they made the movie The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's also where they made the movie The First Raiders of the Lost Ark. It was extremely isolated. To get to where we lived, you had to travel 5 kilometers up a dry riverbed. And in the rainy season, you couldn't get out at all. And my neighbors always used to say to me, don't make trouble here, because if somebody decided to murder you, we would bury you here and nobody would ever know about it or find out about it. And that gave me a sense of security, because I was off grid. Nobody could find me, touch me. And I had a good relationship with my neighbors. And I built a wonderful contact network. And I used to work for myself. People used to ask me to translate stuff for them in Spanish, from German and Dutch and English. My Spanish wasn't very good, but their Spanish was so bad that they didn't know that. So it kind of worked out. And in the end, I was asking for 30 euros an hour, which is extremely good money. And I kept myself to a 50 euro a week budget. And that was for everything: my food, my clothes, my rent, my travel expenses, my health insurance. That was for everything. 50 euros a week, which is the same as $50. And I now live in London, and I had a hell of a lot more contact to the outside world living in the desert in Spain than I do here in London.
I'm gonna have to go, but before I go, I want to ask a question. Did anybody see the video I did about the civilized brute? And if you did, were you offended?
I haven't seen it yet, so I can't comment. But I probably will after this. You know.
I
Brother
haven't seen it either.
Marcus,
I've been in town all day, but I don't get
Can you
offended
please
easily.
leave a link in the comments?
Yeah, or like leave a link in the private or in the comments. Yeah.
Brother Marcus, did you see it?
What? See what?
The video I did about the civilized brute.
Yes.
Were you offended? Like, what did you think?
What? No, I wasn't offended. What did I think?
To be fair, Mike Donegan, of my 5 kids, 3 of them are adults. 1 is almost 30, and I have no grandchildren yet.
Well, I mean that actually came from my other channel, and I wasn't sure if I should do that. I did that like 7 months ago, but when D&W made that video, I was like, well, I'm going to post it on this channel as a response. But I never would have posted that on the channel just because I don't want people
Wait,
to.
was that the Dickens one? I can't remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Oh well, I think clearly D&W didn't like it, so.
D&W,
Yeah,
I don't.
if you want, I
watch
can
it?
share it. If you want, I can share it.
He didn't watch it. That's the first. So
Yeah, I didn't watch that video. If you want, you can. I'll share it.
I tagged you specifically.
Wow.
Before you do that, I had a quick question. So, I've been thinking about that off-grid thing and owning lands because I don't like the idea that someone could literally kick me out of my apartment because they own this place. So the idea of owning lands on unceded territory makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, because you don't know what's out there, and what if you have a medical emergency that
No,
requires
unceded. So the land of Canada is not surrendered.
Oh.
It's not. So if I own lands, morally, I don't own it. Technically, this is not my land to begin with in the first place.
Oh, really? Oh, so okay.
So what do you mean?
Or, I don't know about that.
Right, it still belongs to the state. You just have a lease on it, right?
I meant indigenous people, guys. God damn.
Wait, what?
This land was stolen.
Oh, Canada. Oh, yeah. It was called what? The
All
Turtle
land
Island.
is stolen. You think that anyone was ever the first to be on land? You'd have to go so far back into tribalism that it would be ridiculous. Every piece of property that exists today has traded hands through force over and over.
Yeah, that's
But,
true.
but this goes back to what I was talking about civilization. It's not the fact that you live here. It's the fact it's property rights, because property rights is the ability to exclude. So if you just wanted to live here and then the Native Americans, whoever, wanted to take it after you died, that would be one thing. But you have perpetual property rights, which prevents them from ever capturing the property that was taken from them. So they did not live this way. And because the mere fact that you exist here prevents them from owning that land. So it is illegitimate. I say that as long as you're using it, then you have a legitimate right to use it. But I just don't think I
think I have a legal right to use it. Do I have a legitimate right to use it? I don't know.
I don't think you have a perpetual right to keep it, to pass it down in perpetuity. That's the part that I would push back against.
Okay.
But as long as you're using it, I don't have a problem with it.
But doesn't the process start again when your kids start living there?
If you put all your energy and time into developing this property into something livable, why should it revert back to someone else when you're the one who put all the energy into making it a place worth living in? Like where I live, we still have homestead land. I don't know if you guys know about Homestead Act in the United States, especially those of you that are U.S. citizens up here. Have you ever heard of the Homestead Act?
Yes.
So I'm gonna guess
Yes.
okay.
No, I do.
Here in New Mexico, we still have homestead land where all you have to do is fill out a form, you go, and if you can live on it and develop it, it becomes your land.
Yeah, I think that is unique to America. I don't think Canada has that.
So, I mean, just to be clear here, once you've developed the place and made it usable in modern times, why should that revert back to somebody else just because their ancestors lived on the land?
Well, then I would say as long as your children, whoever, are making productive use of it, that's fine. What I'm talking about is vacant land. You don't get to like occupy or have legal title and then use the state to prevent people from occupying land that you're not even using. Like that is illegitimate. You don't like if you have a house that's just sitting in for 2 years and you just want to keep it. No, I don't think that is legitimate at all.
Well, here where I live, a lot of the land, you would look at it and think it's not being used. You would, because there's a lot of cattle grazing here. You would look at the land and say, oh, they're not using those thousands of acres that they have, but they're ranging, 500 head of cattle on it, and you need that much land so they all have enough to eat.
Yeah, but they can prove that by showing you their cattle rotation, can't they?
Well, I mean, they do. They keep records for that for tax purposes anyway. So yeah, they probably could. But it looks like to the observer that it's not being used because it's this vast open space that looks unused. Now, on the other hand, we have Epstein's Zorro Ranch here in the state, which is 8,000 acres. 8,000 acres, and it's used for nothing. They finally let the estate sell it this last year, and now there's somebody who's bought the property and going to do something with it. But 8,000 acres, and it just sat there since Epstein got arrested because the state wouldn't let let his estate sell it.
I'm going to go 2 acres per person. Sounds very fair to me.
But other than like owning the land, also there is that problem that even if I find a remote area and own the rights to the land, that's still going by the crown, and it's crown land technically. And if they ever had to develop that area of the country, they can just they can just take me out of that.
Well, like my property here where I live, I don't own it personally, my partner does. But there's a road that goes by, and technically our plot goes all the way out to the middle of the road, but through eminent domain, the road belongs to the county instead of us, even though it's on our property.
All right, so I'm going to step down, but I did post a link in the private chat.
Yeah, do you want to watch that, D&W? It's 20 minutes.
Oh, what?
Okay.
I mean, I'll watch it privately if he doesn't want to put it up
We
here.
can watch it if you want.
Oh my God! Now I have to stay around to listen to your response.
Just 1 second, I'll get it on.
Live reaction. D&W versus LA. Let's go. You started this, D&W.
Well, no, he did by making
what you
nonsensical claims. I mean,
no, the whole screen is like.
Kenny started it.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
yeah.
1 second. I have to. Sorry, 1 second, buddy. I could hear you talking, but it was because the videos. But let me share this screen 1 second.
So
But you
funny.
see, Brother Marcus, I make different content for that channel. I don't always cross-reference them. So I already had that 7 months ago in response to D&W.
Here we go.
I like
Today
the
we're going to
imagery.
discuss the
1 second.
The picture's quite good for the
All right,
background.
all right.
I like it.
Yeah, but it's kind of like
Quiet down, Fatima.
Today we're going to discuss the civilized brute. The civilized brute is an archetype that I created as a juxtaposition to Charles Dickens' essay, The Noble Savage. In his piece, Dickens launches a merciless assault on romanticized perceptions of what he derisively calls the noble savage, declaring outright that he has not the least belief in the concept. The title itself is a mockery. Dickens is making a mockery of the very notion that those who are primitive can possess nobility. He dismisses the noble savage as a prodigious nuisance.
And you took it seriously. You gave it some form of legitimacy by even entertaining it.
And an enormous superstition, characterizing them as inherently cruel, false, thievish, and murderous. Dickens methodically deconstructs any suggestion that the noble savage possesses admirable qualities, portraying their customs as barbaric, their governance as tyrannical, and their very existence as an impediment to human progress. He contends that civilization represents an immeasurably superior and higher power, concluding that the world will be vastly improved when the noble savage ceases to exist. For Dickens, the displacement of the noble savage by civilized society is not merely inevitable, but morally justified and beneficial to humanity. While Dickens extols civilization as the superior force destined to rightfully supplant the noble savage, I propose we examine an equally troubling archetype, the civilized brute. The civilized brute embodies the sinister underbelly of the very civilization Dickens champions so fervently. This figure represents the contradiction.
He is right. I mean, civilization can be a force for bad as well as good, but then so can the state of nature, LA. It's a problem as old as, human existence.
Okay, I want to throw something out real quick, DNW, if that's okay, at the chats. People, if somebody writes a book, don't ask them to give it to you for free. If your buddy is an auto mechanic, don't ask him to work on your car for free. If somebody is a lawyer and they're your friend, don't ask them for legal advice for free. If you know somebody who has put in all the effort to create something, support it. Buy the damn book. It's 10 fucking bucks. I'm not a rich person. I bought the damn book. Like, come on.
I agree, Witchy.
Thank you, Witchy.
Contradictions and hypocrisy.
LA, can I have the PDF of your book?
I'm not going to send a PDF. I mean,
I'm joking. So I'm sorry.
Hypocrisy inherent in so-called civilized society, revealing that beneath the veneer of law, religion, and social order lurks a creature far more dangerous and destructive than any noble savage Dickens could conjure. The civilized brute is profoundly violent, yet unlike the noble savage, he refuses to engage in violence with honesty and transparency. Instead, he conceals his brutality behind the apparatus of the state and the authority of religion. Where the noble savage might commit isolated acts of violence on a limited scale, the civilized brute orchestrates violence on an unprecedented level through institutions, legal frameworks, and systematic oppression. The civilized brute wages perpetual war driven by an insatiable thirst for global domination.
I mean, it's good rhetoric. I'll give you that, LA. But I mean, I genuinely believe that like the problem of evil is just something that transcends all human modes of governance or ways of being. It's in every society, and but I do agree. I do agree that this the so-called push to civilize.
Well, and he's saying that the noble savage only enacts violence on a small impact, like not large scale, and yet we're watching genocide going down in more than one country in Africa right now from these so-called noble savages.
No, he would say they've been civilized and they're doing it because of civilization, but I wouldn't agree with that. I think it's just part of human nature, unfortunately. And I don't know. I haven't seen any life satisfaction polls from the noble savages, to tell me what their life is like and how happy they are. Whether existing in a state of nature is all that LA makes it out to be, or whether they're constantly anxious, looking over their shoulders in a state of paranoia with, untreated maladies. I mean, he's romanticizing it, I believe, but we'll keep going anyway.
He fundamentally rejects the noble savage's right to independent existence. Instead, he invades the noble savage's territories, imposes his will upon them, and presents this conquest as beneficial to those he subjugates. In reality, every gesture of supposed benevolence.
Well, one other thing that comes to mind is I feel like LA is stung and, he's really hurt by white Anglo-Saxon culture and its effects on the world. And he just looks through it with that resentful lens. And he has every right to resent perhaps some of the effects of white Anglo-Saxon culture, but not all of them. And it isn't the only force for civilization. And I just feel that he, for some reason or other, just looks through all matters with that lens. It's too narrow, and it doesn't cure his myopic outlook on matters either.
The funny part
serves
about that
exclusively
statement,
his own
DNW,
interests. This
Sorry, go ahead.
the funny part about that statement, DNW, is that people will tell me that I'm brainwashed because I consider myself a statist. I believe we have need for there to be a state in a civilized society. And so they tell me I'm brainwashed by the state, but reality, especially in America, African Americans in particular, Black Americans, are brainwashed to believe that they are still subjugated all the time. Like our society puts out so much media implying that, oh, we can't have IDs to vote because then Black people can't vote because, Black people can't get IDs. And we can't make laws that limit things because, it might unequally affect this group of people. And they've been brainwashed to believe that they're still subjugated.
I can't speak for how the Black Americans feel en masse. They're all individuals with their own outlook on matters, but I'm not going to speak to what they think or feel. I'm just going to speak on what LA thinks and show what I believe is his erroneous way of thinking, and also, where I feel hopefully he could change his perspective a little bit to perhaps focus on the thing he does care about, which is suffering. He does care about suffering. Unfortunately, his resentful outlook on matters is not the antidote to the suffering he wishes to expunge.
By the way, your dogs is the embodiment of the civilized brute. He is the exact archetype that I am describing.
I saw that coming.
I would like to make
and the rivalry continues.
I'd like to make an argument.
Everything that I say in this video applies to him.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, man. Calm down, bro.
Well, if that's the case, he's welcome to come on here. Hello,
Lord,
Hazel says you have dogs. Let's keep going anyway.
Archetype systematically exploits the noble savage's labor while pillaging their resources. He constructs elaborate justifications for this theft, developing legal and moral frameworks that legitimize his plunder. The civilized brute then weaponizes.
Look, I'm not going to deny terrible things happened, and they were atrocious. Should like the way things happened was extremely bad. I mean, my whole problem, LA, is you want to go back to something, all right? I'm saying there's nothing to go back to. Okay, I've already stated that there is no state of nature for you now. You have been civilized. Everything you do and say comes from your experience of civilization. Even your rebellion against it is using thoughts that come from your education in a civilized society. And I can never know that you're doing something natural, as a result of that fact. Because even when you say you're acting free in a state of nature, I can never tell for sure that you're not. You're free, because I feel you're always going to be constrained by this fact that you have been civilized. You are a civilized boy, and that affects you in every way possible. Your thinking, your
Why
psychology.
do you keep calling him a civilized boy, not a civilized man? It's so like.
It's a joke. It is a joke. It is a joke, and I will keep saying it, because I feel he needs to grow up. He's being a child. So let's keep going.
Christianity, perverting religious doctrine to justify his violence and immoral behavior, corrupting spiritual teachings to serve his material ambitions. Perhaps most disturbing in the civilized brute's complete absence of empathy for other human beings, including those within his own society. He regards other people as invisible, perceiving them merely as instruments for his own advancement. His sole concerns are power and the accumulation of access, and he remains utterly indifferent to the methods by which he obtains them. The civilized brute will rob, cheat, and steal to achieve success, yet presents himself as having earned his position through merit alone. His happiness is extracted from everyone else's suffering. He accumulates wealth by dispossessing others, then fabricates elaborate narratives about his virtue and industrialness to justify his ill-gotten gains.
Look, I think LA, another thing I want to say is you're right to be aggrieved by the actions of power that has been harmful, okay? That has been malevolent, that has enslaved people overtly and, has caused much suffering and unfairness. Now, you see things very black and white, and I know that's a pun, but it's true. Not all power is bad, okay? Not all civilization is bad. The truth is, LA, you would be enjoying civilization if it wasn't for the poisonous parts of it that, cause your life to be one of discontentment. If you had your needs met, if society helped you to meet your needs on a daily basis, didn't cause you to be frustrated, I don't think you would be singing this tune. And all this talk about, these civilized brutes affecting the natural state of man. The actual issue, LA, is that it's the psychopaths, it's the darker psychologies that were running civilization, perhaps, that were the problem. And let's just say they're gophers, the men who, were the yes men to those psychopaths, okay? The problem is the dark psychologies, LA. Now, those dark psychologies are present in civilized society, but they were also present in the natural state, as you put it, of humanity, when we were running around in our little clans and tribes. This stuff wasn't licked off the road in the time of in a place of modernity. It is human nature, and you in no way attempt to confront that brutal truth. You do not confront the fact that human nature has a nasty side, and that is what we've got to look at as a people. No matter what society we're in, we've got to keep a careful eye on the side of human nature that can hurt others, that can treat others unfairly, that can be, too selfish and too self-serving.
I thought D&W, that's why he was an anti-natalist, is because he does believe it's human nature.
Well, you see, he has a problem. No, I don't know. I've never heard him say that. So we'll see. I've never heard him overtly talk about this problem and how, he's tackling that. Because as I've already stated, look, there's a lot to say about LA's views. I've already stated many times, okay, that this is going off on a sideshow, but he wants access to unregulated euthanasia. So anybody can privately organize a contract with somebody who will provide the service of medically assisting their death. And he doesn't want the state to interfere in that. He wants it to just be something that the law of contract allows for. Now, the problem with that is, LA, you cannot have, that won't be unregulated. The law of contract is regulated by the country under which jurisdiction it applies. And as such, it is in the law books. It is regulated, and therefore it's open to being changed, or repealed by a democratic process. You're asking for the law of contract to apply. At the moment, the law of contract isn't applicable to illegal transactions. Okay, at the moment it's illegal. So what you're asking for is for the state to intervene and say, this is no longer an illegal transaction. Therefore, it becomes a situation where it is regulated, it is codified in the law books, it cannot be unregulated. And going forth, the democratic process is there to allow people to challenge that, repeal it, just like the abortion laws.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, it could be true.
It's not true, because contracts would be enforced by private militias, not by the state.
What?
You recognize that if you have enough private militias enforcing contracts, eventually they're going to form a new state.
If it goes wrong, LA, if it goes wrong, it's going to
go to court, is it not? It's still under the umbrella of the jurisdiction's legal power, and you haven't gone outside it cannot go into the realm of being unregulated.
Well, hold on. It depends on how we define regulation and deregulation under law.
Right, but we were talking about whether or not human nature is bad, and he correct me if I'm wrong, LA. You're an anti-natalist because you think humans are bad, right?
Private militias.
No.
I think you have to concede it can never be unregulated. You have to concede.
No, I'm primarily an anti-natalist because I hate this system. I hate democracy. I hate capitalism, and so I think it is unethical to put children into the system, to turn them to the state. I don't think they have the authority to do that.
Okay, can we just keep going then, guys? Because that was a sideshow. We're not meant to be talking about his.
It is 20 minutes long, DW.
1.5.
I know. We have to keep proceeding. We've only on 4 minutes. 22 seconds.
Though he recognizes.
Sorry. So no, I want to literally press play, guys. I'm sorry. Unless that was LA talking, we have to press. Was that you, LA? I can't see who was talking.
No, I'm on mute.
Okay, guys, we're pressing play.
That he spreads misery wherever he ventures. The civilized brute denies people even the acknowledgement of their own suffering. Instead, he creates a society where everyone is compelled to pretend to be happy while enduring genuine misery. This performative happiness serves to obscure the systematic oppression that sustains his power. The civilized brute proclaims himself a champion of freedom while demonstrating complete indifference to authentic liberty. His sole
You too declare yourself as a champion of freedom, brother.
occupation is enslavement and oppression, though he disguises these through legal and institutional mechanisms. He cares exclusively about his own freedom while systematically denying freedom to others. This archetype is profoundly superficial and materialistic, worldly, and godless. Though he,
I mean, is that true in all cases? Again, it's that black and white thinking. Are there not civilized people that campaigned against slavery, that campaign against arranged marriage, that campaign against even 0-hour contracts and workers not having rights? People don't like people. A lot of people like people to be given a fair chance in life, to be able to pursue happiness, health, well-being, and to make the most of it here. You have a very dim view of all people. You really are somebody who makes sweeping generalizations, paints everybody as monstrous, especially it does seem in a racist manner, where you paint white people and in particular you paint also all white people to be in a position where they should be blamed for what in your instance was the action of white Anglo-Saxons. Now
I don't blame white anarchists. If they're anti-status, then that's a different thing. But if you support statism, then yes, you would fall under this category.
How can you be like anti-status when you fucking want a malicious? Okay, I don't get it. Like
those are private militias.
Private a malicious. So that includes a type of like someone's owning them, right? Isn't that like a form of like hierarchical ownership? Private militias or what? Like, come on, man.
Let's keep going, because we'll never get through this.
He claims to believe in God. He usurps God and claims this role for himself. The civilized brute is extraordinarily arrogant. He refuses to acknowledge any wrongdoing, never apologizes for anything, and accepts no.
Who are these civilized brutes? Because I've seen lots of apologies by literally heads of state. I've seen charitable organizations set up to help people, in other countries. I mean, there's been many charities to help African people who've been subject to in poverty, etc., due to, let's be honest, the unfair set of circumstances they found themselves in after the collapse of colonialism. I mean, who are these people?
I addressed that too.
Okay, well then let's keep going.
No accountability for his actions. The civilized brute insists on maintaining a monopoly over the use of physical force. He denies others the right to employ physical force, even in self-defense against his aggression. Nothing is sacred to him. He recognizes no boundaries and will.
I mean, this is just such tripe. Nothing is sacred to him. I mean, you've literally said civilization is sacred to him. And now you're saying nothing is sacred to him. Anyway.
The sin as far as circumstances permit, displaying no self-restraint in his pursuit of power. His distrust of others stems from his fundamental distrust of himself. Possessing no concept of right and wrong beyond legal permissibility, he assumes.
I mean, we could get into asking what your concept of right and wrong is, and how do you safeguard against wrongs? You know, at least they're making an effort that is open to all.
No, we have several people.
Not just the powerful with the biggest club or the biggest muscles.
We have several people.
You don't even attempt to give, the opportunity to, get reparations or damages to the physically lame or disabled, the women, the children. You don't safeguard anybody. You just give the club to the
We just
biggest
had
man
several
and let
people
him
say
swing
they
it.
don't. We had several people say they don't care about consent. This is what I'm talking about. They do believe that might makes right.
Others think exactly as he does.
Well, maybe it does.
He exists in perpetual paranoia, projecting his moral bankruptcy onto others. He believes that if others obtain power, they would inflict upon him what he has inflicted upon them. The civilized brute accuses the noble savage of barbarism, yet he is the one who is truly cruel and barbaric. While the noble savage may have engaged in.
Again, have you ever thought that both sides could be wrong, and that maybe we have to meet some future where we take the best of both sides? Why does one side have to be wholly to blame and the other wholly innocent, or wholly the one that we have to accept is the better path forward? Why not just analyze the situation and look at both sides, compare and contrast them, and extract the virtue from either side in one common path forward? Why do you have to blame in totality the white man? I mean, surely you don't believe that everything the savage was doing was always pure, innocent, and wholesome.
I never once used the word white.
You want to pull the rug from under civilization. You want to knock it off its perch. And I'm asking you, why haven't you done a deeper analysis of matters? And maybe, you pay homage to the state of nature, but why not just extract what it is that you pay homage to and try to bring it into civilization somehow or other? I mean, what is it exactly that you like? Freedom, people watching each other's backs, smaller communities?
No, I talk about how civilization basically destroys the character of the human being, that they become degenerate. It changes their nature. So
you're very judgmental. You are extremely judgmental.
You got to listen to the whole thing.
If you're going to be that judgmental, why can't people judge you?
They do judge me. They think that I'm
calling them. You're calling them degenerates. You're dehumanizing them. You're dehumanizing them. You're making
they
these
think
people
that I am just as violent as they are, which is why they have so many
he
laws.
who seeks equity must do equity, and you do not show in any sense a balanced sense of a willingness to approach matters without being biased, being fair and in good faith. You're a resentful man, and I'm going to keep going.
Acts of violence. These were isolated incidents on a much smaller scale. Conversely, the civilized brute engages in systematic acts of violence on a massive, institutionalized scale. The civilized brute possesses no concept of right and wrong independent of law. If something is legal.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, this is, people do have opinions outside of the law. How do you think law gets changed, you fucking idiot? This is infuriating to listen to, LA. The law doesn't exist in isolation. You're making out that people just accept the law willy-nilly, that they don't have referendums, they don't argue with each other, debate with each other in cafes and in political chambers and try to change the law, make it better and fairer for everybody. You're making you're making out that we're totally beholden to a system that can never change. The law is a living beast. It evolves with humanity.
It's like, for you may give examples like homophobia or racism. It's not until the law changes that they change their behavior. Once it becomes criminal, then all of a sudden,
the law, they changed. It was their spirit, their behavior that caused it to change. The law wasn't the thing that guided the future. It was their behavior, their discussion, their feelings. The law came secondary to it. The upswell of human emotion is what changed the law. You're making out that civilization just accepts the law and doesn't have feelings underneath that boil up and sometimes change it.
If that's the case, then the law would be unnecessary. You would not need a law criminalizing slavery and homophobia and all types of violence. You need the law to force people to go against.
The law is sometimes there as an act of oppression, sure, but it's also there to show that we care. And it is an example of the friction between power and, us plebs. Power is trying to keep power. We're trying to hold that power accountable and also get power ourselves. And the law sometimes is a great reflection of that. They have to make allowances for us. They have to sometimes change the law to keep us happy, or else we will take power off them. The law, in some ways, is a meeting of the two opposing forces. An agreement that we will live under your system if you give us fairness, if you treat us in a way that we view as adequate. It isn't something that never changes. There's always a possibility that it can change, and that's what I worry about. I think you feel that it's a cage.
They did not desegregate themselves voluntarily. They were forced to desegregate. They literally had to send in the National Guard in order to escort children to schools because they were literally spitting on little black girls and yelling racist insults at children.
I'm not going to deny people did that, and that's awful. I don't condone that. I condemn it, and I'm sorry to hear that.
Actually, the law changed because the society did. The society didn't change because of the law. The vast majority of society wanted integration. It was just a few extremists who were doing that stuff.
Exactly. And now the other thing is, yes, again, horrific things happen, but they also happen on your side of the fence, LA. And by that, I mean, I'm not talking about black people's side of the fence. I'm talking about literally the side of the fence you're on, which, by the way, I don't think has many inhabitants. Your solipsistic take on matters, where you'd like us all to be, or you'd like to be able to be given the opportunity to run around in the woods in a state of nature with never a civilized thought having entered your head. It's delusional. It's not going to happen. But you're also painting an overly romantic picture where you think those people were innocent. Those people didn't rape each other. Those people didn't commit pedophilic acts. Those people didn't, murder another person unfairly. Those person didn't oppress someone unfairly. Those people didn't steal from each other. They did these things that we would view as immoral. And I'm sure the person who was on the receiving end of those actions didn't particularly like it either, but you're not going to stand in their way. You're not even going to try to intervene. You're going to let the strongest savage do what he wants.
And I would
it becomes
call
acceptable
him
to him.
ideological
The law
rather than delusional, personally.
Sorry, say that again.
I would call him ideological rather than delusional. He is convinced that an idea can become real. Not that it is real, but can become.
Well, I think it's a rhetorical device. I don't think he even believes it, to be honest with you. I think he used it as a tool to siphon in his other views, which are antinatalism and the right to die. I don't think he actually believes this shit.
No, it's rhetorical to the extent that I'm trying to delegitimize the current status quo.
I also think it might be a psychological device to make noise, no matter the insanity of it.
NDW, can I play my promo? Yeah. NDW, can I play my promo as a counterpoint to LA's promo?
Possibly. We'll keep going. Okay. I don't know how long I don't even know if we're going to get through this. It's 6 minutes 43. Let's go.
Serves as his sole moral compass. Without it, he would have no ethical framework whatsoever. Yet he weaponizes both religion and law to oppress others while exempting himself from these very principles. This represents perhaps his most insidious character.
He gave some people a chance who didn't have a chance before. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with giving people a chance? There are good sides to it. He gave people who didn't have a chance under the tribal system, people who were not heard, people who were I mean, you seem to believe people. You've admitted before people were oppressed under these tribal systems, but you accept that because they had an ability, in your view, to challenge the power by causing an uprising and fighting them off. It's no different in the big bad world, LA. It's just, it might be more complex, sure, but let's be honest, we accept that in some ways because the opportunities open to us in civilization are far greater than if we were living in caves, going out picking berries, for tea. There are much more opportunities for us in a civilized society. Now, it's not perfect, but fuck me, the state of nature that you want to go back to was far from nature, far from perfect, which is why we as human beings decided to move on. Come with us, LA. Time to come with us.
The civilized brute manipulates Christianity and legal systems as instruments of control while liberating himself from their moral constraints. He invokes religious doctrine to justify enslaving others, claiming it represents God's will or divine providence, yet violates every principle of compassion, humility, and love that these same religions teach. He employs scripture to rationalize conquest, exploitation, and genocide while living in direct contradiction to.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of truth in that. I mean, the whole in the Church of England, there was this the whole thing of you are saved when you believe in Jesus. Your actions, your deeds don't come into consideration because there's nothing we can do to make us worthy of salvation. We're all sinners, despite what it says in the book of James, where it says faith alone without good deeds is dead. I personally find that questionable. I think if you truly believed in God and Jesus, you would try to do good deeds and you would hold yourself accountable, and you would believe that the two go hand in hand, faith and good deeds. So I find I'm in agreement with him. I think religion was used to legitimize and allow some terrible things to happen, no doubt about it.
Every spiritual value he purports to uphold. While various societies throughout history have practiced slavery, the civilized brute's approach represents a uniquely paradoxical and systematically brutal form of human bondage. Unlike other forms of slavery that were often acknowledged as what they were, the subjugation of conquered people or debtors, the civilized brute transforms slavery into a moral good, a civilizing mission, even a divine blessing upon the enslaved. This represents perhaps the most insidious form of psychological torture, forcing the enslaved to participate in the fiction of their own liberation while experiencing brutal subjugation. Where other slaveholders might openly acknowledge their exploitation of human beings as necessary for their economic interests or as a natural order of conquest, the civilized brute uniquely demands that his slaves thank him for their bondage. He constructs elaborate theological and philosophical justifications that transform slavery from a crime into a virtue, from oppression into liberation. The enslaved must not only submit their bodies, but also their capacity.
LA, something's coming to me. I try and put it into words, though. Can you not have two thoughts, LA, that, the colonization was wrong, extracting things, and not giving back was wrong. That if it had been a situation where civilization was brought about by trade, by reciprocation, by in a more amicable, friendly manner, you wouldn't have the same problem with civilization. The only reason you have a problem with civilization is because your ancestors were on the wrong end of what was a terrible evil, which was the enslavement of people that you feel were enslaved solely because some white people chose to do it. You negate to recognize the history of African warlords being involved in the process, where they traded other enemy tribes people for pots and pans in some circles.
That's exactly what I'm addressing right now. I'm saying that it existed in other cultures, but I'm saying this was.
But okay, fair enough. You admit that, but like the point still stands, LA. I'm asking you: do you have a bee in your bonnet because civilization came to? Well, in the case that you're talking about, Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, because civilization came to sub-Saharan Africans in what you view as a malevolent manner, that is why you have a problem with civilization. If civilization had come to Africans solely through trade, friendly, interactions, reciprocation, would you have a problem with civilization? I personally don't think you would. And that's why I question your dislike of civilization, because I feel it's only because you feel aggrieved, because your ancestors...
You have to listen to what
your ancestors got an extremely raw deal during what was a terrible time.
This comes from
Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm asking you, LA. You're here now.
No.
Do you agree that civilization, you only have a problem with it because your people, your ancestors, were enslaved during a terrible time when that was commonplace? And I'm asking you, if civilization had been brought to if people in sub-Saharan Africa had their society elevated to the same level as the West, in that they had access to products and services, infrastructure that the West had, but it came through trade, reciprocal interactions that were wholesome, friendly, and convenient for all, without the oppression, without the malignant, bad things that happened, would you still have a problem with civilization? Please answer that question.
I did not come to this realization on my own. I came to this by reading Rousseau.
I'm asking you, LA. Would you still have... I'm asking you, answer the question. Answer the question, LA. Don't answer. I'm asking you. Please answer that question. It's quite a long-winded one, I'm sorry. But would you still have a problem with civilization if it came to Africa, if Africa rose to the same level as the West, but without the slavery, due to reciprocation, trade, and friendly interactions? Would you still have a problem with civilization, LA?
Yes.
And I think you're being disingenuous.
Yes, and I'm trying to tell you why, because Rousseau identified as the root, as the source of all of these problems.
So you're saying, you know what you're actually saying there in that answer, LA? You're saying an African man cannot make his own mind up on what is good and what is bad. And if he wants to willingly, with open arms, accept a future for himself that involves him choosing a path forward where he chooses product, services, infrastructure, literature, cultural segments to bring into his community, you're saying he wouldn't do that of his own choosing?
Even if I were to accept, let me just answer your question. Even if I were to agree with you, he does have a right to civilize himself. He does not have the right to force his children into that system. That is the problem.
Oh, so then we go into that old chestnut of antinatalism.
Right.
So you move the goalposts. Okay, so you've moved the goalposts. Because this is what I feel about you, LA. You've got both ends covered. So you create this rhetorical tool, which I think is bullshit, by the way. You've just admitted it. You've just admitted it. You don't think civilization is bad in all circumstances. You've literally just admitted that. So now you're going to have to let go of that one.
No, I am against the compulsory nature of it, that you're forced.
No, hold on. You've just admitted it. No, I'm not. I was asking that question in isolation, LA. In isolation. And you have literally just admitted that civilization is not always bad. You've just admitted that. Now, what you're doing is you're moving the goalposts one way or the other, because it's not about civilization. It never was. I was entirely correct in my assertion earlier on. This is just a rhetorical tool you use to siphon in your obsession with killing people, with with wanting to end people's lives, okay, and with wanting to stop people being born. That is your obsession. You will say anything and everything just to get that into the conversation, no matter how nonsensical. You literally just admitted it, brother.
Oh my gosh, you should be a lawyer. You're actually very good at this, or you should be some type of PR person, some propagandist. You could actually make a good living at it. So maybe you should just keep going.
LA, I'm trying to be as charitable as possible here. Okay. Now, the point is, LA, the truth is, all of this. Wipe away the civilization crap, because you've just agreed with me that civilization is not always bad. You've just agreed that. so we can wipe that all away. This all comes down to ultimately your subjective feelings on reality. And sometimes you get so pissed off of reality that, you know, you want to go, and you feel that should be open to everybody. If they feel like they want to go, they should be able to go. And you feel that life was an imposition on you, and you feel bad that it made you feel bad. So you're pissed off of being born as well. That's what it's all about.
No, I see. No, I see.
And the point is, LA, I will obliterate that as well, because
Don't worry, LA.
in both those fucking arguments where you're asking for people to stop people being born, you're asking people to listen to you and not bring people into this world, and you're also asking people to willy-nilly just accept people offering themselves, or accept someone providing the service to offer themselves, which I've shown can't be done in an unregulated manner. You, okay, haven't proven to me how that is stopping the problem. You haven't proven to me in any way how any of those two, instruments of supposedly preventing suffering actually prevent suffering. I've shown you time and time again on this show that the suffering continues to exist, and in fact, at a societal level, it may get worse. There will be a conduit of suffering well into the future, because you want people just to off themselves when they suffer instead of complaining and trying to rectify matters. So what actually happens is suffering continues into the future. More people are endangered. More people are put into a situation of unfairness, oppression, and horrible, horrible suffering, because there's nobody left to complain about it. The sadistic, psychopathic power continues. The same power, by the way, that you complain about caused the terrible things to happen to your ancestors. You're kowtowing to that. You're bowing down to that. You're letting them continue into the future. I'm saying rectify matters, lift everybody up, have an egalitarian society that's fairer, bring out the best bits of civilization, and eradicate the worst bits. That's all I'm saying, LA.
Okay. I wish you would just ask me questions and let me answer. Now, the difference is that when you're born into the state of nature, you actually own your life. You have some modicum of freedom. To the extent there are natural inequalities. This all comes from Rousseau, by the way. But in the state of society, you don't own your life. You're owned by the sovereign. You are not sovereign. The collective owns you. You are subjected to the general will. That is the difference. So if you procreate under the state of society, you are enslaving your children to the state, to the sovereign.
So basically, it just goes back to the antinatalist argument. That's all you're doing. You're going back to the antinatalist argument.
I don't think anti-natalists go this far. I don't think that anti-natalism has anything to do with state. My philosophy does.
I've heard of it. Like, listen, the imposition of life, literally, but by definition, that includes everything that is in life. Imposition of culture, imposition of political fucking experiences, imposition of psychology. It literally includes the whole ambit. What are you talking about? You haven't come up with anything novel.
No, I'm being more specific. Did you hear David Benatar make these arguments? No, he did not. I'm talking specifically about
the imposition of life infers all of this. It infers that it infers that you will be subject to civilization. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that.
Okay, well, I have identified a problem that he did not, that procreating under statism is unethical, and you do not have legitimate authority to enslave
Look, procreating, you've also admitted procreating under any circumstances is unethical, so why fucking bother?
No, but I mean, I've done other content. You only listened to one video, but I've already addressed
I'm listening to you now.
That the savage is basically pre-moral. So ethics doesn't even apply to the savage. It only applies to the civilized man. And so basically, of course, you don't want the savage to procreate either, but it's no different from an animal procreating. The animal who procreates is not enslaving their offspring to the state.
So you just admitted you don't want the savage to procreate either, but you've also admitted earlier, and I'm going to keep talking about this. You've also admitted civilization isn't always bad; it's good sometimes. So I don't really know what argument what legs your argument is.
I'm against the compulsion. If they choose,
you're like that Monty Python sketch where there's a knight in the woods and he's had his arms and legs chopped off and he's going, "It is but a scratch. It is but a scratch, brother. You've been decimated. Your argument is nonsense. It doesn't exist.
Nobody else seems to care about consent. I do care about consent. Everybody else seems to think that force is legitimate. I do not. And so that's the whole basis of my framework. If it is voluntary and they do choose to civilize, that is one thing. These people did not choose to civilize. They were forced to become civilized through violence.
And that is, look, the way it happened is the problem. I've already granted you. The way it happened is the problem. And I agree with you. The way it happened wasn't good. But I'm also saying, and I've also said to you, LA, I think you're unfair when you say they wouldn't choose freely to better their lives in some way. You may not think it's bettering their lives, but isn't it up to them to decide?
It's up to them, but it's not. But they don't have a right to decide for their children. They don't have a right.
So it all goes back to your antinatalist. That is the position.
So what right did my parents have to enslave me to the state? What right did they have to do that?
What right did your parents have to enslave you?
The right of the parents.
Again, I don't know why
you talk about rights a lot, LA. You talk about rights a lot. What about the parents' rights?
I'm actually not using the correct term. What authority? It's not their authority. They may have
authority.
They may have a right to procreate, but they don't have legitimate authority to enslave me to the state.
Oh yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Oh, they do. They created it. They have all that authority.
They have the power to do that.
Guys, I'll be honest with you. He is a tidal wave or force, a force of nature, and I'm going to have to take a little break for a little moment. So if anybody else wants to go on, please
just let the video play out, and then you can take a break while the video.
I'll tell you what, I will do that. I'll let it play, and I'll take a little drink.
God damn, we're only at 8 minutes after 20? Shit. I just
to
realized.
recognize their own subjugation. They are compelled to express gratitude for their chains, to celebrate their dehumanization, and to participate in elaborate rituals that present their exploitation as their salvation. This creates a form of slavery more psychologically devastating than any previously conceived, one that demands the victims celebrate their victimization. The civilized brute slavery attacks not merely the body, but the very soul, requiring the enslaved to collaborate in their own mental annihilation. He forces entire generations to internalize the belief that their enslavement represents progress, that their suffering constitutes blessing, and that their resistance to bondage demonstrates their own moral inferiority. What makes the civilized brute slavery fundamentally more devastating than other historical forms is his construction of elaborate institutional frameworks that legitimize and protect his right to own human beings. While other societies may have practiced slavery through conquest or economic necessity, they rarely constructed comprehensive legal, religious, and social institutions specifically designed to sanctify human bondage as a permanent and divinely ordained system. The civilized brute creates courts that uphold his property rights in human flesh, churches that preach theological necessity of slavery, universities that develop scientific justifications for human bondage, and governments that deploy military force to capture and return escaped slaves to their owners. These institutions do not merely facilitate slavery, they transform it into a sacred right, making the civilized brute's ownership of other human beings a cornerstone of social order itself. The enslaved cannot appeal to any institutional authority for justice because every institution has been designed to confirm their status as property. They cannot seek refuge in religion because the churches teach that their bondage serves God's will. They cannot pursue education because the schools indoctrinate them with theories of their own inferiority. They cannot expect protection from the state because the government exists to enforce their enslavement. Most perversely, the civilized brute's institutional framework criminalizes the enslaved's most fundamental human instinct, the desire for freedom. Any attempt at resistance becomes not just disobedience, but a violation of the civilized brute's sacred property rights. The slave who seeks to escape is branded a thief, stealing himself from his rightful owner. The slave who rebels is not a freedom fighter, but a criminal destroying valuable property. The slave who refuses to work is not asserting human dignity, but committing the crime of damaging his master's economic interests. Through this institutional alchemy, the civilized brute transformed the enslaved person's natural human responses into moral transgressions, making the victim's resistance to victimization evidence of their criminality and moral deficiency. This represents a unique form of moral depravity that transcends the brutality of other historical slaveholding societies. While other oppressors might acknowledge their exploitation as necessary evil or conquest natural consequence, the civilized brute alone constructs comprehensive systems that make human bondage not merely permissible but sacred. not merely profitable, but righteous, not merely legal, but divinely mandated. The civilized brute's approach to slavery reveals the full extent of his moral perversion. He alone, among oppressors, requires his victims to love their oppression, to find meaning in their meaninglessness, and to discover freedom in their bondage. This represents not merely physical domination, but the complete colonization of consciousness itself. The enslaved becomes accomplices in their own destruction, unable to envision liberation because they have been taught to experience enslavement as the highest form of human existence, and because every institution they might turn to for salvation.
LA, you have such a disdain for law, it's unbelievable. As I've already said, you seem to think law is just one way, it just serves the power. But it is, a representation of power trying to negotiate with the masses, trying to make their power legitimate, trying to make the terms and conditions of their power acceptable to the masses, because the masses can overthrow the power, okay? Now, I will admit it's getting harder and harder to do that. We are perhaps moving towards a time of forever tyranny with the advent of AI and AGI and all that. But going back to, the near history, law evolved as a means to both control the masses, but for the masses to put reins on power, okay? And especially in a country like you're in, a republic, that's even more evident, because these countries said, away with the monarchy, away with no kings, no queens. We're going to have a democratic process, power to the people, okay? And we're going to have constitutions, referendums. We're going to give a voice to the people. Now, yes, politics and the judiciary is often infected with malevolent, malignant power, okay? Of course. But it at least affords an opportunity for the masses, for the plebs, for an individual to have some say in the matter. Some say. In your tribal system, okay, it literally is might makes right, brother. There is no say. It's what the big boy with the club says, the big man, sorry, with the biggest muscles, with the biggest club says, yeah. And that is total oppression. That is, total lack of freedom. You call it freedom. I mean, they're literally at the mercy of that power, more so than any other way of organizing human beings, okay? At least in modernity, in civilization, people can even form subcultures, right? They can form little cliques where they oppose the power. Try doing that in a tribal system, completely indoctrinated from birth, where people have been literally brainwashed by the power to see the power as legitimate, because that's what human nature will naturally compel these leaders to do. They will be naturally compelled to try and keep power, to try and retain power by hook or by crook, and that will mean making that power seem legitimate when perhaps it isn't. At least when we widen the scope a bit, it gives people more freedom. It has given more people more freedom to move around, to compare and contrast ideas, and to challenge the power, okay? I'm not saying it's perfect. Nothing's fucking perfect. I'm also not saying it's not fraught with great danger, okay? Considering the future we're going into, as I've already said, with AI and the possibility of forever tyrannies. But anyway, we keep going.
Has been perverted to ensure their continued bondage. Similarly, he creates laws that constrain others while ensuring his own immunity. He establishes legal frameworks that criminalize the survival strategies of the oppressed while legitimizing his own theft and violence. The civilized brute authors laws that make it illegal for others to defend themselves against his aggression, while his systematic violence receives sanction from the very legal system he controls. He demands that others obey moral codes and legal statutes that he routinely violates with absolute impunity. The civilized brute preaches law and order while serving as the primary source of disorder. He speaks of Christian values while embodying everything Christ opposed. This hypocrisy is not accidental, but
to say that it's disorder, they literally try to prevent disorder. They literally develop a police service, a health service, to try and prevent disorder from things that might make people's lives otherwise go awry, and also, civilization tries to compete with the chaotic forces of Mother Nature, We build great food stores to, protect our food source from the elements, so that if we do face a famine or some kind of plague, we will have enough to eat. Civilization is totally a force against entropy, against chaos. LA, I don't understand why you view it as otherwise. But anyway,
strategic. By positioning himself as the interpreter and enforcer of both divine and human law, he gains authority to determine who deserves punishment and who merits mercy, always ensuring that he and his class remain protected while others bear the full weight of the system he has corrupted. The civilized brute performs charity, but his philanthropy constitutes merely another form of exploitation. He appropriates other people's resources, returns a small portion of what he has stolen, then presents himself as noble for his supposed generosity.
Some civilized brutes, LA. Again, this whole paint them all with one brush thing. It's a clever rhetorical device. It's divisive. It's very easy to break things up into simplistic groups so that you create an us v them narrative, and that's what you're doing here. You are in many ways rage baiting, race baiting. You accuse Kenny of it, but I think you do it as well, LA. You make modern times and the problems of the modern world, the problems of existence itself. I mean, that's how far you go with this, brother. You bring down the problems of existence to an imposition of civilization on sub-Saharan Africans. That's what you bring it down to. You make it all about that, and you create this very diverse, let's just say diversive situation where you're separating us. You're fractioning us off, us against them, and it's all about you, really. It's all serving your ill-at-ease feelings. And there's been many black people on this show who don't agree with you, think you're entirely wrong, but you don't care. It's all about what you think, and you're not willing to bend at the knee to the might of the rest of the species. You have, you've in many ways, it's a narcissistic outlook, brother. It's all about you. It's all about what you want, what you think, and you don't take into consideration the immense force that is the outside world, which is a huge problem for you, and that's why, unfortunately for you, divisive. Yeah, sorry, I meant to say that. It's a huge problem for you because that's what you have to do if you want to be taken seriously.
This performance of charity legitimizes his theft while enhancing his reputation. The civilized brute cannot think independently. His thoughts are not his own. He has been thoroughly indoctrinated by the systems that serve his interests. He functions as an automaton programmed to perpetuate structures of oppression while believing himself free and enlightened. Though highly intelligent, the civilized brute possesses the wrong type of intellect. Rather than employing his
I'm going to be interested in hearing this. Let's hear this. The wrong type of intellect. Okay.
Intellect to help others solve genuine problems, he weaponized his intelligence for domination and exploitation.
Interesting. Rather than try to help others, he weaponizes his intelligence for... What was it you said, LA? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I said he weaponizes his intelligence for conquest and domination.
For his selfish aims.
Yes.
Okay. Aren't you a fan of Ayn Rand?
Not everything. The ethical egoism, but I don't agree with her critiques about capitalism.
Okay, let's keep going.
Can't believe you actually
his
looked up
intellect to help others solve genuine problems, he weaponized his intelligence for domination and exploitation. He never experiences true remorse because his sophisticated intellect allows him to rationalize any action irrespective of its objective harm. The civilized brute is profoundly dishonest and serves as a primary architect of propaganda for his oppressive systems. He would never tolerate being subjected to the treatment he inflicts on others, but because he considers himself superior, he assumes such treatment would never be directed towards him. The civilized brute is indifferent to right and wrong. His sole concern is winning. If everyone behaved as he does and treated others as he treats them, it would literally.
I think you're conflating two things here. Somebody can think a way of doing things is better, but not necessarily that they are better as a Homo sapien than another Homo sapien. And I think that I think you have to accept that much, LA. There may be people that literally feel themselves inferior to somebody else in some way, maybe biologically, aesthetically, intellectually, whatever. Doesn't mean that they don't believe that the way they follow is not better than them.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
LA, when you state that he has, quote, a superior intellect, does that imply a superior responsibility?
Sorry, I'm eating and my mouth is full.
Okay, buddy.
Never mind.
All right. Well, listen. We'll keep going. There's about what was it 4 minutes 8 seconds.
He beheld on earth.
Oh, no, it's
He
more than
clings to his laws even when their consequences are manifestly unjust, demonstrating no capacity for moral reasoning beyond legal technicalities. Despite his pretense of leadership, the civilized brute is fundamentally a follower. He possesses no rebellious instincts and knows only how to execute orders within hierarchical systems. All he understands.
That is very dehumanizing. As if like the people from a civilization are not just the same as the other. I mean, he does this thing where he almost categorizes them as different species, as if their very nature that drives them is completely alien from each
I can
other.
answer Witchy's question now. No, I don't believe that anybody has duties, even if he does have superior intellect, which I'm not saying that he necessarily does. His intellect would be used to maintain its own survival, but he can't use it to oppress other people.
Okay, I'm gonna press play now.
Is compliance. Although he pretends to exercise control, he is merely another follower. His so-called civilization is hierarchical, and everyone serves as a slave to those above them. Everyone is enslaved to each other. His civilization represents the antithesis to freedom. People may envy the civilized brute because they perceive him as having power and success, but they fail to recognize that he is actually enslaved to his hunger and quest for power. He cannot exist peacefully with others because domination is his only mode of interaction. He believes that failure to dominate others inevitably results in being dominated by them. The civilized brute inhabits a world of perpetual conflict because he cannot conceive of relationships based on mutualism and cooperation. His worldview is fundamentally zero sum. For him to win, others must lose. This makes him incapable of creating the very civilization he claims to represent. Most insidiously, the civilized brute creates a system where the noble savage is compelled to become civilized, not out of genuine desire for progress, but out of sheer necessity for survival.
That's an interesting point. Now, it is interesting. You can't run away from that one, LA. Earthdog says you're criticizing the use of the civilized brute's intelligence, and that he's using it to oppress and get his way over others. But aren't you doing the same thing? You're using your intellect to subjugate others too, or at least attempt to do so. I mean, this is true. I mean, that is true. We've said that to you about other views that you have. You've often said you don't have any duties. You don't believe you should have duties because life was imposed on you. Why should anyone have a duty to listen to you? It's all the kind of same kind of thing. It kind of, in one way, you see how society operates, what is to be expected of good faith interactions. You just don't want to play ball. And that's the reason for that is something you'll have to come to terms with.
Can you tell me who I subjugated, or even indirectly, who did I subjugate?
Well, you're trying to subjugate. You're trying to basically subjugate the masses in that you want them to subjugate them intellectually, try to make them see the world as you do. And,
I want them to be free. I want them to free themselves. That's what I want.
Right. Okay. We're going to keep going.
Unless the noble savage adopts the ways of civilization, the civilized brute will not acknowledge his right to exist. The choice presented is stark and merciless: become civilized or face elimination, dispossession, and the theft of land and natural resources. This is not civilization offering enlightenment. This is civilization wielding extermination as a weapon of conversion. Civilization, as constructed by the civilized brute, becomes a race to the bottom rather than an ascent toward human progress. This race compels all participants to abandon their moral principles in favor of competitive brutality. Those who refuse to engage in exploitation, deception, and violence find themselves at a systematic disadvantage. The civilized brute rewards the most ruthless behavior while punishing compassion, honesty, and genuine virtue. In this perverted system, success requires the abandonment of everything that might genuinely elevate humanity. Kindness becomes weakness, honesty becomes foolishness, and cooperations become naivete. The civilized brute has created a structure where moral degradation is not merely rewarded.
I mean, that could be said in a state of nature with the wrong, when you're interacting with the wrong psychology and it has power over you. The same thing can be said in both circumstances.
It is essential for survival. Those who maintain their integrity face marginalization, poverty, and eventual destruction by those willing to descend to any depth for advancement. This race to the bottom ensures that civilization continuously devolves rather than evolves. Each generation must become more callous, more deceptive, and more brutal than the last to compete effectively. The civilized brute has constructed a system that systematically eliminates the best aspects of human nature while amplifying the worst. What emerges is not civilization, but organized barbarism masquerading as progress, a sophisticated mechanism for ensuring that only the most morally bankrupt individuals achieve positions of power and influence. In contrast to the noble savage who may engage in violence but does so with an understood cultural context and limitations, the civilized brute represents violence, systematized, institutionalized, and disguised as virtue. Where Dickens.
Yeah, it is true. It would be good if you backed up some of these, what some might perceive as outlandish claims, with evidence. You know, it's some attempt to demonstrate the things you're saying. You know, rather than just this emotional rhetoric. I mean, that's something you could do if you want to improve upon it. You know, some analysis of history, some data at least. You know, then again, you'd have to consult civilization for that, I suppose.
Perceive the apex of human progress in his civilized society, we might instead recognize the civilized brute as civilization's greatest threat, not its triumph, but its corruption. The civilized brute reveals that true barbarism lies not in the absence of civilization's institutions, but in their perversion and abuse. While Dickens argues that the world will improve when the noble savage disappears, one might contend that the world would be immeasurably enhanced if the civilized brute's influence were diminished, allowing for forms of social organization based on genuine justice, empathy, and mutual respect rather than systematic exploitation masquerading as progress. Today we're going to discuss the civilized brute. The civilized brute is an archetype.
Thank you for that, LA. Yeah, I mean, you. Thanks for putting that out there and telling us what you think. I'll say that much. I don't agree with you, but I really do thank people like you who put it all out there, tell us their views, and you know, I believe you're doing it. I believe you're doing it because you care. I just think I just think it doesn't address what you care about, LA, which is fundamentally suffering. And yeah, I think unfortunately for you, it's not in any way a solution. It doesn't provide adequate answers or even inspiration for people who might be compelled to do further work based on what you've said. Now we have two newbies. Kenny, you're on the Flying Notion show. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I'd like to share a YouTube video if that's okay. It's only 7 minutes long, just to inform the debate and then see what the panel's feedback on it is.
I suppose before you do that, I should
No, Robin first, because Robin put his video up first and he hasn't had one.
No, Robin, 1 second. Before we do anything, we should give LA a word or two. You know, go ahead, LA, mate. I've said a lot. Go ahead, say what you want to say.
I actually have to go now, so he can say whatever he needs to say.
Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah.
Thanks for your input, LA.
What a fucking coward.
Thank you. Thank you to LA. I got a bit confused there because we lost. Okay, so Kenny's still here. Yeah, I see you, Kenny. Kenny, what did you want to say, mate? I don't really want to watch another YouTube video. Can you not just tell us what it's about?
Okay, so it's Ben Shapiro proving that I was correct what I said before.
All right. What about though? What about?
About black crime statistics and black single mother statistics in America.
Yeah, I mean, even if you are, I've already said to you, do a deeper analysis into why these things happen, and it may not be because they're black; it may be because they're in impoverished situations.
Well, Ben Shapiro goes into that in the video, but you don't want to watch it, right?
Not particularly right now.
There's a big
Okay,
difference
well,
in playing
leave it
LA
for another
video
time
while
then.
he's
Leave
on
it for
the
another
panel
time.
and playing a Shapiro video. A Shapiro
Agree.
video will get him copyright strikes.
Agree.
I
really think that we should play my video. It's only 2 minutes long and it's very uplifting.
Is it
No,
your own video?
I've already said, Robin, we can't have any more videos today. I did say that.
ENW, one way to get around that is I can upload that video to my YouTube channel and see if I don't get a copyright
No,
first.
don't.
And then
Let's not do that.
no, you shut the fuck up, you dogs. And do you know what? I might not like Kelly very much, but you're acting very creepy towards him. He's asked you to stop talking to him, and you keep stalking him. See, if he was a woman, you'd be classed as a fucking weirdo. You're a dickhead. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, okay.
Careful, guys. Come on, fuck's sake. He's gone now. Okay. This is
I'm stalking LA now. If somebody puts stuff in the public square on this panel, I have, unless D&W bans me from this panel, I'm entitled to ask questions and respond. That's the end of that.
Right. It's a shame now LA left. But I don't know, guys. What did you think of that? I mean, I don't like doing things off the cuff, but, you know, it was...
I think you're coming around to the... Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. For me, D&W, it just made it clearer how much of a chip LA has that he wears like a badge of honor.
I don't know if he wears it as a badge of honor. I think he legit... I think he may well... I don't think... Because a badge of honor makes you feel good, right? I don't know if it necessarily makes him feel good.
I think feeling bad... feeling bad.
I know I say that sometimes, but I don't think it necessarily makes him feel good. I don't think it makes him feel good. I think it.
But feeling bad is his version of feeling good because that's the ultimate victimhood, right?
I don't know. I don't want to say that for sure. You know. Sorry, Yerf Dogs, you've just come on. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I would. I mean, it'd be really nice if LA was here just to respond. One of my main questions after hearing all that, I'd like to get an actual example of some time when humans lived in this, what he calls a state of nature, this idyllic bucolic state that we can actually look to and hold up as an example. I don't believe we've ever lived in the state that he is agitating for. And I think, is it wishy bitchy or witchy bishy? You said earlier, it's about turning an idea into reality, forcing an idea into reality. I've said before, I think LA lives in theory more than in reality with his ideas. And it's a tough ask to make the jump from what he talks about into actual execution in real life.
Yeah, I mean, I've asked him about that before as well. He did come up with some answer where it was like small communities living in like small tribes and stuff. But I mean, I just think the civilization is just an amplification of that. It's the same problems. Like human nature causes the same problems in both. And I just think civilization offers people more freedom. He doesn't believe that, but I think it can do. Sorry, it can do. Obviously, when I say civilization, I'm talking about my experience of it, and I know not everybody is the same. And when I say my experience, I mean in Europe. Obviously, yeah.
I don't think that LA recognizes what this concept of freedom actually means, or he even really wants it. I think, like someone suggested Slab City to him, LA would not last a day in Slab City.
No, but he's also said he'd be okay with that. Like he takes this really strange view on it that he's pure ideology. Like he's like, so be it. It's the right thing, And I think that's disingenuous. I don't think he really means that.
Well, he said earlier as well.
The only thing that I believe that LA really knows is that he doesn't like the system that he's living in now. He doesn't feel like it's on his side. He doesn't feel like it supports him.
And he may be right. Look. I'm not saying this is a thing. I've tried to say this as well. I'm not saying the civilization is perfect. There are huge problems in it, but I don't think his counter to that, this solution he puts forward, is a solution.
I agree with you, D&W. The way I read what he says, he makes an enemy out of everybody who doesn't agree 100% with him. I'm sure all of us here. I mean, call me a civilizationist if you want, or a statist as he's done. That's fine. I don't mind. But I'll be first in line to point out, yes, there are some serious fucking evils that exist because of civilization and horrific things and blah, 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 blah. Yes, I don't know anybody who denies those things. But my impression of the way he argues is that there are only two groups of people. One group believes civilization is fundamentally evil, and the other group believes it is fundamentally or always good. And I don't think those two groups exist.
I think it comes from personal resentment, but also he hasn't got a why in life. He hasn't.
Well, I think maybe this is his why, perhaps.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
That's the ironic thing. That's his why in life. But what I mean is he hasn't got a why in terms of why proceed with civilization. He hasn't got a why to carry him in society in a manner that is on the side of civilization. And that's why he goes down this route.
Well, I don't think he can be faulted. I wish he was here because it just sounds really crap talking about him in the third person, but I don't think he can be faulted for being hostile to. I mean, fuck, I don't know. Anyone here ever felt hostile towards existence and life at some point in time?
I mean, I've already agreed with him that it's like the problem of evil has been evident in civilization. It's a fact. And some of the stuff he talks about, like the colonization of Africa, it was awful. A lot of the things that happened should never have happened. There's no denying it.
I wouldn't go far as to say should. That could be a bit of a loaded word. They just happened. They did happen.
Ideally, they wouldn't have happened. As I said, look.
Okay.
As I said earlier, what I meant is, ideally, civilization would have been brought to Africa through trade and friendly reciprocation. And when I pointed that out to him, did he have a problem? Would he have a problem if civilization was brought to Africa in that manner? He didn't have a problem with civilization then, So in actual fact, this is all about historical mistreatment and maybe ongoing mistreatment in America. He doesn't actually dislike civilization. He just dislikes what happened to his ancestors and what he feels is happening to maybe black people, maybe gay people, maybe some other group he identifies with in modernity.
Wait, if civilization came out of Africa, how was civilization brought to Africa?
Yeah, well, he doesn't believe. He exactly.
I mean, look at the pyramids. That's on the African
continent.
Well,
that's in Northern Africa. There's a difference between Northern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. He's talking about Sub-Saharan Africa.
It's still Africa. I mean,
I know it's still Africa,
civilization
but
was there.
He's literally talking about black people, and there isn't much evidence to say that North Africa was black. They do say it was, but the ancient Egyptians more or less were Arab, I believe, or like Mediterranean looking.
I think
they did have black people. They did have black people in society for sure.
I think the ancient Egyptians were like Americans. They're at a crossroads.
They were mixed
there. They were so freaking mixed.
Yeah, and then you have Ethiopia, right? Has really lots of evidence of civilization going way back, and they're a black people,
I think he's using the black example as an exemplar. He's against any colonization. It would happen within Egyptian culture. It would happen within any culture trying to impose some type of state onto, like, trying to overturn or take over a state of nature. And I think, like, he appeals to Rousseau, right? So Rousseau was against, well, saying that private property, his concept of private property, corrupted humanity. And I think he added that as a nuance at some point in the conversation. I don't remember. But I think if you're going to argue theory, then just fight with theory.
I think that civilization happens simultaneously in small pockets all around the globes by different people, and it was inevitable. Humans just seem to want to organize things. It's one of the things that humans do. They see something and they go, oh, I think this could be better. And then maybe it's not. And then maybe someone else later on goes, well, I think that could be better. It's just something that humans naturally do, is organize and become civilized.
Well, once we started using tools and started to be able to control our environment instead of adapting to it, we moved to more cerebral. And the more we're able to use tools to make us need to do less physical work, the more we move cerebral. And that's where you get these people who are depressed and feeling without purpose, because they don't have to get up every day and go take care of the crop or go hunt an animal. You know, they're not fighting for their basic survival anymore. And these are the same people who hypothesized that civilization should have never happened. Well, they would have never been able to get to that hypothesis without the freedoms that civilization gives them.
But look at the bush people of the Kalahari. They say that the bush people of the Kalahari actually work less than 4 hours a day. So I don't think the cavemen worked. I think they worked a hell of a lot less harder than we do. And especially in the winter, they used to chill out and do arts and crafts and whatever. So I don't think this notion that ancient man worked 16 hours a day every day, I don't think that that's true.
But I'll bet you that those
Have you ever lived on a farm?
Those tribes or those communities, I'll guarantee you, they had rules. And if you broke those rules, there'd be penalties for that. There was some kind of overarching authority in those groups that was necessary for their survival, which is something LA is apparently against.
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, I have lived on a farm.
Guys, Loho, do you want to come on in, mate, and talk about that? I'd appreciate it, because he said he watched this guy, Alexander Nikorith, on YouTube. Apparently, this guy is some kind of war commentator, and he's talking about nuclear warfare or the use of nuclear weapons.
Oh, the fact that Iran didn't bow down to Trump today?
More and more likely, nuclear weapons. Yeah.
I'm skeptical if LA would object to tribal governance. Well, we can't ask him right now.
Oh, well, we know it for a fact because I offered to pay him a ticket to the Sentinelese Islands, and he didn't seem too keen on it.
Right. I mean,
it would be interesting to get him to clarify that, whether it's, again, because I think there is a racial element in there. But so it would be interesting, it would be valuable to get him to clarify whether, like, freedom of association, I guess, people are permitted to join or form groups as they wish, as an abstract concept. But even then, I just don't see how he can escape the idea that every group is going to have some kind of overarching authority.
And that's the one. That's the point I was trying to make to him. And it's I get it. I get it. It sounds like on the face of it that, if you're running around in the forest with a loincloth on, it sounds like you have more freedom, but I really believe we have more freedom, because they are beholden to their little micro culture and the power within it, and also the lack of, connection to outsiders. You know, the lack of connection, because you know, globalization isn't all bad. You know, it's not. It doesn't have to be about making a homogenous state of affairs where we're all America. It's literally just about interconnectedness and the ability to trade freely. You know, and to exchange ideas and products and services and travel as well. I mean, that is surely helpful to the individual. I think it is anyway.
I mean, let's just be real. We're all America already. Everybody has McDonald's. Everybody uses fractional reserve banking. Most countries promote English speaking. Let's just be real. I mean, and I'm not talking about America as in the fake ass the republic that we have. I'm talking about the economy is global and it's based around the American stock market.
Oh, in Canada,
American
it's the
dollar.
British culture over here.
Well, we are just an arm of the crown. Everybody talks about America's freedom from the UK. Most of our senators are related to House of Nobles in the
many
Parliament.
people are now saying
our presidents
America's
are related
just,
to the king. I mean,
unless you talk to conspiracy theorists.
As a Brit, I would like to clarify, just because we all share the same language, the Australians, the Americans, and the Canadians and the British are very different in lots of very different ways. Yes, we're all human beings. Yes, we've all had a mini colonial past, but we are very, very different in just lots of basic little tiny things, you know. Like in America, nobody drinks tea.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a little 5-minute breather, or maybe a little bit more. I'll be back in a bit.
I drink tea, and I'm an American.
You sound like one of the very special Americans, but you're not in the majority.
A lot of Americans drink tea. We like it iced, though.
Yeah,
however, let's
Sweet
get down to the fundamental real things, though. Our law is parliamentary law based off of British parliamentary law. We all have a parliament, which we call Congress, but it's still a parliament. We all have a figurehead that you guys call the king or queen. We call it the president. They call it the prime minister, whatever. Then they're all blood related. Like there was a little girl here in the States. There's a little girl here in the States who went to the Mormons who track genealogy, and our presidents, including Obama, can all track their relatives back to the British royalty.
Yeah, I once saw a study that said that every single human being on the face of the planet is only 8 steps removed from every other single human being. So we're all.
Well, I'm just talking about our legal structure. It's set up the same way. Our
but what makes you Americans different is you have the Constitution, and the Constitution is we British, we like it, but it's alien to us. We don't live by the American Constitution, which is why it's easier for the powers that be to take our rights of freedom of speech.
Actually, the UK is one of the countries that signed on to the Human Bill of Rights at the UN, and the US hasn't. You talk about a constitution like it's some kind of holy grail.
Most of the British disagree with it. We were like, as soon as you start putting my rights down on a piece of paper, you're limiting my rights. Because what if I decide that I've got a right later on that's not on the piece of paper? I'll lose it. So we think very differently.
Well, you can change it. You can make amendments.
Yeah, that's why I wrote a book. I want to amend the entire world system, but it would take too long to fight against the British system. It would be better to create a better one. But that's just me.
Well, I'm just saying that right now, the system, political, economic, all of these things are the same. And they started, the UK is the one who started the imperialist movement to spread these particular legal and economic systems. And they've spread globally. And
I will give you that. And I think we inherited them from the Romans, so I will give you that. Yes, the British have had profound effect on the world's legal systems.
Oh, I absolutely believe you inherited them somewhat from the Romans too. However, the British were the ones who pushed it through imperialism globally way better than the Romans ever did. There was the Crusades, but the Crusades did not have the impact that British imperialism has.
That is true, but I think that that's once again just technology. Technology speeded the process up.
Well, and that's exactly my point. As soon as we started using tools, our technology has advanced over time to the point where if we wanted to right now, we could eliminate the need for most human workers and replace it with technology.
But you brought up a valid point earlier that you said that if human beings don't feel that they need to hunt or need to do, we have this, because we've been doing it for 300,000 years, we have this need that we need to feel that we contribute to our own well-being.
Absolutely. And that's the thing is, will we evolve past that, or will we stay stuck in a mindset that prevents us from having the very freedom that we covet?
I would say that we have to, because the other day on the program, I was mentioning about we've discovered that the Earth's wobble is increasing because we've displaced so much oil and aquifer water. The wobbles become exaggerated. And in about 1,000 years' time, the satellites that we use now to communicate with each other won't work properly, and we won't even be able to navigate space as accurately as possible because the wobble is going to throw all of the calculations off. So we desperately need all of humanity to come together, finally become fully civilized, finally recognize that every human being has a right to be on the planet, and every human being on the planet has the right to do those things that give them the sense of well-being, that they're in control of their lives. And then we all need to work together to keep this little planet livable until we can find another one, because otherwise humanity is not going to make it.
Well, I don't know a lot about like the wobble or magnetic north that seems to have changed because the sun does not set in the same place it did when I was a kid. But the thing that creeps me out is I live in New Mexico. I don't know how familiar you guys are with American geography, but that's literally on the border with Mexico. Like, I'm really south in America, and we've been seeing the northern lights the last couple of years. There's something going on with that.
In one way, that's wow. I'd like to see the northern lights one time, but not particularly here in London where I live. I'd like to go
I have
north.
pictures of them. I have pictures of them from here in my backyard.
Wow.
In central New Mexico, which is, I'm about 300 miles from the Mexican border.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
I don't know if you've ever watched the Looney Tunes. You've heard Bugs Bunny mention the city I live nearby. I should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque.
I wonder though. I'm just thinking about LA. I'm just shooting from the hip here. I haven't thought about this at all in any detail. The kind of rhetoric he goes for, I wonder if it might not be better directed at the future technical overlords that will pretty much, if the worst case scenario eventuates, put us all into an eternal type of slavery, like a technocracy ruled by AI. That's a potential.
So maybe he needs to get involved with training the AI.
No, I mean this is where I think
that.
everybody is kind of misplaced at the moment. I've said this before as well, Yoftos. You've said it. We've all a lot of us have said it. And we kind of need to put all our personal grievances on hold and literally concentrate on what is the biggest problem, which is AI and it falling into
It's procreation,
the wrong hands.
DNW. Procreation.
But yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, but I think that is it. I mean, all this other shit is just mere inconsequential sideshow nonsense. You know, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true and problematic, some of it, like it, you know, but the major point of contention, that the problem humanity is facing that will affect us all, is AI and the possibility of forever tyranny, it falling into the hands of malevolent power or just misguided power, and it is extremely worrying.
And I know you touched on this when you were going through his video. One of the, well, not one, for me, it's one of the main, it is the main, one of the main, if not the main issue I have with LA is that his idea of deregulating medical assistance just makes it possible. It just opens the door for some really bad results society.
I actually didn't touch on that in what I, but yeah, I have said that before to him. I didn't mention that this time, but it does open the door to horrific.
And I think shit. That's his rhetoric in that regard. I mean, he's not going to become a legislator or anything, but it's dangerous because it's just dangerous. Yeah, that type of rhetoric, not cool.
I mean, this is it. He's building the scaffolding to literally. He's worried about, you know, people's rights being abused, or, you know, not given fair you know, power but from others, but he literally, all his arguments are about building scaffolding that deny people's rights.
Well, fundamentally, he's an LA supremacist. That's what he is. You know, it's his way or the highway, and as long as he gets his way, and it doesn't matter what happens to anybody else, that for him is a good.
I tell you what, guys, another thing we should be talking about is the situation in Iran. I haven't really kept up with it today. Maybe someone here has, maybe Cougar.
I came up with the perfect one today watching somebody else's live stream, and I wrote down in the comments, and he actually read it out, and I wrote down, Islam, bad, USA, dumb.
There we go. Geopolitics summed up. So now that we've got Iran settled.
Okay. Cougar Duma, what have you heard in the news, or what do you think we should be talking about?
I don't know. My mister was watching a news report about Iran not submitting to Trump's demands or something.
Yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that yesterday. They're not submitting to Trump's demands or offers because they feel aggrieved that Israel and America basically, didn't they kill a load of Iranian politicians when they announced talks with them? Didn't they use that as an opportunity to kill them?
Something like that. I have seen people say that he's basically destroyed any chance of any negotiations because there's nobody to negotiate with now. And the Iranian,
and not just that, they can't. They said it's like they can't trust them because you literally killed. The last time we offered talks, you killed us. I mean, in fairness, I'm not on the side of the Ayatollah. Like, I don't like dictators, but they have a point, right? In that sense, I mean, you can't set someone up with phony diplomacy to kill them, you know.
And it's also the first time I've ever seen the rift between Europe and America in this kind of issue. That's been interesting for me, anyway.
What do you mean the rift in America?
The rift between Europe and America.
I mean, America doesn't have the Muslim population that we do, and we're connected to the Middle East, you know, via landmass.
Oh, sorry, maybe I was misunderstood. I mean the reluctance of the European nations to support.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's because America doesn't have the worries that we do. We're closer to them geographically. And
right.
also,
Okay.
we have a large Muslim population. I mean, it's really, really a dangerous time for Europe. And then we also have to worry not only about the population that's here becoming disturbed, but we have the migration issues. Oh, we don't want an ongoing war that displaces loads of people and makes them psychotically angry, you know? Because they'll all come here and kick off, you know?
But didn't I read that like there was a high-ranking some class?
I think if America goes around the
carrier?
world starting the wars, they should take the fucking refugees, at least in the same amount as Europe.
But didn't I hear that the UK sent an aircraft carrier down to the Strait of Hormuz too?
Yeah, we apparently we sent one to. We have I think because of that thing that happened in Diego Garcia, I believe we've got involved over there. But yeah, we've given access to America, I believe, to some of our infrastructure to deal with it, like because of the Diego Garcia situation, and to also secure the strait as well. But it is really worrying times. Jay came and he left. Jay, you coming back? Cougar Duma, I don't know where you went, mate. Hopefully you'll come back. I was hoping to hear from Cougar Duma and Jay.
But I guess the other side of the discussion is maybe Trump just decided, fuck it, let's just sort all this shit out. Let's just get it over and done with.
Do you think they can recoup from the oil stuff?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean,
that
yes,
looks
that
like-
is a
yeah.
tough one. And that, I mean, that's where Cougar was talking the other day about the supply side issues on that. That's definitely a big problem.
It's not just oil. There is the Western world relies heavily on the Eastern world for all the things we consume.
Right.
Right. Well, that's what I meant. Like, it's going to impact our just even simply food.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even in India now, I was watching, or I heard something, and I saw a little clip of some factories there looking at alternative fuel sources because of this. You know, they were literally burning cow dung or something in one of the factories.
The fact that we were so dependent on this is kind of crazy. Like, I think America's going to, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's inevitable that they're going to go into a recession, but I hope I'm wrong.
The trouble with this war is, if America wins the war, they're going to look really, 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 really bad. So, win or lose, America's always going to end up looking really, really bad after this. And like you said, in America, it's going to make everything cost more, so the people won't like it. And they can't win. It's a no win-win. They're not going to be making the world.
I think the truth is, ultimate power doesn't care if it looks bad. I mean, when you look with the benefit of history, and sorry, mute yourself, Ricardo, please. Your feedback. The war in Iraq, unfortunately, did kill 1 million civilians or more.
Oh, good man.
That was bad. But you know, do America care? You know.
Does anybody even have an end goal to this war? What would be the?
Well, this is a thing that might come back as egg on Trump's face. He literally said he wanted regime change. Anything else is going to look like America losing on their stated objectives. So that's him stating that publicly, that they want regime change. I feel is going to be a problem for someone with the ego of Trump, because if he doesn't get that, they're going to say, "Yeah, you lost the war." It's going to be seen as an Iranian win, if they do not get the regime change that he stated the war was about. Do you remember he said that a few weeks ago? Whenever, a month or two ago.
And that's just going to embolden the rest of the Islamic world. So America's making the world a worse place by fighting this stupid war.
Bye to Wishy Bishy. Ricardo, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What's going on, brother?
Hello. Hi, DNW. I was just seeing if I could go into settings and reduce my background noise. Is it okay now?
Yep.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Cool. I just had YouTube on. I just muted it. Turn the speaker off.
We'll probably end the show, guys, in 10 minutes or so, but we can stay backstage. If anybody wants to come back on and chat backstage, please do. But we'll probably end the live in about 10 minutes or so.
Okie dokie.
Will the LA and D&W saga continue?
If he wants it to.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I don't you know, me in LA, it's good natured. I'm not, I think.
I mean, are you enjoying the topic?
In some ways, yes. As I say, I legitimately think, I just wish he could see a different way. I don't think, although it has been stated as a possibility that it's serving some kind of, psychological need of his, and it makes him feel good saying this stuff. I don't think it does. I think it causes him suffering, and I think existence causes him suffering, and this is his way of trying to end that suffering by putting forth something he feels is going to solve it. But I think he's wrong, first of all, in what he puts forth, and I feel that it doesn't help his suffering, and it does unfortunately attract people to point out the flaws in what he's doing, and I think it just frustrates him all around. It doesn't help his suffering, and it doesn't help humanity's suffering, what he's offering. And I think he actually has got, great ways about him. He has got if he could just shift his perspective slightly, he could use his intellectual gifts to maybe do something that might be more beneficial to society.
You frame it as he can do something beneficial for others.
Yeah, because I do kind of believe that if you have gifts and such, it's a personal belief. Obviously, it's hard to ground it in anything. I know people don't like me saying it. It's just a personal view I have. I think that's nice, and I think it's a good thing to do.
In a way, LA does do something beneficial for us because he brings the topics to such a dark place that most people actually end up going, actually, the world is better than that. So even if we were thinking before LA starts, oh, the world is in a terrible state and blah, 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 blah. By the time LA's finished, all of us are thinking, the world's actually a hell of a lot better than he thinks it is. So
well, I think the thing about it is, and I think that's the same for antinatalism. I think, although I don't think it's true, I think that it's a great agitator. It's a great agitator because it does disturb people's levels of comfort, and sometimes people do need to be disturbed, because if there are people saying it's better never to have been born, and it's immoral to bring people here, and then you talk to these individuals and you ask them why they think that, and there are people saying that it's just not a good world to bring people into, and they're explaining the trouble in life that some people face. I think that's good. I think it does make some people think about those problems, and because they don't want to be antinatalists, maybe they'll try to come up with other solutions or attach themselves to causes that help people who feel aggrieved or suffer terribly. I think that points out, the harshness and terribleness of reality that some people could go through. I think it's probably good. Yeah.
Can I say what I think?
Oh, okay.
So go ahead, Jeff. After Ricardo, sorry.
I think he should Life Abolition LA should change his name to Fake Solutionism. How about that?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's tongue in cheek, obviously, but okay.
Yeah.
What did you want to say?
I think look, he's a smart guy. That's obvious, and he's very good at rhetoric. That's also obvious. I just find, in my opinion, he's basically advocating for himself and dressing it up as though he's advocating for others, and that to me is the fundamental flaw in his argumentation. And I think it's becoming more transparent as Operation Let Them Speak continues.
Okay, Nefaris, you're on the show. What do you want to say, mate?
I wanted to comment a little bit on the life abolitionist stuff since it's been going a lot on the stream. A lot of the problems with civilizations also happens in the wild. So in the real world there is wage slavery, but in the wild, if one wants to be an anarcho-primitivist, one has to work for the resources, and that work can be equal, if not greater, to the work done in wage slavery. There's also the threat of violence that happens if one is an anarcho-primitivist too. I wanted to just comment shortly on that.
Thank you, Nefarious. Great stuff. I suppose, guys, we'll bring the shutters down for now. We'll come back another day. Robin, do you want to give your final remarks? But guys, you can stay backstage. Anybody else who wants to come on, you can come on and talk backstage after the show.
No, just once again, it's been a pleasure spending time with all of you guys. And these days, it's a miracle that you can even get, 9 people in the chat that can have a semi-civilized conversation and even are willing to try to put themselves in the other person's shoes. So thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Robin, for being here. Brother Marcus, do you want to say your closing remarks for today?
Just that I appreciated our uncivilized conversation about civilization. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Yerf Dogs, go ahead, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Good stream. Keep going, I guess. Cool.
Thank you. Ricardo.
Hi, I missed some of it because I was busy. I've just come back from my mum's in Devon. But I just want to say on the subject of ancestors, I don't think they suffered much more than we do now. I mean, there's so much suffering still in the world, but then again, there's a lot more ways of relieving it, and you can find the solutions if you look. So yeah.
Okay, the link is in the chat there, guys. Do click on it. You've got about 30 seconds to come on. Nefarious. Thank you, Ricardo. Nefarious, please give your final remarks. Take your time. We've got to wait for Divine to get on. Oh, she's here. Go on, Nefarious.
No, it's fun to have live abolitionist on the show. I like listening to him, and I subscribed to his YouTube channel. Even though I disagree with him on some of the stuff he says, I still like to watch him.
Yeah. Okay. And Divine, go ahead, darling. We'll give you the last words for tonight.
Thank you, TNW. Have a happy evening.
Thank you, Divine. Thank you to everybody. Take care until next.